Good morning. Good morning. Happy New Year, everybody. The Tuesday, January 10th, Public Safety Committee is now called to order. Ms. Crichton, please call the roll.
Council members present: Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chair Logan.
Present. Thank you. Colleagues, today we only have 2 items on the agenda. The first is a crime update from Memphis Police Department, all council district, requested by Councilwoman Logan. And I see Chief Davis at the microphone. Please go ahead and give your name and address, and you are recognized.
Chief C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street.
Deputy Chief Joe Oakley, 170 North Main.
Thank you. You all can go right ahead. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Happy New Year. So let's talk about...
Is your mic on? Would you, the green button?
We're
Pull it
going to
to
bring it
you.
a little closer.
Thank you, sir. And while you're doing that, I want to recognize Councilman Ford has come and joined us.
All right, so for December, our crime comparison went up 1,400 crimes from the months before. Our homicide, we did come in under, which is always a great thing. We had 247 murders last year. We only had 200. This year, we had a total of 347 homicides for 2021. This year, we came in at 302, so we had a big reduction in total homicides for the year, which is good news. Our District 1, we had the crime drivers of ag assault and motor vehicle theft. We had citywide almost 11,000 auto thefts last year, so we have some challenges with our property crimes. That's what's driving our crime in the city. Ag assault went up for that month, and so did burglary. In District 2, same thing. Your property crime, theft from motor vehicle, is driving that district as well, and it did go up a couple hundred. District 3, auto theft is driving the numbers in District 3, and the violent crime is aggravated assault. The aggravated assault did go down a little bit in December. So did your burglary. So good job on that. District 4, motor vehicle theft led the way. Not as high as some of the other ones, and your aggravated assault was your violent crime. So ag assault did go down, and your burglaries went up a little bit. Overall, you came up a couple hundred in that district. District 6, motor vehicle theft had 1,300. Aggravated assault, 857. And aggravated assault, you can see it touched last year's numbers, and your burglaries went down. District 7, motor vehicle theft at 1,357, which was your crime driver, and your violent crime was ag assault. Ag assault did drop a little bit from last year this month, and your burglary was about the same. And as I mentioned earlier, the crime driver was auto theft. You can see we arrested 1,357 auto theft arrests. And on the left of your report, you see that the top stolen vehicle was Hyundai's at almost 1,900, followed closely by Kia's around 1,800. And the number of 18-year-olds, 128 18-year-olds were arrested, 108 17-year-olds, and around 110 16-year-olds. So the predominant suspects that were arrested for auto theft were 18 and under. And we do have some some good news from the MPD this year.
Okay, just as a quick overview, of course, Chief Oakley already mentioned we had a 9%, almost 10% down in aggravated assaults, which is always a plus. Our focus is always on reducing violent crime. Property crime is also a concern, but we want the city to be a safe city where we have less injuries to persons, less fatalities, and minus 16% in homicides and minus 3.8% in rapes. We had some technology advancements where we are rolling out our Connect to Memphis project. last year. Really excited about that. Tapping into camera networks and camera infrastructures that already exist in the city as a force multiplier for us to allow us to be able to view footage at various locations throughout the city. We had new units that were created. We are looking at adding 10 new sergeants to our traffic enforcement unit to help calm the traffic on our roads. We're reinforcing our motorcycle unit also with 10 additional motorcycles. The community engagement, community impact officers have begun their work. That's a picture of some of those that we brought back. We talked about bringing back our retired officers to help with community engagement and visibility and very specific areas of the city. We added individuals to a fugitive team, our auto theft task force. We hired 280 new recruits, and with the 32 PSTs that were added to them for police officers, we had a total of 312 that went through our police academy last year, which were really, really good numbers. We hope to have the same success this year. We graduated 146 police officers last year. We had 4 classes to graduate. And at this time, we'll be glad to answer any questions that anybody has.
Thank you for your presentation, Chief. I had a question about the reduction in homicide rate. I know there are various reasons for homicide. Have you noted in the reduction what may have been the cause, or what aspect of it reduced? Was it less domestic violence, or?
Well, we saw an increase in domestic violence. You know, increase last year. We started the year out with the first couple homicides were domestic related. It was the exact same scenario this year. The first homicide of the year was domestic related. We've seen in the last week a couple of other incidents that were domestic related. You know, not just husband and wife or significant other, and between 2 individuals, but also family members, sons, fathers, so the domestic violence kind of situation is one that continues to be challenging. We try to make sure our officers are able to help mitigate some of those situations when they go out on those calls, and also use what we call the lethality assessment so that they can assess a particular situation and make sure that that individual, if there was some history there, if the person is on some type of restraining order, that they address those issues and also have follow-up with the appropriate person so that we don't have just a continuation of calls returning to those same locations. But mental illness also plays a significant role in some of this too. Also, when it comes to reducing homicides, there are a combination of factors. Our fugitive unit really focused on violent offenders that were still at large, still perhaps committing crimes and aggravated assaults. We had quite a bit of success with identifying fugitives and apprehending them. Some of the other programs in the city, our group violence intervention program, some of the wraparound services that we're providing, to our victims and also to potential suspects, all of the various wheels turning at the same time contribute to reductions in homicides as well. Visibility in high crime areas where we've seen a lot of aggravated assaults, we're trying to be more visible to help curtail some of those aggravated assaults as well. And I think we've talked about it in this forum before that, aggravated assault could be a homicide. So to see reductions in the numbers of shootings also contributes to the reductions in homicides as well. Our gang unit has been really active in identifying people who have been involved in, various types of gang-related activity and shootings as well. That was a long answer.
That's okay. Well, that's good. We need that as well. I appreciate that. I want to recognize Chairman Jones and Councilman Covet have joined us. Also, we have some members in the queue. Dr. Warren was first, and then we had Chairman Jones and Councilwoman. We'll go from there.
That's really rude.
Councilman Ford as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind us all that when we initiated this group violence intervention plan, that we understood that the maximum we were going to see was about a 10% reduction in crime per year. And we've been through our first full year of having this wraparound plan, as Chief mentioned, and that's almost exactly what the number is. We went down 35 murders and we had 330 some last year. That's a 10% reduction. So if we keep doing this, we will be able to see marked improvement, but it's something that we have to stick with and make sure that we fund and make sure that if you guys need more or there's anything else along the way you need with that program, let us know what we can do. And hopefully we'll be able to integrate that Youth Villages program even more into what we're doing to make it more efficient.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mine isn't necessarily for the police department, although it's more so towards Chief Singh. She's here. I think there's a municipality, I think it's either Columbus or Cincinnati, that has filed a lawsuit against Kia and Hyundai. I don't know if you've seen that, but they've talked about the increased law enforcement resources that have been dedicated as a result of the easiness in which those vehicles can be stolen. So if you pay attention to that, let's see how that goes through the court system. Maybe we can have some relief along those lines. I just want to point that out.
Ohio.
It's a municipality in Ohio. It could be Columbus, Cleveland, Cincinnati. It's one of those, but it is Ohio, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, and again, thank you all for the service which you provide to this community and how you come.
Councilwoman, excuse me, is your mic on?
It is.
Okay.
Okay, again, thank you for the service which you provide, and I also want to say thank you for all the different occasions when we call you and ask you to show up at the town hall meetings and work with us any kind of way, community groups. So thank you for that as well. My questions is, we talk about a kill switch on the car. Would a kill switch help in the cases where some of these cars were being hijacked, or would it help?
I'm gonna acquiesce to my tech people on that one.
Yes, ma'am, it sure would. Anything that a citizen who owns any car, especially a Kia or Hyundai, could use: kill switch, the club, your steering lock devices, aftermarket alarm systems, and other brake locks. Anything that they could use to prevent their car from being stolen is great, but we like the kill switch as well.
What does the kill switch? I mean, they override the car to start it anyway. They know how to do that, so they couldn't be able to override a kill switch.
Well, the kill switch is what provides power to the ignition in the computer. Mm-hmm. So if they don't have power, they're not going to be able to override it. The car won't start. It's like a breaker in your home. If you have that breaker flipped up, there's no power.
Do you have any idea how much one costs?
No, I do not, and I can get back with you on that. I haven't checked on that. I'm sure it's reasonable, especially with so many people needing them. But we'll check on that, Councilwoman.
Okay, I thank you. That was just a general question. What can we do as individuals to slow down the process? And depending on the cost, that may be an easy solution. It may not be cheap, but a $300 investment is better than not having a car, having to go rent a car, go figure out what happened. So let me know. And then if they attempt to do it, how much damage can they do? And then to get that repaired as well.
Absolutely. In addition, I don't know if Chief Oakley had more, but we do have an additional 1,000 steering wheel column locks that we plan to give out sometime this month, before the end of the month, and we will continue to do that, and those were provided to us through some of the dealerships. So we're looking forward to at least trying to help our citizens, keep their vehicles. It's sort of an antiquated, we used steering wheel locks years ago, but they work. So we'll be announcing that pretty soon too. Did you have something? Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chief, you mentioned the dealerships provided those for you. Are they giving those to people that purchase Kias and Hyundais? Is that why they have them, or is that something you all have had a conversation about?
Well, we've basically asked them,
Okay.
And they've been responsive, and that might be something that the manufacturers should consider, or at least reconsider how the technology, is built in these vehicles. I'm pretty sure this conversation is not just, here, but, nationwide, because the whole trend is a nationwide trend as it relates to these vehicles that are easy to steal without having, to break the steering wheel and, put wires together, USB cords, and all kinds of other conventional ways of stealing vehicles. So I'm pretty sure manufacturers are thinking in terms of how do they change the dynamics of those vehicles.
So while they're doing that, if we went back to the old-fashioned way, if everyone that had a Kia or a Hyundai had one of those steering locks, would that reduce? Do you feel that would reduce?
Oh, absolutely.
Those being stolen?
For that particular vehicle,
Yeah.
Absolutely. And really, any vehicle, it's hard to steal a vehicle with a steering wheel lock on it, but it definitely would reduce the numbers. This next time, we hope to focus on individuals that own Hyundais and Kias first, since we know that that's the vehicle that's being targeted. And then we plan to, distribute other locks to other vehicle owners too.
But we're looking for solutions. That could be an immediate solution to car theft. Everybody have a club, right?
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
Simple. Yeah.
Simple.
Okay. Well, I want to move to Councilman Covette, and then Councilman Warren and Councilman Ford. Oh. What did you say?
No questions.
Okay. You want to go before him?
Does there seem to be, when you're, as far as investigations concerned about these car theft, is it a car theft ring? Or are these just a bunch of young kids who are just out looking for guns and are stealing cars that they can get to? Or is it some combination? What have y'all found in your investigations?
Both. We know that some of these young folks that I mentioned earlier are stealing cars. Some are joyriding, and some are using those cars in crimes, like going to committing other auto thefts, robberies, car break-ins, carjackings. A lot of times, our suspect vehicles are Kias and Hyundais. So it's a combination.
I understand that there's a tactic where what they do is they'll pull into a service station and just sit on the side. And there'll be two people in a car, and then one will wait to where someone's not looking, then they'll jump out, carjack the car, and leave.
Yes, I mean, we always encourage people not to leave their car running unattended, especially at gas stations, because you're right. They'll sit around and watch someone leaves their car running at the gas pump and go up to pay. They just run, jump the car, and take off.
Okay, what about the question about, is this organized somehow? Where are they chopping these cars when they're not joyriding with them? Where are those cars going to? I have a friend who just had her Audi stolen, and we haven't found it.
Right. We have taken down numerous chop shops in Memphis, so they do have chop shops for cars like what you mentioned, especially the Dodge Chargers and the Challengers. I hadn't really seen that many. I mean, we do find Kias at chop shops, but majority are the higher end, like they want the big motors, and then older car parts from like the car that you mentioned and others. So it is a combination of both.
Okay, and so on that, how many chop shops have you taken down, and where did these end up? Are they shipped overseas? Are they taken out of the city? And do we have any idea? Because it seems like it's pretty organized.
Right, a lot is local. People come in, hey, I need a bumper from a certain number car, year, make, and model, and they'll go steal the car and bring it, chop it up, and sell the parts. And we have seen cars that are coming into Memphis from other parts of the country. And then we almost are certain that people come in here and go out to other states as well. So it is organized. We'll get that number of chop shops for you, Councilman, in 2022, and how many that we did make some achievements on.
I think that's good. I think people need to know at least what part of the battle we're winning and what we're losing, and what things they can do to protect themselves and to help us in the fight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
It was my understanding that they were also taking the Infinities. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am, that's our third most stolen vehicle. The majority of the older Infinities have sunroofs, so they go through the top. They bust the sunroof out, go in, and use a key programmer to program the older model Infinities and steal them that way.
What can be done to get the word out about the kill switches and the steering wheel locks? How can we have a campaign to let people know about that?
Well, we have public service announcements, and we'll ensure that we do even more in 2023 to get the word out, as well as at our community meetings that we have and attend.
Is that it? Were you done? Okay. And finally, Councilman Ford.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate everything you all do. Everything what was said today, I appreciate all of that. But I have an issue. I'm gonna go back to this past Friday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, up to Monday. With Rain Station. Okay? I need to know who came to work, who didn't come to work. Okay? Because the police department didn't show up. I'm gonna start with Friday. I had tags stolen off of my car. I called. Nobody ever came. Finally, I got somebody there, and I ended up talking to the guy. He said, well, let me take it over the telephone. It's Friday. Go to Saturday morning. That's why I need to know who came to work. 6 o'clock in the morning, I had somebody knocking on my door. Now, if I'd have killed him, maybe y'all would have maybe came. They showed up 2 hours later. I called 911. She couldn't even understand my address. Okay, she said every name but the name we said. We called back, and we called back, and we called back. And finally, the woman told me, she said, well, I'm off. She said, let me see what I can do. And let me try to get a lieutenant. They showed up 2 hours later. Okay. Later on that day, I had real bad accident right in front of my place of business. Fire department was there. They were hurt, injured. They took some of them to the hospital. Police never showed up, but they passed by. Finally, we had a PST to show up, and he didn't know what was really going on and what was happening. He had to call 2 others, and they were in the same boat that he was in, okay? Kind of ridiculous. But I saw police pass by. One was parked over at Walgreens from us. Didn't care, but we had injuries. I got issues with that, okay? But now, yesterday there was an accident right at Walgreens. They didn't call no PST. People really wasn't hurt, but they had 2 police cars sitting there. I need y'all to get South Precinct together. This is not the first time, second time, third time, or fourth time that I have called as an elected official. And really, when I talked to one, he said, I don't care who you are. Okay. I got issues with that, okay? And I like South Precinct, because I do a lot of things for South Precinct that I don't have to do for none of them. But, like I said, starting Friday, Saturday morning, Sunday, Monday, nobody, I had no response. Police department. I don't like that. So if I can't get the service, what about somebody else? I got issues. Because if I can't get them to do something, anybody else call, where are they? I'm having issues with that, okay? But like I said, that's South Precinct. I don't know about the other precincts. And I don't want them drinking coffee. I don't want them to go down to the donut shop. I don't want them to sit there and just look. I pass by, you know, especially when there's injuries and things like that. I would think they would have enough common courtesy to see what's going on, but didn't care. And everybody, and I had people everywhere, and they said, what is going on with the public? We see them pass by. Please do something about that. That's my issues that I have. You know, I told them, everybody thought I was going to really be upset, but I don't feel good today, so I'm not being upset. I just need somebody to take care.
And we were a council member.
That way, they doing everybody else the same way. Okay, thank you.
We apologize for the lack of service delivery, council member. Our calls for service and our response times are really important to us, not just in how much time it takes to answer the call, but how much time it takes to respond to the call. And we are not where the national average is, and we know that. So we are working and will continue to work, and I plan to personally take a look at the calls for service over the weekend to determine where those breakdowns took place.
And make sure who came to work. Did they come to work?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I'm more concerned with.
Absolutely.
Did they show up for work? Okay?
Absolutely.
Because that may be a problem there also. They didn't show up, so you don't have nobody. Okay? Yeah.
Thank you, Council.
Madam Chairman, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Could we go ahead and get a report on those response times for service for the next meeting, just by district? I'm curious because I'm kind of getting the same questions in my district in terms of that. So can we just get some kind of a breakdown and let's see what our plan is going forward, please, Chief?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Chief Davis? If none, we appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Next item on the agenda is a presentation by Auto Return for Emergency Record Services, all council districts, requested by administration. Good morning. If you can give us your name and address for the record, and you go ahead and with your presentation as well.
Thank you. Carl Bain with Auto Return, 6210.
Would you push the button and pull it towards you? Thank you. Go
Carl
ahead.
Bain with Auto Return, 6210 Lapis Lane, Crestview, Florida.
L. Jackson, Auto Return, 18306 Eastwick, Tampa, Florida.
Thank you. Go ahead with your presentation.
Well, thank you for having us here to discuss our solution that we're proposing to the city of Memphis to kind of move forward based on what was presented just in this last session. I think it's very timely. One of the main things that we do with our platform is reduce the amount of effort that it takes a police department when it comes to getting involved with record services. So we become the dispatch command center for the city. That offloads all of those calls for service that come in for a tow truck, from citizens asking where their car is. All of those are offloaded into a digital platform. And that takes, actually in Las Vegas Metro, that took 5 to 7 full-time equivalent positions away from the police department that they could put back onto higher priority police work, like answering 911 calls. And that if you don't have to answer those calls during the day and you allow a platform to do that, that's our goal. And that's what we're trying to do, is reduce response times. We're trying to reduce the amount of time it takes for when a police officer is on the side of the road waiting on a tow truck, reduce those times down. We can usually get those times from 30 to 45 minute averages down to about 6 to 12 minutes. So that frees up that officer to go back and do higher priority police work and make responses to emergencies that are going on. I'm not going to go through this entire slide. I just wanted to use it as a reference point that it is a complex system. There are a lot of stakeholders involved when it comes to towing that most people don't realize. You have police officers, 911, 311, impound operations, especially for the city with the impound yard. You have tow truck drivers, the company owners, the company dispatchers, vehicle owners, lien holders, insurance companies. There are a lot of different key stakeholders in this process, and our system can manage that entire flow. So our system goes from the time that an officer needs a tow truck on a law enforcement record rotation pool, and we still utilize the rotation within our system. We just automate it, and we send that request out to a driver. So what that does is it eliminates a radio transmission from the officer to dispatch. It can eliminate the phone calls from dispatch to tow company dispatchers, and it eliminates all of the back and forth of where's my tow truck. So if I can equate it and make it very simple for you, think about the days before Uber. You call a cab, you need to get to the airport. You call a taxi company, and you need a taxi to come bring you to the airport. You have no idea what taxi company it's going, or the driver that's going to assign. You don't know who they are. You don't know what the car looks like. You don't know the driver's name. You don't know the phone number. You're kind of in the dark, but you need to get to the airport, but you have no idea where that taxi is. Uber comes into town, and all of a sudden, you can see on your phone what driver it is, what car it is, where they are on the map, how far it's going to take to, or how long it's going to take for them to get to you. You have a complete transparent system where every stakeholder knows what's going on. That's what our system provides. It provides complete transparency to every stakeholder from the time that the tow request comes into the system all the way through until in the city impound, all the way through until the vehicle is released, sold at auction, or scrapped. That entire process can be tracked. It makes it a more efficient process for every stakeholder on the screen. So think of us as our dispatch system as Uber or Lyft when a police officer needs a tow truck, all the way through to the way FedEx changed logistics and shipping. You usually don't call somebody to ask where your package is. You go online and find it. This provides your citizens an easy way to know where their car is if it was towed. So if they get into a crash and they're in the hospital, they wake up the next day and I need to find my car, they don't have to worry about calling someone and trying to remember where it was. All they need to know is the make and model of their vehicle. They can get on our website and find their vehicle, know where to pick it up, whether that's a city impound yard or a private tow company, and directions on how to get there. It'll have direct instructions on what they need to bring with them to pick their vehicle up. It makes it a much simpler process for somebody that's already having a bad day. As you can see, we've been doing this for a while, about 20 years now. We got our start in San Francisco. That was our first customer. We're still there today. Then we quickly moved to Indianapolis, and then all across the country. You can see a list of our customers here. Most recent ones, we were awarded Dallas, Texas recently. We'll be taking that dispatch and impound process. And then most recent was the county, Shelby County. When it comes to impound, last night or yesterday afternoon, we had the pleasure of meeting with 35 to 40 of your tow truck operators, company owners, and we learned a lot. It was a good session for us to listen to concerns. And we don't want to just come in and provide a solution to a problem that we don't know if the problem exists. We know we can fix paper systems, manual systems, and digitize it. That's what our platform does. But we also like to come in and learn to know what the issues are so that we can try to solve them with technology. And that's really that's what we try to do, is solve problems. One of the problems that came very apparent to us was with the impound facility, and it does kind of flow over into what we're trying to accomplish on the dispatch side, because what you have is a series of tow truck companies that don't necessarily want to take a call, because if it's going to go to the city yard, they know they're going to wait 3 hours, maybe 4 hours to get their car dropped off. And with the rate set where it's at, they're not making enough money on that tow in order to get their money back. They're basically losing money if they take a call that's going to bring it to the impound yard. So it's something that we learned that I think you probably should focus on. If we just give you any piece of advice at all, focus on improving the functionality and the processes at the impound yard, so that when a dispatch goes out to a tow company, there's times where they go through the entire record list, they call every single company, and they don't find anybody to go because it's a vehicle that's going to the impound yard. not to their private tow yard. And that's going to be a problem no matter what system you have if tow companies aren't willing to take the call. And I can definitely understand their concern of they're paying a driver out there a wage and they're waiting at the impound yard for 3 to 4 hours. That's not economically feasible for them. So I think that we need to look at that process and try to fix that process. So the big things that we try to accomplish, creating safer roadways. There's more officers killed out there on the side of the road waiting, out there on the side of the road, way too many. It's one of the largest fatality rates for police officers. So our system brings that time down. Like I said, we typically can bring it down to anywhere from 6 minutes in Austin, Texas, up to 12 to 15 minutes in places that we keep the rotation, which is what we would do here. It frees up the telecommunications. So all of the calls coming in, 911 calls or 311 calls, coming into your call center, everywhere across the country, they're understaffed. They're having a hard time finding call takers. It's a very difficult job. Dispatchers are hard to come by. And you burn out very quickly because of the work that you do there. So what we try to accomplish there is to bring the call levels down so that they can focus their efforts on the higher priority 911 calls rather than being on the phone with tow trucks. We also provide an enhanced citizen experience. So having your citizens have an easy way to find out where their car is. We also have a call center, a 24-hour dispatch center. That's available for your police department, communications department, your citizens. So even if they can't find their car on the website, they can call our office. We're open 24 hours a day. We take calls from citizens across the country finding their cars. So there's things that come up when we come into cities that change can be difficult. And it's scary because this is a technology in the tow industry that hasn't really changed much in the past 80 years. There's still a lot of radio traffic, a lot of phone calls that happen, a lot of paper. And when we come in to digitize that process, it can be scary. We do want to assure you, we are not here to take over anything to do with towing, impound, storage fees, salvage fees. We don't want to dip into towers' money. We have no desire. We're not even going to have visibility into what they do with their tow yard, with their impound facility. We have no visibility with our system into that. So one of the concerns with the towers was that we're going to want a percentage of their storage fees, a percentage of their scrap fees, a percentage of their salvage fees. We have no desire to do that. Our fee would be paid by the citizen when they come to pick up their vehicle. It would be a fee that's added onto the tow bill, a dispatch or an admin fee. In addition to the tow fee, in addition to the storage fee, there's an admin fee that would go to us. The tow company simply collects the fee on our behalf, and then we collect that fee from them at the end of the month. We let them know all of the tows that went through our system, and then this is the amount that you owe us for that month. They're collecting on our behalf, so they're not paying us out of their pocket. So we understand what tow companies want. That's not what we want. We don't want to own tow trucks. We don't want to run impound yards. We don't want to do what tow companies do. They do that very well, and we need them for this to work. So we need the tow companies to be happy. It can be a scary process when it comes to change. We're here to answer questions. I think we've met with towers 3 different times now, and it is very important for us to be happy. They are a key stakeholder in this solution, and we want to make sure that they're happy as well. So that's one of the things we've been trying to do. But we do guarantee them, and I told them yesterday I would put it in writing, we do not own tow trucks. We will not run an impound facility in Memphis. We will not operate any storage facilities, and we will not dip into any of their proceeds that they get for their storage or their salvage, their scrap. So hopefully I stay within my time limit, and I'm sure there's going to be some questions I need to answer.
Thank you for your presentation. We have in the queue Councilman Warren and Councilwoman Johnson and COVID.
Thank you. We've heard from some of our constituents here in the towing industry, and I would like to know what you think your meetings have done. Are they satisfied with the way this is progressing? And it seems to me like what you're saying, the issues with us in our towing site that we need to be able to, in our impound yard, we need to fix that. Is that what you're hearing?
We do. That is something that is definitely needs to be fixed, and I think that would go a long way in fixing a lot of different issues within the tow program in the city. That affects when there is a dropped vehicle off at the city yard. Now, they also have, different tow reason codes that go back to the private company yards, and that's not an issue.
One of the other things that I heard is that they were concerned that somehow this would somehow affect the smaller towing companies, which are primarily minority companies in Memphis, that somehow they might get lost in the shuffle and not have the business. How can you address that concern?
Yes, our system actually, it does the opposite. It makes sure that there's fairness among tows. So by managing that in an automated fashion, there's no human intervention that's going to possibly skip a tow company or cause a certain company to get more tows than the rest. Our system digitizes the rotation platform. So the rotation is, you have 30 companies within the rotation. A tow request comes in from a police officer, it goes to the next one in line. That just becomes part of our system. What we do is we have GPS that comes into play on that in order to send it to the closest driver of that next company in line. But let's say that they only have 2 trucks and they're busy doing other things, or it's 2 in the morning and they're not even in their trucks, but they're signed into our system. We can't get a hold of them. Our dispatch command center then becomes involved. So instead of your call center having to call the tow company or call around to multiple and spending a lot of time on the phone, we do that on your behalf. So our personnel at our dispatch command center, we have 2, they will start calling. So we're not going to just skip them. We're going to start calling. And if our protocol says that we're going to call the driver first, we can't get a hold of that driver, then the protocol call the owner. We'll call the owner if that's what you want us to do. This is all based on a program that you as an agency in a city, the police department of the city, you tell us how to design it and how you want it to work. So you can tell us that if 5 minutes in, we can't get a hold of anybody at that company, what do you want us to do? We'll do that. We design the system.
I guess the question too is, these smaller companies, they may be located in, one part of town. Okay, it would be uneconomical because we're a very large city geographically to have someone who's in Southwest Memphis take a tow from, Eastern Cordova. And even if they're in the rotation. So how does your system account for these smaller companies that only really need tows from a certain area? Do you have that available?
Yes, and a lot of cities do that via zones. So they will have tow zones. And based on geographical areas, you have certain tow companies part of a zone. And when a tow request comes in for that geographical area, we'll pick from tow companies within that zone. We can do it that way, or we can do it to where the entire city is the zone and it's one zone, and we just go to the next company in rotation. But most cities will break it down into geographical areas just for that reason, because what you don't want is for a police officer on the north part of the city to request a tow truck, and just because your next company in line is ABC Towing, but they're 30 miles away at the south side of town, that may not be the right tow company to send, because it's going to take 45 minutes.
Where does that person who was in the queue go if he's not called that time? Does he stay in the queue?
They stay in the top.
They stay at the top.
They can. So our system's flexible enough to reconfigure based on how you want it to work. So it's really the police department tells us.
So our police department is going to have to come up with these towing rules? Or how do we come up with this?
Only when we configure the system, we work with the police department on configuring it the way. Normally, when we come in, we just configure it the way it's working today. Oh, yeah. So we grandfather in everything the way it's working today, except we digitize it. So any concern that there's going to be a change in how often you get a call on the rotation, it will be exactly the same process as is being done today.
So let's do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We don't want to get into the minutia of how exactly it's going to work, because that would be something for administration to come up with. We don't have a vote in this, and we don't, have any say. Actually, this is just a presentation to us. Is that correct, Chief or Jennifer, Chief Sink?
We're going to have to approve the administrative fee.
Yes.
We have a say.
Okay. And that's something that we need to know. What is the purpose of the presentation today?
Well, good morning. Jennifer Sink, Chief Legal Officer, 125 North Main. The purpose of the presentation is because the city is looking at how can we improve our processes at the impound lot, for our emergency record services as a whole, and auto return has a potential solution. And depending upon where the solution goes, we are likely going to need an amendment to our ordinance. At a minimum, we're going to need an amendment to allow for the fee the service fee that would go to auto return. Right now, our process is outlined per ordinance. It describes, for example, the zones and the rotation list. We have a process. It has what fees can be charged in conjunction with the towing, both emergency and non-emergency type of towing. So at a minimum, a solution like this would require us to come back with an amendment to the ordinance to address the fees.
So we have a say.
Okay. Well, that wasn't said on the front end, so we didn't know.
Well, it was, we were trying to gauge kind of what we want, because it's not just limited to one potential, we wanted to see what the council's input was, just as a whole, on the concept. And because we thought it was a very interesting idea. We recognize that there needs to be some improvements, frankly, and so we're looking for some possible solutions. So we asked them to make this presentation so that we could hear your feedback on it, and then once we understand the feedback, we will continue to work through.
Okay, we have a couple of, you can stay right there as well. And we also want to ask for a presentation on the state of the impound yard from MPD at our next meeting in conjunction with this conversation. If we could get a little bit more breadth of information, it may help us understand why, the whole thing. But we did have Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Corvette, and Chairman Jones in the queue, and we want to be mindful of our time. We've already gone over into our next committee meeting, but she gave us the grace to do that. So let's go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. My concern is, believe it or not, I felt like I was sitting in Shark Tank the way you were making that presentation up here. But I want you to keep in mind, you mentioned several different people that were affected by this potential change or operation. And I would like to know how many of those individuals have you spoken with? I heard that you spoke with the tow owners per se, but I don't know about the police department, about the insurance companies, all those other people. So before I will be willing, in the future to make such a decision, I would like to know what these individuals feel about this particular operation and the change in that situation.
Thank you very much. We've had meetings on many levels. Last November, first initial meeting, we had Assistant Chief there, someone from legal, someone from communications, and a representative from the mayor's office as well. I think the chief of staff for the mayor. Since then, we've had meetings virtually with impound employees. We've had meetings face-to-face with city attorney, Stink's office. We've had conversations, dispatch, pretty much every layer.
Okay. Well, I guess with time, those individuals will speak up because I have not heard from any of those individuals per se, but I have heard from the tow owners. So I'm not sure. There's always, I guess, opposition to any potential change.
Right.
So I know I see quite a few of those owners back there, and I'm not certain if they're for this or against this.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so we're going to have to work it out.
Right,
Okay.
and
So
Councilwoman, we can hear from them in this evening when there's opportunity for comment. I actually want to see if we need to hold this and bring it back. We really need a presentation from the city, from administration, as to what it is you want to do and how it's going to impact things, because we're only just hearing from them and need to see the whole picture. And maybe
Chair, also, I would like to see a presentation from those different groups that may
would be
opposed.
affected.
Right,
Absolutely. So we'll have, give us an overview of everything, not just from their perspective. We understand that we do need to be efficient and effective, but we also need to know how that is going to affect our local economy, our local small businesses. So if we can put that on the agenda for the next meeting, have a full presentation for you all regarding this and why we want to do it, include the state of the impound lot and all of the other things that are involved, as well as how it's going to affect our local economy, such as the businesses that are represented here today. Did you have a comment?
Yes, just quick questions for that presentation, actually. Good morning, Mr. Bain, Ms. Jackson, Ms. Sink. Can you, for our next meeting, or give us some kind of an idea of what this administrative fee that you'll be charging on top of the tow truck guys? Generally speaking, is there kind of a rough number, or is it a percentage, or is it $5 a car, $20 a car, or is it, how do you do that?
So I believe what we've been discussing for the city is a $30 fee for auto return, and then there will be a fee, what we call an offset fee, that the tow companies keep on every vehicle. So let's say a registered owner or an insurance company lien holder comes in to pick the car up, they pay our fee in addition to the tow fee and the storage fee. Part of that amount stays with the tow company to make up for when a vehicle owner doesn't come pick the vehicle up. So there is from what we're understanding, there's a high unclaimed rate here. So there's a lot of times, especially crashes or stolen vehicles, where maybe somebody doesn't come pick the vehicle up. In those cases, they're still paying us that fee, but nobody's picking it up to pay the fee. So that offset fee covers for when that happens, for that situation.
Can we go ahead, Ms. Sink, and add that kind of into this future conversation? Also, so this means we will have to raise fees at least, sounds like $30. I'm curious kind of as to what the impact cost is. But like all things, can we look at it as, I'm curious, what does Shelby County charge? What does North Mississippi charge? What do the other munis charge, I guess, compared to what we charge? When was, is this fee new? Is it raised every year?
This particular fee, Councilman, would be a totally new fee. The ordinance does outline tow fees that the tow operators are allowed to charge. It's been set, I don't know the last time it was changed, but it's been several years.
Several years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sounds like it's been a long, long time. Can we look into that for our presentation? Because again, it kind of gives us an idea. If it was changed a year ago, that's one thing. If it's changed 16 years ago, that's something else. Also, this time to drop off, when we talk about impound yards, I'm very interested in how we geographically pick and goes to the impound yard. I guess I'm just coming to this party a little late, but if y'all would walk me through that, that would be very, very helpful. Because I'm curious as to, if you're only getting X, Y, Z and you're sitting in for 3 hours, why would you do this? Because you're losing money. I mean, there's just no way. So if we could get into that, I know we're over time. Thank you so much, but those are my questions we could roll on. Thank you.
Thank you. And council members, if you have concerns or there's information that you need, please send that information so we can have a comprehensive presentation at our next meeting. Thank you so much. Is there any other business that needs to come before this committee? Chairman John?
This is just a presentation right now, but with any type of presentation, a lot of the concerns that I have sort of been addressed, but I want to reiterate them. I would like for us to hear a total discussion about this. So we've heard from auto return, but as somebody mentioned, let's have a full presentation from those who will be affected by this. But one of the other things, colleagues, you may recall that there's been some time now that we had a discussion about the impound lot. Mm-hmm. And what I don't want to do is to conflate using this with the issue that we have over there. One of the things that, that I've talked about, or that has been brought to us by the staff is, hey, we have X amount more auto thefts. So where are we as far as addressing the part that we control, perhaps having a new facility to accommodate this? But I don't want us to conflate the fact that we have, forget the acreage that we have there. We have X amount more than what we can accommodate there. I don't want to conflate that with our need to manage this and to do something differently. But I don't want us to make any type of decision without hearing both sides or all sides of this argument. So, this might be a protracted discussion, nothing that I would recommend that we act upon right now. So there's nothing that's going to be, and for those that this might be your first council meeting, we have a meeting today, which is our regular meeting that takes place at 3:30. What we do during the mornings typically is discuss things so that we can hear from people in the community or that's going to be affected by this. So if we were discussing this or this were an action item, we actually, under normal circumstances, would not be voting on this until 2 weeks from now. So whenever we have this discussion, we're going to have an opportunity I hope we have the opportunity for input to essentially say, let's say we have this discussion at the first meeting, or it's on the agenda for us to vote on, we're going to have it in committee again. Let's say it's the first week in April, or the first meeting in April. Well, we're not going to vote on it that day. We're going to have an opportunity to vote on it at the 3:30 meeting 2 weeks later. So that's how we operate. But in this particular instance, this was just a presentation. I wasn't, I saw it on the agenda as a presentation, and I received some concerns or received some calls. And I know you guys showed up because you thought we were going to be voting on this item today. But how we typically work is that we hear an item in committee during the mornings, but we are generally not asked to vote on it until 2 weeks later. So I just wanted to provide that
context.
Yep.
Thank you for that, Chairman. And again, we definitely will be reaching out to you, staff will, to make certain that we have all of the information and everyone that needs to present at the next meeting. Thank you. If there's nothing else, this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Operators, we came to some consensus on some stuff, so I think we're actually not even gonna have a fight over that. Yeah. Penelope and Downtown Memphis Commission grease the wheels.
want other people to. So Jake wanted other people to be better. I know exactly what it is. Yes, I do. I don't want to do this alone.
Good morning, colleagues. Today is January 10th. I hereby call the Public Services, Art, Youth Initiatives, Libraries, and Neighborhood Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Brown, can you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale? Councilman Carlisle? Councilman Covette? Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Councilman Ford?
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson? Councilman Jones? Councilwoman Logan? Present. Councilman Morgan? Councilwoman Robinson?
I do it myself.
Councilman Smiley? Councilman Warren? And Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Dramatic.
The only item on our agenda is the discussion on an ordinance supplementing and amending the 2021 Memphis Municipal Code of Ordinances of the City of Memphis, Tennessee, relative to animals and horse-drawn carriages, providing for repeal of certain ordinances not included herein, and providing when such amendments to the code and this ordinance shall become effective. All council district, sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Good morning, Ms. Pugh. Can you please state your name and address for the record, and then the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for having me. Alexis Pugh, Director, Animal Services for the City of Memphis, operating at 2350 Appling City Cove in 38133. Let me start off by saying that this has been an endeavor that has taken several years to get to this point to sit in front of you today. And it's taken a lot of people to be a part of this process. Of course, the City Attorney's Office has been instrumentally involved in helping to code the language so that it is legally accurate and correct for our citizenry. But we've also reached out far beyond the reaches of the City of Memphis to national animal welfare organizations to get best practices and ordinances that are working in other communities. We've worked with the court system. We've worked with the DA's office. We've met with local advocates. We've met with carriage operators locally. So we've really tried to make sure that we are bringing to the table a set of proposed ordinances that reflect the will of not just the animal welfare movement nationally, but the will of this community locally. So what I've put together is a brief presentation that I hope will summarize some of the key changes. Please note that we are not proposing a complete overhaul where every piece of language, every wording has changed. This is really going to focus on those substantive changes that might be of note to you all here today. So first off, we're going to go through Section 8 of the animal ordinances. The first thing that we have done is an overall structural cleanup and consolidation to make it easier for citizens to read and understand their rights and obligations and for consistency with state law. The best example I can give of why this needed to happen, owner was defined 4 different ways, 4 times within Section 8 of ordinances. So you as an individual don't even know what your obligation or the definition of you as an owner was. So we've really tried to organize, clean this up. There were a lot of amendments that have been added on through the years. So this is really an overhaul of how the ordinances are structured. So it's going to be far easier for a citizen to research and understand what their rights and obligations are. Additionally, we've removed all stated fees, and we're going to propose creating a separate ordinance fee schedule that can be changed without having to modify ordinances. Currently, those fees have been in place, and as they are stated at ordinance level, we can't make those modifications, even to adjust for cost of care or, reasonable changes in inflation. Many of these fees were set 20 years ago. In terms of content, a lot of the changes happening in the definitions section, we're really wanting to specifically define these terms, again, so citizens understand what is required. What is adequate care? What are adequate conditions? What does adequate food, shelter, water? What does it mean to abandon an animal? What is gross neglect? What are inclement weather conditions where you need to change the behavior that you're exhibiting when it comes to your pet? So we want to make sure that there's no ambiguity, that people understand clearly what their expectations are when it comes to pet ownership. The powers of our officers.
Next slide, please.
Oh, okay, because of the photo.
Change the picture.
Sure. Okay, I will move on. Certainly, that was the language associated with that last photograph was about when animal services officers have the authority to seize animals, when we can make entry into private property. That is not clearly defined in ordinance as it exists today, and it's very important that it's defined because we, as animal services officers, have limited jurisdiction when it comes to issuing ordinance level summonses. Anything at the criminal level must be done in conjunction with the police department. So we wanted to very clearly define where our powers begin and end versus the police department. So again, people understand what that enforcement role looks like. The next one, humane care and conditions. We want to modify acceptable pet sheltering and tethering rules to make it more consistent with national best practices. Dogs running at large. We want to modify the term about when an animal should be impounded. Currently, it says any dog not wearing a current license tag required by this title or running at large in violation of this title shall be apprehended and incarcerated in the city animal shelter and the owner notified if known. Our proposed change here is any dog found in violation of this chapter may be apprehended and impounded in the city animal shelter and the owner notified. The reason for this change is current language would require impoundment even if the owner was right there chasing after the dog that slipped free. And it mandates that we impound every dog not wearing a current rabies tag. The way the law reads right now, I could go into your yard and take your dog if your dog doesn't have a current tag on it. So what we want to do is change this to make it more compatible with the idea that our officers can return pets to their owners in the community without shelter impoundment, which of course is better for that pet owner, but it's also better for us as a government, and it reduces the number of animals coming to the shelter if they don't need to be there. Mandatory microchipping. This is something that we are proposing, and we want it to not be cost prohibitive. We want to accompany the idea that microchipping is mandatory with the notion that we'll do it for you for free. And the reason being is we know nationally that communities where microchipping is mandatory and widely available at no cost to citizens, return to owner rates increase up to 500%, which reduces shelter intake, length of stay, thus reducing taxpayer sheltering costs. So this would be mandatory, but again, with the support, a law is no good if you don't have the access to be able to comply with it. And so we want to make sure that people can access this free of charge in order to be in compliance. The city rabies law. Currently, our city rabies law is more restrictive for a bite quarantine than the state law. And all we are doing is proposing that we revert that back to the state law requirements, which allows for a home quarantine. Anecdotally, why this is important is, let's say, Councilman Warren, your dog nips someone, and it's just a little scratch with a tooth. But you don't have the financial means to pay for a 10-day quarantine at Memphis Animal Services, the impound fees, all of those fees required under ordinance. So what happens is the dog comes to us and you can't get your dog back because you can't afford it, and then your dog gets put to sleep. We want to stop that from happening and create better access to equal protection under the law by allowing you to keep your pet at home for a quarantine unless certain dangerous circumstances exist, which is, again, in alignment with state law. Dangerous dogs. We'd like to remove the term vicious, as it tends to be the most debated word in any court proceeding regarding dangerous dogs. My dog's not vicious. And so we think that calling it a dangerous dog law with clearer definitions and what the duties of that owner are is a better reflection of what the community considers an adequate enforcement level. Animal neglect. We want to add an animal neglect charge to provide, again, a distinction between the scope of authority for animal services versus the authority of Memphis Police in terms of enforcing state animal cruelty laws. Nursing mothers and puppies. We want to put some explicit protections for nursing mothers and puppies that do not currently exist in the ordinance, as they are our most at-risk population. The courts actually asked for this from us. They've asked that we allow an option for them to order participation in animal education classes as a penalty remedy, in addition to the other remedies that exist in terms of fines and things like that, not being able to own animals, that we want to do more to make sure that we're providing educational opportunities for people so that they can become successful pet owners in the future. And that's the conclusion for Section 8. If you'd like me to pause, Chairwoman, I can to take questions on that, or if you'd like me to go through with the horse carriage section and then I can take questions at the end, it's your preference, ma'am.
Okay. Chairman?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Presentation. Have a couple of quick questions. The first is looking at the slide that you just, previously, the animal neglect. Can you provide and this is the addition of an animal neglect charge to provide a distinction between the scope of authority for animal services versus authority of MPD to enforce state cruelty laws. Can you talk about, not familiar with what the state says, what our ordinance says, can you provide just some clarification on that as you did with?
Yes, sir, absolutely. So in the current iteration of ordinances, we have some terminology that basically mirrors the animal neglect concept, but it's confusing language again for our citizenry. It references general maintenance, it references adequate care and conditions, but we felt calling it animal neglect and defining clearly what that looks like is easier for citizens to understand. Additionally, by saying neglect versus cruelty, is those two concepts are really kind of known within the profession to be the dividing line. So you have neglect, which would be, I have a dog house, but it's not great. It needs some improvement. Or I gave it some food, but it keeps knocking over its water bowl, so it doesn't have access, or the chain's a little short, or, the dog, things that are minor that we would consider to be corrective points that we can address with the citizen at the ordinance level. Where we cross into that criminal territory where MPD gets involved is when the circumstance would reach the level, and this is all defined in the ordinance, of gross neglect, meaning that there was neglect, but it rose to such a level that it created an unsafe or inhumane condition for the animal, or when you get to cruelty, that's when an action occurred. So neglect is really your absence of action, your absence to provide adequate care for the animal. Cruelty would be an action that you took. So that could be, harming the animal, beating the animal, committing some sort of active action, or a neglectful act that is so severe that it caused severe injury or death to the animal. An example of that would be someone who placed a collar on an animal and then they failed to adjust it as the animal grew in size and it became embedded, causing, a laceration to the animal. Or let's say we have severe weather conditions and you left a dog out in a wire crate in the direct sun with no water and the animal passed. That would cross from a simple neglect ordinance level charge into a criminal charge. And we've done everything we can in this document to make sure that those parameters are defined so no citizen has any question about what the expectations of responsibility are for them. Did that answer that for you, sir?
Partly, but I'm still looking at the authority that Memphis Animal Services has versus MPD. I don't know what the distinction is between the two.
Oh, certainly, sir. So state law actually has a specified provision that prohibits municipal animal control agencies from issuing criminal charges.
Okay.
So in order for anything to come as a criminal charge, we must partner with the police department to have that charge issued. Our enforcement capability ends at the issuance of a summons, which we take to Division 14 Environmental Court. So what will happen in many cases is that we'll be the first on scene. In fact, in most cases, we're on scene. Our officers are trained animal cruelty investigators through the University of Missouri Law Enforcement Training Institute. They identify something that rises to the level of a criminal offense. They're going to issue any applicable summons charges through ordinance level and then call police in to issue those companion criminal level charges if warranted.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Just had a question about dogs running at large. I want to make sure that if there are dogs running around at large and you all, under this new proposed language, you all will pick them up. if they're running around at large?
So
and it's reported.
Yes, ma'am. So there is absolutely no change in what our response would be about this. This simply allows us the opportunity that if we have information about who that pet belongs to, that we can take that pet back to its home without being mandated to bring it to the shelter first, which could obviously create some barriers to reclaim for many of our citizens. I think about it often with our location. There's no public transportation that goes to Appling City Cove, and if there was, you can't take your dog on it. So let's say you're a citizen in Whitehaven. Do you have a car? Are you going to drive 1 hour in City of Memphis traffic to get to Appling Road to reclaim your animal? Do you have the means to do that? So it's really an access issue that we want to make sure that is clearly stated in ordinance level, that if an officer has known owner information, that they have the legal authority to get that pet back to its owner without having to bring it to the shelter and have that citizen have to go through that process.
So if the dogs get out again, if it's an owner issue,
yes, ma'am,
that's causing the dogs to be out, and you're taking it back and they're still getting out, how is that going to be resolved?
Well, first of all, that's a great question, because one of the things that didn't work about the old system was the dog would never tell us where it lived. We asked and asked and asked, and it just wouldn't tell us where its home was. But if we're able to make that, and I kid, but I don't, because if we go back to that owner and make contact, now we have a human being that we can work with to resolve the issue. Otherwise, the likelihood is that owner will just obtain another dog through some means and then commit the same infractions that they committed before, allowing their dog to run at large. By us focusing on reunification in the community, now we're going home, we're talking to that person. Why is your pet getting out? Is there a hole in the fence? We'll help you fix that through our Pet Resource Center. Is the pet not spayed or neutered, so it has this hormonal drive to get out? Let's help you with that. So it enables us to solve the problem. The problem is the human and the behavior that the human is committing, not the animal itself. Right. Now, should this person fail to comply with those support offers or those directives, now we're issuing summonses for running at large. We're going into the court system and we're addressing it that way. But our goal is always, can we solve this problem without court intervention? Can we work together with this pet owner to get this problem solved at that neighborhood point of contact level?
What is included in the new language that will address that, I guess, is a more specific question. Like how many times do you allow the owner to allow the dogs to keep getting out while you're working with them? Because sometimes I've seen that there are dangerous dogs that are running around, and you can get them back, and then they get out. They're one time of them mauling someone would be a problem. So I guess I want to know specifically regarding that. Is there language that is included that we don't see that talks about or discusses how you handle that, or is there is that just based on your discretion or what?
Yeah, I would say that so much of it comes down to officer discretion, because really the dividing factor for our team is usually will versus skill. Was it a matter that you just didn't have the ability to contain your pet and you needed assistance, or are you willfully ignoring the law? And where does that person land? And I'll tell you, our officers have these conversations every day, all day, and they say that they can tell pretty quickly if someone has a desire to be compliant with the law, or if they've just said, forget it, I don't care what your law is. And that's where we really have to go to a higher level of intervention. And then to your specific point about a dangerous animal, our discretion is also going to come into play when it comes to the safety of that animal running loose. If that animal commits an aggressive action, we're not taking that animal back home. That animal's coming to the shelter and is going to go through the dangerous dog process. There's going to be a more formal process to that if the call for the animal that came in was because of aggressive behavior.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
What is going to be the cost of the free chipping? How does that work?
So we currently partner with an organization called Found Microchips. cost to us is $4 per chip. We currently offer them for $5 for anyone who walks in our door. It's not a profitable solution for us. And then they're free for any animal that comes through our facility. We don't anticipate that we would not be able to cover the additional expenditure of getting people microchipped. We think we can cover that through our donation and grant funds that we currently use for our Pet Resource Center. So it shouldn't have any taxpayer impact is I think probably the basic question you were asking.
Yes, thank you.
Too about the microchipping, so anybody can come.
Currently, any of you, if your pet is not microchipped, you walk into our facility 7 days a week between 12 and 4 with your animal, you pay $5, and we chip your pet and we register it for you. Yes, ma'am. No appointment necessary. Because again, that data that we know that having a community where microchip saturation is high, we see a significant reduction in shelter intake because we have a far greater chance of pet reunification because the microchip talks to us when the dogs don't. So we can find the owners. Microchip reunification is far more successful.
Okay. Please continue with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. So the next section is section 6 of the ordinances that actually the entirety of this section falls under the jurisdiction of the police department. But in conversations with police, they felt that the section specifically about the care of the horses felt more appropriate to fall under our purview versus police. So I'd like to say first off that all of the registration, the enforcement about the actual physical carriages, all of those things will remain in police purview. We would only be taking over the section that is specifically about the animals themselves and the care that those animals receive. So, as I stated, reassignment of enforcement authority to us from the police department. Shift length. This was probably the biggest, and I started with it because this was the biggest conversation we had with the carriage operators. Downtown Memphis Commission scheduled a meeting for us. We met with all of them to discuss the proposed changes. And this was probably the biggest, not fight, but negotiation point that we had to have. I had proposed 8 hours on duty. They currently have 12 hours. So currently, a horse carriage can be out for 12 straight hours on duty. The compromise that we came to is that they can be out in service 10 hours, but with a limit of 8 hours physically pulling a fare. And that can be tracked through their daily record keeping and documents. And they seem to be okay with that compromise as a solution. Noise levels. This was when the Downtown Memphis Commission actually specifically asked me to include that wasn't there, is it regulates the allowed noise levels on carriages. Right now, people will be bumping down the street with a speaker on the back of a carriage at very loud levels. I think some with stripper poles. You can have a lot of fun on a carriage, apparently. But so I can't make this stuff up. Wow. But the Downtown Memphis Commission had asked that we put some provisions limiting the noise on a horse carriage, both for the quiet enjoyment of the citizenry, but also to the benefit of the horses. Horses have more sensitive hearing than we do as humans, so it benefits the horses as well. I know. I love the looks when I said that. Temperatures for operation. This was really probably the point that got me involved in this conversation. When we had those frigid temperatures, I think it was, it seems every year now, but 2-ish years ago, it was Valentine's Day. And we had horse carriages out, and the temperature was like 1 degree out, 2 degrees out. That was before wind chill, and we had carriages out operating. And the 545 cops was getting blown up with people complaining about it. I was on with Deputy Director Ryle at the time saying, what can we do here? And it turns out that when the law was written, I think someone inaccurately referenced Celsius versus Fahrenheit. And so it said 0 degrees Fahrenheit instead of 0 degrees Celsius. So we are proposing a more accurate reflection of what the temperature should be when these horses should be running carriage rides, both on the lower end threshold and the upper end threshold. And this has come based on recommendations from equine veterinarians that we consulted for these proposed changes. Whips prohibited except in an emergency affecting human or animal safety. The operators told us they don't use them unless there's an emergency. You know, a car is about to come out and the horse is going to get hit or a person's going to get hit. So we don't want those in use unless there's an immediate emergency to correct the pathway of the horse. We've expanded requirements for veterinary care, increasing the frequency due to the number of hours these horses are working. We want biannual veterinary visits instead of once a year. And there's just some additional requirements, again, that equine veterinarians recommended as national best practices when it comes to the types of shoes that these horses wear and things like that. But I won't go through the details because I don't even understand them fully myself. That's why I called a veterinarian. And lastly, for both sections, anticipated support and opposition, local animal welfare community. I had a meeting with them in November to go through these changes, and they expressed interest, those in attendance at that meeting, in supporting most of these revisions. I do expect there will be some opposition possible to the change to the impoundment of dog language that I mentioned. There are a few vocal advocates who believe this is our attempt to change the law so we can continue, quote, not picking up strays, which is false. I can assure you, if you walk through our facility today and see how full we are, you would know we are picking up stray animals regularly, all day, every day. This change is simply to better reflect best practices of returning pets to their owners in the field and allowing for that community-based reunification as we discussed. And then lastly, we have support for our revisions to the horse carriage laws from the Downtown Memphis Commission, and we presented the proposed revisions to the carriage operators, and they agreed after some negotiation to the changes as I presented them here today. And that is the conclusion of my presentation with a very cute dog to walk us out.
Thank you, Ms. Pugh, for the presentation. Colleagues, are there any questions? Okay.
The carriage owners are acceptable with these changes and they're happy with them? They're okay?
Yes, sir. So we sat with them and went through every change of substance. There were a couple that, felt that maybe the temperature restrictions were a little too much, but overall as a group, they said they could abide by this and they could agree to it. The one change after that meeting that they did not want to see was that 8-hour shift length from the 12 hours. And so we went back to them with that proposed revision where they could be on for 10, but only pulling fares for 8. And they were acceptable, or they were amenable to that change. So as I have heard no additional feedback or objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Chairman Jones?
One quick question. You talked about the temperature change on the low end. Do we have one on the high end?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's that?
You're going to make me look it up. I believe it's 95, but I need to double check. Yes, sir. The range is 32 degrees Fahrenheit to 95 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay, is that temperature or heat index?
That is temperature, not heat index. Okay. And I got those ranges from San Antonio that recently did a horse carriage ordinance revision, and they went back and forth on this, and they decided to stick with the actual temperature absent of the heat index.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? All right. Seeing no more questions, we will conclude this presentation. Thank you, Ms. Pugh. If there's no further business to come before this committee, we are adjourned.
Morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Economic Development, Tourism, and Technology Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilman Jones? Yes. Councilwoman Logan? Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson? Councilman Warren? Present. Chairman Ford?
Present. We have two items. The first item is the joint resolution of the Memphis City Council and Board of Shelby County Commissioners authorizing the City of Memphis and Shelby County Community Redevelopment Agency to incur indebtedness and issue obligations in connection with the implementation of the Community Redevelopment Plan for the Uptown area, amended, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Council members Easter Thomas and Johnson. Who do we have here representing that? Okay, y'all can come right forward. Councilwoman, okay, you move it? Second. Okay, with the same night minutes, everyone. I'm going to turn it over. Which one of y'all want to go first? Councilwoman Thomas, Easter Thomas, or Ms. Johnson, either one.
Okay, I think that this will be somewhat self-explanatory once Mr. Andrews begins to speak. But these are projects that have been ongoing, and we were anticipating the funding to support the project to come from CRA. But I think they came up with some kind of financial setting that would require them to go a different way in order to actually get the funding. So allow him to speak and we can go from there. Thank you.
Okay, go right ahead.
All right, well, good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year.
Say your name. Address.
Andrew Murray, President of the Community Redevelopment Agency, and I have our CFO.
LaBelia Cole-Smith, CFO, Community Redevelopment Agency.
Yes, and I can give you just a quick overview of this. So we, as y'all know, we have the Uptown TIF, which has been in existence for 21 years. We have a steady stream of income that comes from the increment off of Harbortown and Mud Island. That funding is directed, it's a community-based TIF, so the projects and programs are directed by the community. We have an Uptown community plan that directs those, and as staff of the CRA, we implement those plans on behalf of the community for the advisory committee that helps make sure that we're following that plan. We have our board, well, first I'll just say we have an affordable housing crisis in Memphis. And we see this every day in North Memphis, but also across the city. And our board has been very aggressive, and my predecessor were very aggressive in lining up projects that were critical to addressing affordable housing crisis, but trying to do it in a way that moved our folks towards building generational wealth. And so, you know, the descriptions that we provided as part of this item, it says addressing homelessness to home ownership and building generational wealth. And I think that's a good summation of what we're trying to do here. And so what I'll do is I'll just talk briefly, if you don't mind, Chairman, about the four projects. And then we have representatives in support of those projects here if you all have any questions for them. And I'll just mention, so we've got folks from the College Chapel Connectional Hospital and Room in the Inn. They're here. We've got, for Edgeview at Legends, we have CEO Dexter Washington, and his staff is here to represent that project. And then our staff are here. We have Lisa Ivy, our director of single-family rehab program. Vivian, who is our, if y'all could just raise your hand, Vivian, who's director of planning and development, and Kamani Shotwell, who is our director of engagement and programming. So they're here as well. So I'll just talk about the four questions or the four projects that we have. The first is the College Chapel Connectional Hospital. The city and the county gave funds to make sure that this project would get off the ground. Room in the Inn is doing an excellent job meeting the needs of a lot of our medically fragile and our families who are experiencing various, housing insecurity issues, homelessness, whatever may be. We have committed $2.1 million to this project, and we want to try and get started on it. And like I said, these projects, we have the ability to do these projects, but the funding comes in annually. What we want to do is be able to leverage that funding from the future years, so we can get these projects done in the timeline that each of these want to have it done. And so we are, just to clarify, we're not asking for any funding from the city and the county, but our state statute requires that anytime we enter into any indebtedness, that we check in with both the county and the city. And last night we got county approval, and we're looking for approval from y'all. The second project is Edgeview at Legends. That's 99 unit project for our seniors. This project is on the final, the backside of Legends. This is for, it's targeted extremely affordable for our very low income seniors. The third is our home repair program for our legacy homeowners. This is by far the most popular program in the Uptown TIF. We did 40 homes, I believe, before my predecessor and I started at the agency. We've done 75 homes since then. We're on track to do 50 homes every year, and we want to make sure that we continue to do that. Plus, we believe we're getting some ARPA funding through HCD to do some emergency cases. We have a lot of folks that are without heat, plumbing, leaking gas lines, wheelchair ramps, whatever that might be, but roofs, immediate issues that need to be solved for them. And we're planning on spending $3 million of our $8.5 million that we get each year on this program. And that's because our goal is to create generational wealth. And then the last program I'll mention is our partnership with Habitat and some of the other CDCs and hopefully some other home builders. Although we don't have a line of home builders, but we're hoping to create that line. Is $3 million so far to that program, and then ongoing, we'd like to see 40 houses on the vacant lots that we have in the district that we've acquired mostly through complaints, where residents are complaining about the grass being tall, the taxes not being paid, the nuisances, the abandoned structures that are about ready to fall in. We've been purchasing those or going after those through tax sale or whatnot and getting those cleaned up. So those are our 4 projects. I'm happy to take any questions on those, or if you have questions for any of the folks that are actually managing those projects, I'm happy to.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Murray. Colleagues and folks of the city watching. When CRA briefed on this approach, I thought it made plenty of sense to go ahead and be able to use their leverage that they have to take out the money now, to go ahead and fix folks' stuff. What I did discuss with Mr. Murray that I want to make transparent for everyone, which is why I'm also co-sponsoring this with Councilwoman Johnson. I didn't want this to be a preface for any other TIFs to be able to do the same thing. And so they went back and altered the language so that this isn't a blanket ability for any other TIF to be able to start using leverage to take out debt. And everybody, we approved recent TIFs recently, Soulsville, Klondike. We just wanted it. I asked them, I wanted this to be for this specific reason in order to get these things done. And so it doesn't set a precedent for any other TIF coming in the future. And I'm in support of this because the language reflects that. So Mr. Murray talked about individuals in the Uptown TIF area, which also includes Smoky City, who are needing desperate repairs. I've talked to him about 2 of them recently over the Christmas holidays. One of them, their ramp snapped after the snow. And so this would help her hurry up and get their ramp fixed. And another one is having plumbing issues where the feces is coming out of the tub. So when we think about repairs such as that, not just new homes and new construction and renovations, but we're talking about actual citizens, day-to-day people who are needing things fixed that we can be able to do so really quickly if we give them disability. So I'm happy to go ahead and support this so that stuff can hurry up and get done so we can, when people call, we can be able to answer their questions truthfully. And thank y'all for thinking of this idea and also making sure it's not a blanket for any other TIF that we have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, so much. I, too, would like to just echo many of the comments that Chairwoman Easter Thomas made. But at the same time, the fact that your CRA, your TIF program has been around for some time. It has proven to be effective. It's in an ideal location in the city, so the funding definitely should be able to come about and able to support the project. I also need to say thank you so much for all the help that you're going to be giving Collins Chapel, which is one of my pet babies that I try to keep up with. And that is a group that truly, truly needs the assistance. And I think they're moving forward with an activity center will be the next best thing for that site. And I'm hoping that this becomes a model for many more organizations to follow, and we can keep going on with the concept. And thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning. I see that the language in here specifies that the aggregate may not exceed $12 million. But the question that I have, will the indebtedness exceed the life of the TIF?
No, sir. We're not allowed to go beyond the 8 years. So we've got another 8 years essentially left. We're in year 22, and then we've got 8 years after that. After that point, this TIF goes away by state statute, and we're not allowed to have indebtedness or have any funds in the trust fund. So if there's any funds that are in that remaining, they have to go back to the city and the county, which our pledge to the community has been we will make sure we spend those funds implementing their plan up to that day. And so hopefully part of what this may do, and our CFO can, Labila can maybe speak to this a little bit, but we're trying to bring this TIF in for a landing in a way that we maximize that 8 years and that we're able to get these projects done, but also get the timing right from a construction standpoint. And part of the urgency, I didn't mention this, but part of the urgency for this and why we were requesting same 9 minutes is because interest rates are going up. And so if we borrow a significant amount of money, and we're hoping to borrow as little as possible, we want to make sure that we're borrowing that at the lowest rate possible.
Okay, and so if we look at that 12 million, and you're projecting another 36 million over that period of time?
Yes, sir. Another 36 million that could go towards housing.
Okay.
68 million total that we believe that because we have about if my math is right, we have about 8.5 million once accounting for folks not paying their taxes and that kind of thing, about 8.5 million annually to implement the projects in the community plan.
So, am I clear to essentially say that we have needs of that 60 some odd million? So 8 times 8 years, 64, plus an additional 12 that we're talking about. We have needs of about 80. Am I comparing things?
The
here?
12 million just allows us to front load some of those projects. So we're not increasing the total amount.
Gotcha.
It would still be whatever we in the past we had a backlog of funding, but we were directed by both the city and the county to make sure we spent that money, and so we've spent it essentially.
Okay.
We don't have a backlog of funds, so now we're living paycheck to paycheck, so to speak. But there's some larger projects that we've committed to that we want to make sure that we can get them done, but I don't want to have to tell anybody we have to wait a couple of years till the funding comes in, where we know the projects are shovel ready and we could essentially borrow some funds, front load, get the projects done. The other advantage to that is a lot of these projects are tax paying projects. So once they come on the tax rolls, that'll benefit the city and the county, but also the TIF, because a portion of it will go to the TIF. So over the life of the TIF, we'll have more. Every habitat owner pays taxes, for example. So the more habitat homes and home ownership we get, the more taxes that we get, which more goes to city, county, and the CRA.
Okay. So my next question is, though, if we see that this is a beneficial thing for this TIF, why would we essentially say that this is the only one that we are going to provide that leverage to do so? Yes.
Chair, can I respond why I asked them to do that? Chair Jones, I asked that because this is an emergency situation. So not to speak in a negative way, but things were promised sooner than the money came in. And so hopefully that the TIFs that have just been approved and that are starting after Uptown, can plan in a more efficient way, timeline where they'll be able to actually spend the money when they can and not use this as a way to get more things up front.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other council member? Okay. Everybody in favor with same night minutes, say aye. Aye. Okay. Ayes have it. Thank you very much. We'll see you on downstairs this evening. Second, be an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of the City of Memphis, Chapter 2-16, City Real Property Management, to require any contracts for the modification of the city-owned property leased to any nonprofit unaffiliated with the City of Memphis, with the costs in excess of $1 million be presented to the Memphis City Council for review and approval. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Jones. This was held from 11/1 and 12/6/2002. Do we have anyone here? Then I'm going to turn it over to you, Councilman. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is currently, colleagues, I have 24 more meetings before I'm no longer on the city council. Right now, we don't have anything on the books to essentially, when we talk about modifications of public property, there's nothing on the books right now that says that things have to come back before this body when we're talking about public properties and any type of improvements on there. So what this is designed to do is at least put something on the books. It can be modified. I'm not married to $1 million. We can raise that threshold. Just something on the books that gives back some control to this council about what takes place on land that is owned by the citizens of Memphis, but may be managed by nonprofit organizations here. I think that to me, there was not a more thorough discussion of what was taking place at Tom Lee Park that's going to affect the largest generator of money of an event for Memphis and May and the negative impact that it's going to have on there. This provides some mechanism for the council to have some say-so of how these things are going to be operated going forward. This is not talking about private land or something that somebody else owns. And I don't want perfection, that's saying that we don't want perfect to get in the way of good, but we want to have something on the books that still can be modified as things change, that give councils, when we're talking another, well, for some of you all have another 4 years, but we're talking in 6 years, we're going to have brand new people on this council. We just want to have something in place that things don't slip through the crack like this. That's what this is designed to do. And I move it.
Everybody got a second? Okay. Councilwoman Johnson, she was first. Okay. Councilman Warren and Johnson.
I just want people to be aware, this does not currently affect anything that's going on at Tom Lee Park, because that's a done deal.
It's a done deal, right.
Okay, but what this does do is it brings the council back into discussions and allows us to be a voice for the citizens as we're moving forward with city property. I think this is a good start, and I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm too going to support this, because once you get involved with different activities and projects and you realize what all the city actually does own, and it just amazes you when you find out things happen and nobody actually knew anything about it. And I think just because we extend a management arrangement does not mean that we tell somebody to go and do whatever you want to do to my property. If I rent out a house, I'm going to rent the house to you. Now, if you want to make some renovations to it, you need to contact me and we'll talk about it to make sure it's in the best interest of myself for the future. So I think this is a real good resolution. May I join you on it, co-sponsor it?
Please
I
do.
sure appreciate that.
Yeah, please do.
And
Any council member wants to go down, want to be part of it, I want to be one also. You can always put the names on there. Okay.
Thank you. But I do think it's needed. It just keeps us constantly aware of what's taking place with all city properties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, there's no other council member. Everybody in favor, say aye.
Well,
Okay.
did we get a second?
Yeah, we got a second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Councilman Warren. Yeah, okay. Ayes have it. All right. Thank you. And if there's no further business, this committee is adjourned.
Back on schedule.
Back on track.
MLGW committee to order. Today is Tuesday, January 10th, 2023. Are you ready for roll call? Thank you, Meredith.
Councilman Jones?
Here.
Councilman Ford? Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson? Councilman Warren?
Present.
Councilwoman Logan? And Chair Robinson.
Present. Thank you. We have one item on our agenda today. We had over the holidays some really horrific weather, and I thought it would be appropriate today that we get an update on that event and their lessons learned. I appreciate you being here, Doug, and you have the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you all for having me today I'd like to cover just a couple of things. First, I'll talk about the circumstances that surrounded the weather event. I'll talk about how those things unfolded. I will talk about some of the initial lessons, and then I'm sure you'll have some questions for me. So I'm going to first start with the electrical load curtailment event. I'll talk about the effects on our electrical system. So as you're aware, on the 23rd of December, that the TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority, ordered all of the local power companies in its 7-state service area to reduce our electrical demand by 5% on Friday, and then they increased that to 10% on Saturday, the December 24th. That directive was the result of insufficient electrical generation to meet what would be the record peak demand for electrical use by people all across those 7 states. They had to issue that emergency order after they had several generation, in other words, the things that generate electrical power, failed early Friday morning. They lost thousands of megawatts of power that morning at the same time as the demand was reaching a record peak, something that they did not forecast. That included both natural gas and gas plants that were affected by the freezing cold temperatures. Some of the valves froze, some of the sensors froze, bringing those units offline. They also encountered complications. As you know, they have contracts to import power inside the TVA footprint. And they were not able to execute those contracts because people outside the TVA footprint could not have any power to share. So this was something that affected the South very deeply and very broadly. That's what resulted in the reduction mandates. Not enough electricity to meet the demand, and we couldn't bring generation on, and we couldn't import any power. It's that simple. The contract that we have with TVA and every local power company that has a contract with TVA, no matter how long the contract, requires that you comply with what they call an emergency load curtailment plan. That's part of your contract. That ensures grid stability across the entire bulk electrical system. That's the nation's power grid. And I want to talk about, you remember back a few years ago what happened in Texas when their entire grid essentially collapsed and they were out of power. That's what this emergency load curtailment plan is intended to avoid. It's a short-term interruption to avoid potentially much larger, much deeper electrical outages. And we are required to adhere to the directives that TVA gives us as our power supplier. And those directives have to be executed quickly, because if you don't execute it quickly and the demand spikes and your generation drops off, that's when the grid starts to fail more broadly. So you don't have any time. You have to do it immediately. I want to talk a little bit about the timeline. Some folks talked about preparedness. We had a meeting before I even arrived at MLGW, met with the team about emergency preparedness. That was in November. When I arrived in December, we talked about preparedness. And in the days leading up to the deep freeze, we prepared in the things that we thought we were going to do. We had crews on standby. We had talked about our process and procedures. And then on Thursday, December 22nd, as the temperatures began to dip, we actually activated our electrical emergency team, electric crisis action team, and the winds became gusty because, as we know, in some areas of town, when the wind blows, the electrical power starts to go out. On Friday, December 23rd, overnight, we had some customers experience some outages, and they were small outages around the area, but nothing that was too severe. It was a couple thousand customers. 9 o'clock in the morning, we have a meeting at 9 and a meeting at 5. 9 o'clock in the morning, we were I'm sorry, if you're looking, I'm not following a brief, I'm just going to present here. That's information about communication. But 9 o'clock in the morning, we were having our normal crisis meeting, saying, okay, what circuits are out? How are we going to repair? What kind of resources do we need? At about that time, our operations center said, well, TVA has just moved from step 10 to step 20, which means voluntary curtailment of power. And we said, well, gee, we need to get the word out to people about voluntary curtailment of power. And then they said we just went to step 40, which is contractual curtailment of power. This is while we were on the call at 9 o'clock. And then at 9:31, they said they just went to step 50. Our operators reported to me, this has never happened in our history. So that's how fast it happened for us, and that's the kind of notice that we got. So we didn't even get a chance to tell people to voluntarily begin conserving power before we had to begin shutting off circuits. That was a 5% reduction. Now, I'm going to talk about the rolling blackout process, but we had to do that all the way through 11:43 that morning until we got past the morning peak. And I'll describe now what they're trying to do is essentially shave off the peak of that demand so that it never goes above their ability to generate power. Later that day, we learned that they may in fact have to do this for the morning peak on December 24th, and that's in fact what happened. We were told that we would have to do about another 5% load reduction. But at 4:51 a.m. on December 24th, TVA issued a step 50 for 5%. And then 20 minutes later, they said, no, it has to be 10%. And so we started with the 5% plan, and we moved immediately to the 10% plan. The quickly changing orders from 5% to 10%, and that's an aggressive power interruption, and that changes the way in which we execute our load curtailment plan. That meant that we impacted a lot more customers, and in fact meant we impacted customers sometimes multiple times because one plan kind of overlaps with the other. That order stayed in effect till 11:30 in the morning, and then we were out of the load curtailment. So here's how we do load curtailment. When we're ordered to do a rolling blackout, we are required to intermittently interrupt power by implementing rolling blackouts according to the percent reduction that we see. So we have a plan for 2.5%, 5%, 10%, all the way up to 50%. That plan is updated annually, and it is submitted to and approved by the electrical regulators, and that's the plan that we have to execute. So this is not we just choose which circuits. We have hundreds and hundreds of circuits around the city. We have to submit the plan for how we'll do those circuits. Now, when we immediately respond, we begin with the very first group of circuits so that we can avoid those long-term interruptions. We remotely, how we do this is remotely. Our system operators have a preset number of circuits. Essentially, they push a button and say, Group A circuits, turn off. As you know, we have dozens and dozens of substations, and at those substations, there are circuit breakers. And when they hit the order to command it, it opens the circuit breakers, and then the power is killed to those circuits. And each circuit serves 1,000 customers or so. So that's how we do it. We also try to avoid critical infrastructure like hospitals, the 911 center, and wastewater treatment plants because you don't want to cause another problem downrange. So there are some circuits that don't get interrupted because they serve critical medical institutions or wastewater treatment plants, that kind of thing. We schedule these for 30 minutes, but as you saw, many of our constituents saw an average of about 1 hour of time outage. And I want to talk a little bit about that. It was two things. First, when we changed from 5% to 10%, we had to flip the script on how we were executing the rolling blackout. So we shifted from one plant to the other. That takes a little bit of time. Second, you'll recall that I said we remotely interrupt those circuit breakers. Well, it worked 100% of the time when we said open the circuit. About 70% of the time, they reclosed automatically. I'll take just a minute and get technical for you. Those are mechanical circuit breakers that are electrically actuated but pneumatically driven. That means air drives them. And you'll recall we had a lot of water, we had freezing temperatures, and now you have an air-driven thing that can't really push itself back when it's frozen up with ice. So that meant that when those didn't reclose, we had to send people out to the appropriate substation to manually reclose those circuit breakers and restore power. So naturally, if you're on a circuit that was remotely interrupted and then it did not automatically flip back because of the freezing temperatures, you had to be out for a while we sent folks out to pull that back. Now, we could not wait for them to be pulled back before we went to the next group. That's why you saw sometimes we had more than the 10% offline, because we were trying to manage the 10% program and also catch up and putting people back on power. So that's something that we're going to look at. And certainly this rolling blackout would have been hard to do under the best of circumstances, but we did not have ideal conditions, as you know. This is the first time in the 89 or 90 year history that we've ever had to do this. There was no warning that we were going to have to do this, and you've heard TVA talk about this. They just did not forecast that this eventuality was ever going to happen. Because of the Arctic bomb cyclone, as I said, we were already responding to customers who were out of power, and we had people in the field responding to that. The weather was an issue. It was single-digit temperatures with sub-zero freezing wind chill, and our crews were out there working very hard to restore power for everybody, and that just made it even more challenging. And then, obviously, timing is everything. This happened on a scheduled holiday, and that meant that we had crews on standby, but we didn't have a full complement of people at work that day, and so it just made it a little more complex. And you'll hear about the holiday, too, when we get to the water. That made that even more challenging because there's not a lot of people around to tell us when things are going on. So I know these caused a lot of frustration for our customers and our constituents. From the start of the event on the 23rd, and because of the storm and the rolling blackouts, about 260,000 people had their power off for some period of time, be it 30 minutes or several hours or a couple of days. This was because we had damaged lines, damaged circuit breakers, and damaged transformers, the things that typically happen, in addition to the rolling blackouts. I am pleased to report, though, it's never comfortable for anybody to have their power out, but by midnight on December 24th, Christmas Eve, we had everybody restored, except there were 30 customers who were out. Those were individual outages at their home, which is a problem with their individual electrical service. This is something that not many folks talk about, but other cities in the South did not have that same success. There were thousands of customers in other large cities in the South that were still without power on Christmas morning. So though we get critiqued on anytime something like this happens, I just want to give some perspective that this had a very broad effect, and there were other cities that did not get as restored as quickly as the city of Memphis did in our communities in Shelby County. One of the most frustrating parts of this is communication, and I understand that. I've heard that from many of you, and I know that we can do better, especially with more notice, and that's something we've talked to TVA about. How do we get better prepared to do that? We did use every available outlet to report, and we had a lot of conversations about that. Our website, text alerts, local radio, media partners. I try to appear every day, at least twice a day on the news to get the word out to people. And then one thing we did in the middle of the rolling blackout, after we had to do it the first morning, we tried to publish the rolling blackout plan to say, here's what you should expect tomorrow. Well, what we published was the 5% plan because that's what we were told. And then the next morning, as you know, we went from 5% to 10%. I had published the 5% plan. People were like, well, wait a minute, my neighborhood wasn't even on the plan, and now I'm out. Well, that's because I'm in the 10% plan now. So we tried our best to get the word out about how these work on the fly, and there's some things that we can learn from that. In the days since then, you can bet that we've been talking internally. We've also been talking to TVA multiple times. The elected officials have been talking with TVA. They have asked all the local power companies to get together. I have asked them to go faster and to have it in person. And so far we've been on Zoom, but I think they're going to convene us all because there is no corner on the market of good ideas about how to do this. And I think the local power companies have something to say if we all rise and fall together. And they're entertaining that, so hopefully we'll be together with them very soon. We'll also look internally at the way forward plan that we have to see if there's any gaps. As you know, I mentioned the one thing that we identified were those circuit breakers. That interruption, we typically plan for the summertime when energy use is very high because of air conditioners. We hadn't really planned to ever shed load in the wintertime, and so those interrupters that we have automatically were planned to be operational in the heat of the summer, so the freezing wasn't something we anticipated. So we'll take a look at that and see if there's something we can do. I mentioned before, this is not just limited to MLGW and TVA, but this is something that affected everybody. Duke Energy and PJM, for instance. PJM is the largest provider of power, 13 states in the District of Columbia, and they all had to undergo the same exact thing that we did to prevent a potentially much larger crisis for our nation, not just for our local area. So they also suffered from lack of generation, lack of ability to import power. So this was a systemic-wide issue with the weather that caused us to have some very localized impacts. So with that, I'll stop and I can move on to the water, and then we can have questions, or how would you like to do it, Madam Chairwoman? I can run through the water. Okay, I'll run through the water. So as you know, on December 22nd, the Arctic bomb cyclone came through and dropped the temperatures into the single digits. It dropped almost 50 degrees in less than 12 hours. A pretty precipitous drop, got down to single digits, about 0 in some places, and it stayed below freezing for 3 days until Monday the 26th, and then by the middle of the week, it actually got up into the mid-50s, and that's pertinent and germane to what happened to our water system. The rapid drop in temperatures combined with the wind chills had significant impact on water systems in general, those that were run by MLGW, but also those on private property and commercial property. They had freezing water pipes causing ruptures, which caused leaks, which dropped our pressure. That's how the crisis happened. For our part, we identified 52 water main breaks during that December 23rd to December 29th period. They didn't all happen at once. When you get to a very deep freeze, sometimes you'll have a few, but as things warm up and thaw out, that's when the water in the earth shrinks back, because water expands when it freezes. That's why your pipes break, if you didn't know. Water in the ground affects our water mains by the water in the ground actually freezes and expands and breaks our water pipes. The water in our water mains is still running, but that's why you have a break. But as things thaw out, the ground recedes after cracking a pipe, the pressure comes out, and that's when you have a water main break. So over time, we had 52 water main breaks. During that period of time, we also responded to 3,200 customers who experienced some kind of a water break in their home, and we helped them secure their water. And I think Councilman Warren mentioned this. Those are the ones that we know about. There are lots of customers who went out and cut their own water off at the curb, had a plumber come and repair. So it was probably tens of thousands of customers that had some kind of water impact. We also responded to 54 commercial properties that had a fire protection system that burst. There was a lot of press about this. These are very large, by design, systems that carry a lot of water. As you know, we're a logistics-heavy community. We have very large warehouses. That means we have to have very large pipes to serve the fire sprinkler systems there. And complicating that, as I mentioned, the holidays, normally occupied buildings were not occupied. And there's a number of vacant buildings that still have fire protection system that have never been abandoned for a reason, because even though it's vacant, you don't want the building to burn down. So those ruptures cause significant drops in our pressure and downstream outages. Either your pressure was affected, or because there were leaks in the ground or leaks in fire protection or in homes, I couldn't get the water past the leaks to serve other customers. So, and I can't reroute it in real time. So by the evening of December 24th or 23rd, we had some areas that had low pressure, and I had to put a boil water alert out for the north part of Shelby County and the southeastern part of Shelby County. There was nothing wrong with the water. Just by statute, when I get to 20 PSI, I have to put a boil water advisory out, precautionary. There's a chance that you could get some infiltration into the water system when the pressures get that low, and that's why we do the precautionary advisory. We tested it, we didn't find anything. By December 24th, it was so low across the whole system that I had to do a system-wide boil water advisory. Again, we never detected anything. Only about 15% of our customers had either no or very low water pressure, but we had to do it for everybody by regulation. And so by December 29th, because we had repaired the water mains, we had cut off so many customers, we had found those fire protection systems. And I want to say, there is no, Chairman Robinson was asking me, how do we know when streetlights are out? Today, we don't until you report it. Very similar to water main breaks. I don't know where there is a break. All I know is I'll see the pressure dropping, and then I have to go find it. So I'll talk a little bit about that, but people have to report when there's water out because I don't have an automated system to do that. We've repaired so many breaks, we cut off so many by December 29th. that we were able to restore the system to normal pressure at that point all across. And as soon as we got to normal pressure, we began taking water samples as we were required to do, about 80 plus samples from the very end users. We bring those back to the laboratory. Our lab, we have scientists that do laboratory assessment. They have to incubate those samples for 18 hours. Dr. Warren will know why, so that we can determine if there's anything, any cultures growing in there. And as soon as we hit the 18-hour mark, we reported our findings to the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, and we were able to lift the boil water advisory because we found nothing in the water. So, two things I'd like to highlight. Number one, I'll compare this to the deep freeze of 2021. Temperatures were much colder for much longer, and we had a boil water advisory for 8 days. We also had 140 water main breaks during that period of time, so this was much less substantial from the number of breaks. Also, we had much more deeply affected customer base. Many more people were without water. Many more people had low pressure. The other thing I want to mention is that because we made investments in our water pumping stations in 2020 with the Way Forward plan, as you know, we have several $100 million we're putting into our water system. We've put $53 million into our pumping stations and wells. In 2021, we were not able to put more wells online, pump more water, push more pressure out into the system, which kept most of our customers with water. We could not do that in 21. Because we made those investments, we were able to do that in 2022. To give you a general idea, we put about 120 to 140 million gallons a day through the system. The rate we were pumping at the peak of this was almost 240 million gallons of water. So we were pushing 240 million, double the amount of water, just to try to keep the pressure up for as many constituents as we could. The second thing I want to talk about is the fire protection systems. I mentioned that. They had a significant impact on our ability to push water downstream. We haven't determined if it was buildings that were just vacant or buildings that were usually occupied but otherwise vacant, but suffice to say, 54 of these big systems that we know about, again, and we don't have the ability to remotely detect. These fire protection systems, the old legacy ones, don't have any meters because typically they don't use any water. So therefore, there's no ability to really tell if there's a break there. Now, folks are working on that. Is there a way that we can retrofit, do something that remotely tells us if there's water, or is there some kind of a process that we can use to make sure people check on these so they're not running full open? The new systems do have some kind of alert that can tell the owners if there is a break or if their system has gone off. We're going to be digging into this. We have a whole bunch of folks from the local area. They're going to be digging in. Nashville had some of the same issues, so it will be common for all of us. Just to give you a sense, when I say fire protection, some of these have an 8-inch pipe, 8-inch diameter pipe that comes into their building. If an 8-inch diameter pipe breaks, that can flow 2 million gallons of water a day. If a 10-inch pipe breaks, which we identified at least one 10-inch, that can flow 4 million gallons of water a day. And remember, we found 54 of these. So when you talk about, do the math, when I talked about, we usually pump 120 to 140, 54 of these very large pipes pumping millions of gallons of water a day, that can have a pretty significant impact. Those are as large as some of our water mains. So that's something that we're going to dig into. The last thing I'll say, I won't go too in detail, but our team did a really incredible job under some pretty arduous circumstances to get out there and correct this. There are very few things we can do in preparation for a storm immediately. I can't go out, when the storm's coming 5 days from now, really do anything except get my team ready. What we did here operationally, we made sure all the pumps and wells were up and operating. We had all that stuff ready to go. But there's nothing I can do short of infrastructure investment, and that's what the Way Forward plan does, is to make those investments. That's the long-term surety that we have for a system. But we did have personnel on standby. We had all hands on deck, and people responded ably. They worked in 16-hour shifts. Almost everybody worked on 16-hour shifts. Most of our folks, they won't complain, but none of them had a real holiday. They're all going to get them sometime in the coming months, but they worked 16 hours, slept, came back to work until everybody was restored. We rolled right into the water distribution recovery mode and had the very same kind of response. But it wasn't just the water team. We had the gas team and the safety team helping the water team turn things off. We had the electrical team helping the water team, keeping the pumping stations open. We had administration and logistics personnel who were turned into water main break scouts. that were out looking around the city for water mains and reporting them back to us. We had people step up and do water distribution. We gave out, 5,000 cases of water. City Council came on board. There were so many other partners that helped us distribute water for folks who had to boil water. Mayor Strickland and his team here provided some non-potable options for people who needed, for some flushing assistance, those kinds of things. So it was really a group effort. Our call center stayed overnight. They worked 24 hours. We conscripted everybody that we could get to answer phone calls. And so at the end of the day, I challenged them to say, what can you do to make it better for a customer or a colleague today? That was my direction. And they found those things and they did those things without any prompting. And that's the direction that we want to go, is how do we help a customer or colleagues today? There will be people we recognize formally in the coming weeks, certainly, and you'll hear some of the good stories there. But with that, I'll close and take questions that you might have of me.
Okay. Thank you, President McGowan. And I called you Doug at the beginning. Please forgive me.
That's fine. No, Doug's fine, man. You do that.
We had some council members to join us for Canale, Michael and Easter Thomas. Did anyone else come in that I missed? Okay, thank you. So we already had a lineup of people with questions. We appreciate your comments on today. And I know that you now know that it's a very complicated and regulated industry.
Sure.
Most regulated I've ever worked with. So our first questions come from Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank everybody in MLGW for an incredible job in a natural disaster. I think what we're seeing is the results of climate change, and I think it's very interesting that we had a lot of statements from TVA about how much better their system was compared to MISO. And I think MISO, during their last bomb that they had one outage for like 1 hour, as opposed to what we had to do. I think they had one rolling blackout in one area of their system. So as we're looking going forward to where we're going to get our power long term, I think the myth of TVA's invincibility has been shown here. And I think we need to remember that as we try to figure out where we're going to go as a system. That being said, we do need to continue to harden things. And I think it's great the way this worked out, the way we did not have our pumps go offline. That's what we did preferentially, and that's what the system did to harden those pumps after that last time we had it. I'd like to know, next time you give us a report, what you've learned from this and what we're going to do to harden whatever else we need to harden. I think you mentioned some of those things already, these large fire suppression systems that are out there. I just wonder how many of those would not have broken had we not had the rolling blackouts. That was my concern when that started and your temperatures are at 0 and you're doing everything you can to keep the interior temperature above 32. If you're out for 2 hours or an hour in a big warehouse, you've lost. So I guess what do we do in those areas that have that type of fire suppression? Do we need them to get generators that automatically cut on if for some reason the temperature in those buildings go below a certain area? I don't know if there's something we need to, as a council, sort of mandate for large buildings to consider putting in. Bring us ideas and let us know if there's something we can do to help. And thank you again for an incredible job.
Yes, sir. I will say on that, as I mentioned, we do have a team of people coming together from our construction code enforcement to some commercial property owners to try to find solutions there. Maybe it's a simple matter of having a watch when the temperature gets to a certain level, but putting a meter in is for those large pipes is a very expensive proposition, and they wouldn't be used very often. But there are some technologies coming along that we're looking at to say, is there a way to detect there's water flowing in those pipes that's a retrofit that's affordable? And so, yes, sir, we'll be bringing you, that group will be bringing us a number of options to consider.
Just one other question. Did MISO have rolling blackouts during this last bomb?
I do not recall. I don't recall. I think the effect of this was shifted a little further east than typically. This is a more southern focused. I
think I recall, and I think when this occurred last time, and TVA was saying how much better job they did. I just pointed out, well, we were 10 degrees warmer, 15 degrees warmer. This time we were 15 degrees colder, and we had a similar result, but we did not have as good a job as far as replacing our energy flow as MISO did. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you as well, President McGowan. I appreciate everyone who sacrificed, because it was a sacrifice through this storm, and we appreciate you all, the diligence that you have. I had a couple of questions regarding the emergency load curtailment and the communication from TVA. Moving forward, have you all spoken with them about how things will be different in terms of their communication, with you and the team, so that we can, have a little better insight as to what we need to do?
Sure.
That's the first question.
So absolutely we have. I don't want to give anybody the illusion that I'm overly optimistic that we're going to get much more heads up. Because this was unanticipated with respect to the impact of the cold, and they certainly did not forecast the load. Remember, they reached about 33 million megawatts of power, almost 35, and they had forecast 25. So that's a miss by about 50% of the demand. If they had the normal amount of demand with the generation they had on, they would have been fine, but they did not see this coming. Two things. It sounds like they're diametrically opposed, but they're not. Yes, I want as much heads up as I possibly can get strategically so that I could say, hey, it looks like something's coming. We should all be prepared in the event that we have to go to rolling blackouts. And if we never do, I think that's a good thing. B, in the moment, if they say we have to curtail, they will immediately order it, and we have to do it right then. So what I tried to do that morning, because I had the very same feeling you did, was say, okay, great, we'll start this in a few hours when I get a chance to tell people. And they're like, no, sir, you don't get to do that. We already have to start doing it now. So there is some immediacy, but I think there is a way that we can improve communications. And I can guarantee you the 6 large power companies that were with the president of TVA several times right after that, the number one thing they were talking about is, our constituents are asking us, why didn't you give us any heads up? So we're asking the same question, and we're coming together to work on how can we do better with telling people that this is a possibility. And then looking internally about how we let people know that's what's happening. Hey, this isn't a winter storm thing. This is a rolling blackout, and here's what you might expect.
Also, the zones or the groups of circuits, there was a list that was put out, and that kind of gave people an idea about the rolling blackouts. So is that, are those circuits, was the list based on how the circuits are grouped, and how does that work? And will it be the same grouping in the event we have this situation again?
So that's something we can talk about. Again, I have separate plan. We have a 2.5% load shed plan, a 5, a 10, all the way up to 50. If you get beyond 50, then they're going to start shutting off entire areas of the state. What you saw was the plan that we put out with the 9 groups. That's the 5% plan. When we went to the 10% group, that is a completely different set of circuits that encompasses the 5% and then some. And so I could put out a list of 15 different scenarios, and then we'd have to tell you which group we're in and which one to look at. That's something we're going to look at. How do we better communicate? Now, the way in which we select those is the only thing we take out are critical circuits that our hospitals are on, and then we spread it across the entire county. So when you see, if you looked at a group A, for instance, or a group 1 in the 10%, it's northwest, northeast, southeast, southwest, in the middle of Shelby County, because you don't want to cut off one entire area of the city. And so that is selected by circuit, where and when we can do that, and then is put into the plan and approved by the regulators for how we do it. So we're not picking on any one area. We had 260,000 customers affected, about 230 affected by the rolling blackouts, and we got about halfway through our rolling blackout plan. If we had continued, we would have been through 100% of our customers and right back to the beginning again.
But you're saying that the list will remain the same, or the groupings remain the same, because that's a protocol built in.
Well, we'll look at the plan. So just to give you a sense, like group one for our 10% are things like north of downtown, Central Gardens, South Millington, Raleigh, East Memphis, West Holmes Road, Arlington, North Germantown, Pigeon Industrial Park, and Lakeland. So you can see it's a pretty diverse set of areas that we're trying to impact and evenly spread around the community based on circuits. That's how we have done the plan. Now, certainly, we'll look into how we do that to make sure it's as effective as we want it to be, but with the exception of hospitals and critical circuits, everybody gets to share. It's one of our 430,000 customers. They all get to share in the load shed plan.
Okay, my final question, if I may, Councilman. The fire department, say if there's a building that's vacant and they have a fire protection system that bursts, the fire department comes out, the building's vacant for, they may be closed for the holidays or whatnot, and they locate, they determine that there's massive water coming out of the building. Do they alert MLGW, or is it up to the business owner to alert MLGW?
Well, I'll say it like this. It's anyone can let us know what's going on, but typically what happens is the MLGW crew they're out, those scouts are looking. Citizens call in the commercial appeal building, to give you a sense. The commercial appeal building on Union Avenue, that had a fire protection fail. It filled the entire basement, the entire first floor, and part of the second floor. We were alerted to that because somebody who was going by saw water coming out the doors. So we got the word, went over, cut the water off to the building because it was unoccupied at the time. There was no alert that was happening. And so those are obviously extreme conditions, but whoever sees, if you see water coming out of the ground, that's not a normal occurrence. If you see water coming out of a building, that's not a normal occurrence. So anyone can report it. And then our first reaction is to go to the meter and shut that flow of water off so that it prevents further damage.
Okay. I do understand that anyone can report it, but my question was specifically that if the fire department is dispatched because of water due to a fire protection system, is it a protocol for them to notify MLGW or not?
They can secure it, or we can secure it, or the building owner can secure it. So whoever knows where the meter is and can secure it immediately, they will do so. But certainly, anytime the fire department sees one, they'll let us know. Okay. And we were in constant communication with several of the building owners, several commercial building owners, where the fire marshal had said, they had experienced some kind of a break. Fire marshal said, let's see if we can restore the power because it needs to be sprinklered, or the water needs to be sprinklered. Turn the water back on, more leaks happening, turn the water off. So there's a constant dialogue there happening.
All right, thank you, Chair. Thank you for your answers.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. The next person that asked to speak is Councilman Ford Canale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President McGowan, I want to say a special thanks to you. You showed tremendous leadership in a very short amount of time at the helm, and we all appreciate that. And your updates to us so that we could move that message out to our constituents was very much appreciated as well. And to Ms. Gail Jones-Carson as well, we appreciate your team in helping us move that message. My question is about the article that I know that all of us have seen this morning. You spoke to President McGowan, is the money that the state spent on water infrastructure that MLGW declined.
Sure.
And I know this is before your time, so maybe Mr. Jeans or Mr. Weaver would be better to speak on that. But if you could just expound on that so that we as this body understands that more completely. And also, is this a decision that President Young made, or did the MLGW board make this? And if we could just be a little more enlightened on that decision, I think that would be very helpful. Thank you so much again.
I'll start, and I'll let the team fill in if they like, but I'll say this. The article described an opportunity that was passed for MLGW. There was $109 million of water money that was allocated in 2022 for that fiscal year across 30 projects. That would have been about $3.6 million per project. At that time, as you know, MLGW, based on the Way Forward plan, had just issued about $70+ million worth of water bonds. And so I think part of the decision there was the narrative is, do we have enough money? Well, we just issued a lot there. So is there any duplication? Did we have projects that were eligible for that money at the time, or do we need to create a new project, and could we expend it within the time that the grant was applicable? So it's a little deeper than that. But let me say this. We will seek every opportunity at MLGW to get additional funding for infrastructure. Today, our organization has $197 million worth of grant requests, including $37 million of grant requests to TDEC. So the Tennessee Department of Environment Conservation, we already do receive. We have received some grant funding from them. We are seeking grants from them, and that's a routine thing that we do. So this is not as if TDEC offered a one-time opportunity and we passed on it. Again, $197 million of grant requests, $60 million for gas, more than $100 million for electric, about $50-some million of grant requests that we have for our water system. So taken out of context, I certainly understand, hey, you bypassed the opportunity for several $1 million. The timing of that I wasn't part of, but I can tell you that the direction that MLGW is going now is that we will seek every opportunity. That doesn't mean I'm going to get every grant opportunity, because they may come with some spending compliance that I can't comply, or some spending requirements I can't comply with. It may come with, here's the kinds of projects that you can use it on, and I can't apply it that way. I don't have the context on what those were at this time, but again, that's water under the bridge, and we do have grant requests out. No pun intended, by the way. This is we will pursue every opportunity, but again, in the future, will there be opportunities that we forego? Yes, there will, because it may or may not be appropriate for what we were doing at that period of time. So I just wanted to offer that context. I don't know, I didn't answer your exact question about who made the decision and why, but I certainly know that's what helps inform some of those decisions.
Thank you, sir. And again, a special thanks to you, but also if you could pass it down, I know that my colleagues feel the same way. A heartfelt thanks to all the men and women that are out in the field, especially the linemen, doing the work in those very, very extremely cold temperatures is very much appreciated. We appreciate them completely.
Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. McGowan, good morning. I just wanted to, make some comments about the fact that this was a one-time, and we got lucky. Well, we were unlucky this time. I just pulled up an article that you wrote 2 years ago, Mr. Hardeman. We avoided the rolling blackouts that MISO had. So I don't think that we can sit around and point, well, this happened this time, we got the rolling blackouts, and so therefore we need to have this conversation again. This stuff happens, and unfortunately we have no control over it. Now, I think that what we've done as a council and as a community at MLGW, we put things in place to try to address this. And as you talked about, Mr. McGowan, we could have been a much worse situation had we not made the investments that we have. And a couple of opportunities that I've had to talk about this, and what I think our messaging and MLGW's messaging is that, yes, we put together a 5-year infrastructure plan, and look, my pipes burst. So it's just something that we have to deal with, and it wasn't MLGW's fault. Things got cold. We're just going to have these things, but I don't think that we need to, to create this system. Well, had we switched, or if we switch, we want to avoid this. We just happen to be lucky this time. But we're doing the things and I have faith in MLGW that we're doing the things that we can do to try to mitigate this to the extent that we can. But this stuff is just going to happen. And have I had my pipes burst before? No. But this time it caught up with me. And so it's just the nature of the utility industry. What was unprecedented, as you talked about, for the temperature to drop to the extent that it did and the time that it did, we hadn't had that. And so, I want to commend MLGW for the job that you're doing, the people who are out there every day, because, they are away from their families and sub-freezing temperatures. to help bring back the services that we enjoy. So thank you, Ms. McGowan, and to your staff.
Thank you, sir. If I could just say, I do want to note that everything that we do with the way forward plan, we are looking at with the electrical and the water to say, are there any gaps that this revealed, things that we could do and invest in the future? Because yes, while this may be a rare occurrence, we also do still have some day-to-day reliability with a regular storm comes through. And as I've made the public commitment, everybody, except for writing us the check every month, they shouldn't have to think about us, right? The electrical power stays on. When you cut the lights on, they come on. And when you turn the thermostat up, the heat comes on. And your water stays fresh, clean, and the best in the world and readily available to you. So we do have a lot of work to do there. That is the focus of main effort. However, Councilman Jones, Chairman, like I also do want to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. That's what we're going to do here. And so if, in fact, as Councilman Warren said, things continue to get more severe, we need to be ready to accommodate to the times and be the best that we can possibly be when these increasingly rare events occur. So that's what our aim is going to be. So thank you for that, though.
Okay. Councilwoman Johnson and then Dr. Warren had something to say. Thank you. Where are you? Okay. I have a couple of questions. Some of them are follow-up to some of the comments already made. My first question is, did TVA reduce the services across all 7 states when they did the rollout?
Yes, ma'am. All 153, what they call LPCs, local power companies, everybody had to comply with the 5% and then the 10%. Okay.
Now, we talked about a plan of circuits, some going on, then some rotating back. And you said it was all approved ahead of time.
Sure.
Who made those recommendations?
So we have our system operators, and Danny, you can fill in on this if you'd like, but again, we have a system operations group that is required to keep that plan up to date. Let's just say round numbers, we have several hundred circuits. So if the numbers, if we had 300 circuits and you had to do 5%, then you have to take that number of circuits offline in order to get your load.
I understand that, but I just wanted to know who actually made the decision on what steps would actually take place, and are citizens involved in this, and who actually makes those recommendations. And it's similar to the question previous asked, is that going to be the same plan we use every time? So
we look at the plan to make sure, because we did actually have a hospital go offline, and we're not sure if that was because of the effects of the storm or whether it was we hit the wrong switch. So we'll take a look at that. But this is not something that is typically a citizen-informed plan. This is a regulatory requirement that we have, and our system operators are experts at running the system, and they are. Their number one directive is to preserve the electrical grid for the United States of America. Number 2, to preserve it for this region of the country. Number 3, to preserve it locally, and to make sure that it's fair, that everybody shares in that.
Okay, we had the rollouts, and you made the comments. If the cycle got started, then everybody would go through a rollout and then start out. I did. I got hit twice. One day and then came right back another day. So I'm not sure if that concept works.
Well, here's what I'll say. When we started the first 5%, remember there's 9 groups in the 5%. We started the 5% on December 23rd, right? When we went to December 24th, we picked up where we left off the previous day, and then they said, no, you have to go to 10%. Well, the methodology is, since many of the groups are mismatched from the 5% group into the 10%. When we had 10%, we started right at group 1 with 10%, which is, I said, meant some of the folks who were already off, we hit them again. That's when I said the fast pace, changing pace of 5% to 10% is what caused us to have to include additional groups. I think if we had stayed at 5%, you would have only been out if we had to do it for 24 hours. But when we shifted midstream, admittedly, yes, we went right back because there were other groups that got hit.
Okay. I have another question.
And the area out there in Whitehaven, we constantly have transformers that's constantly going off or blowing. Why can that not be corrected so when situations like this occur, we won't have to deal with it? It goes out during regular weather, you know, not necessarily just in bad times.
That is part of the way forward plan, is a series of it's improvements to the electrical substations, it's improvement to the distribution lines, it's improvements to the transformers and the fuses that are in your neighborhood. So all of those are parts of the improvements. Now, the transformers failing that is part of the normal course of the life of a transformer. The issue we've been having recently with the rollout of the plan is that we used to be able to get a transformer within 30 days of ordering it. Now it's up to a year. COVID affected the supply chain and production to the point where it's difficult. Now, we're actually taking some used transformers, putting them in place where we need them quickly, and then we'll replace them with a new one when we get there. But we have a yard, and we have a plan. We have the equipment in the yard. We have a plan, and we're out replacing those systematically.
Who is the greatest water and electrical user in the city?
Okay, so that's a good question. Alonzo, you can back me up on this. There is a series of about 30 very high electrical users. The city of Memphis is one of them at our wastewater treatment plants. So just so you know, those plants take a lot of energy to run. Some of the large manufacturers use, do you have that list, Alonzo, by chance, or Dana? We can provide you that list. There's like 30 very large users of power. Those are the ones that get power from MLGW. There are other direct serve from TVA, but it's very large industrial users like you might expect. Did I get that right?
Valero is one of your largest users on power, and TVA is one of your largest users on water.
Okay. Were either one of those asked to back off any?
Yes. So I do want to say one thing. With TVA, this was a very interesting dynamic. They provide electrical power to us, and the Allen plant, the new combined cycle gas plant down there, uses MLGW water to cool it. And I know that's an issue we've talked about before. That's a separate issue. But they do need water from the Allen pumping station to cool that gas plant. Excuse me, Davis well station to cool that plant and make it produce power. When the electrical power crisis had receded, we asked, and they acquiesced and backed off some of their generation at the Allen plant so that we could use less water out of the Davis well area. So they actually came to us and said, yes, we'll back off so that you can have more water. And then the electrical users, obviously there is actually a contract when TVA goes to step 40 where we have the largest users have to, by contract, dial back their electrical use before we ever have to go to electrical outages. So it goes something like TVA will take some conservation measures. We'll ask the public to take conservation measures. They'll go to the biggest users and say, can you bring it back by 5 or 10%? And then when that doesn't do it, that's when they invoke the step 50.
Okay, so it's a voluntary.
No, it's contractual. Contractual.
Once you get to that level of 50%.
Oh,
right, but prior to that, just asking, they're not required to.
There's one in between. We'll ask the general public and everybody to conserve, and then step 40 is a contractual requirement of the largest users to dial back their power usage.
But that's after we go through 5 and 10, or is that?
No, that's before we get to rolling blackouts. So we'll ask everybody to conserve, then we'll go to our biggest customers and say reduce by 5%. And then if that, or 10% or whatever the percentage is, and if that doesn't do it, then we have to get to rolling blackouts. So that's not just here, it's throughout the entire system.
So we asked them and we still had to go through the rolling blackout.
Yes. So the bottom line was the demand was going, I'm not an expert in how the dynamic of this work, and that will come out in the wash, but the demand was growing so high and so fast. And people, remember, at 4:51 in the morning, there's not a lot of plant operators around, and our people are sending messages. So by the time the message was received or not received, people did not have the opportunity to bring the power back. So I know, like I'll say, if you were an individual homeowner, if we had the program for you and said, hey, we lose 10% of your power, and we sent you that message at 4:51 in the morning, you might get that when you wake up and say, oh, gee, 5 hours later. Well, remember, they had to do this in about 30 minutes period of time. So,
well, that's an area that you can correct in the future, because like I want a house register, we need some type of electricity user register and a telephone number you can call in the middle of the night, and for them to make a decision like that, because it's a
we do generally. But again, also, the other thing I just want to mention is for these very large industrial users, when you say reduce your electrical power by 5%, this is not like, I'll use our wastewater treatment plant. It's going to take them a while to bring down those generators.
Yeah, but you just said that they weren't even, you don't know if they even got the message when you were trying to
that's
deliver
true.
it.
Some may not have got the message. Others didn't have a chance to actually implement the actions because it would just happen so quickly.
Well, that's something. But let me understand TVA role again. So TVA uses a large volume of the water in order to produce the electricity that we actually end up using.
Here in Memphis, they use water that is sold to them from Memphis Light Gas and Water for cooling of the combined cycle plant that generates electricity. That electricity is used in the TVA system, and so once it's part of the overall generation package. But yes, when they put that plant in, there was a lot of discussion about that. And the mayor was able to negotiate with them to at that time, President Collins, they just wanted to drop their own well and pull water out of the aquifer. We at least negotiated with them to buy it from MLGW so we knew how much they were using.
That's interesting. Okay, last time we had a water situation, I do believe Memphis Light Gas and Water did give some type of break on the fees they were charging for the water. Are we going to do that this time?
I'll have to ask Dana if we get. I don't have a recollection of that, but.
So, in the previous situation back in 2021, we did look at customers that had abnormally high usage and did kind of programmatically try to determine who might have had a leak, and that is something that we can look at again in this situation. We have not heard a lot of that request from customers so far, but we'll review it again.
I think you need to do that. I think that would be a nice gesture on your part and giving some relief, especially in a situation where the pipes actually burst. You know, I know they say it's the weather, you can't determine how cold it's going to get. But if you had electricity there in order to keep the house warm, it's a possibility the pipes would not burst. We have some settings where people were out electricity for an extended period of time. So that happened because of lack of electricity as well. Okay. Another thing, are we going to, I think, did the mayor not declare a state of emergency for Memphis? So will there be any type of relief for any of the business owners? What will be available for individuals who did have problems with the utilities, be it electrical or water?
He did. This did not crest the FEMA requirements for an actual emergency where there will be federal funding coming to help us. So there's no recourse right now from what we would typically get in a disaster because it didn't meet the threshold. But so I think that's something together as a community we talk about.
When you say didn't meet the threshold, you mean dollar-wise?
Dollar-wise, yes, ma'am. So it doesn't mean in the future they may not add up to that. Just today it doesn't meet the threshold.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Thank you for what all you do. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Warren, we're going to come back to you. We have one other council member that hadn't had an opportunity to speak. Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington.
I just wanted to commend MLGW with the social media presence that they had. I had several constituents that were really appreciative of the ongoing communication. So, Ms. Carson and your team, I just wanted to commend you with that. So,
okay, thank you. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to go back with the reason that I made the comments on TVA and their reliability, because as we were trying to determine whether we needed to move to MISO or where we needed to go, and I think the MLGW board was also doing that, the presentations given to us by TVA were such that this would never happen to them because they were 100% reliable. And that's been the presentation that was given to the community And I think that was inaccurate, as we obviously have seen. At that time, they just did not experience those temperatures. And I agree with Councilman Jones that was the reason that we had this. I just felt like the sales pitch was inaccurate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Ford, Councilman Ford.
Yeah, since Councilwoman Johnson brought up the issue of Whitehaven, Lakeview, that's where we had our problem. Trees. We've been complaining about this for quite a while. I need you to check whose wires need those trees cut. MLGW, sometimes you got telephone company, and then you got Comcast. But nothing has ever been done. And that's usually, Councilwoman John, that's usually our problem that we have. Only from Brooks Road all the way down to Craft Road on Lakeview. That's where we have our issue. And it puts everybody out, and even in your district sometimes. Yeah, and 3, which is the cross. Yeah, but very important area. Will you look into that for me? Yeah. Okay. And if you're having a problem out of Comcast and they please come back to the council, well, we can get on them. Let them do their parts also, because hey, they got all those lines too.
Councilman Morgan has joined us. Did you have any questions? Okay. I just want to thank you for your presentation on today, because I thought it was important not just for the council members to hear the report, but for the citizens of Memphis to just get a summary. I did get some calls from people who have renters agreements, and they have companies that evidently have contracts with MLGW, and they pay all the bills at the same time. And they brought it to my attention that they cannot call MLGW when they have a problem. They have to go through the people that they rent through, and they were not answering the phone. So we need to look into that process, because individual citizens may have problems and they can't get just like we couldn't get them at the city, they can't reach the people who own their property as well, or their property managers, and they need to be able to contact MLGW. I don't know how you all work that out, but that needs to be worked out where they can. Their names are not on the list, but we got to have a way for them to say water is blowing up out here, and they can't even report it. So, but I got several calls like that, so I just gave another address. So you can get close to it.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if someone calls, they may not have the account number, but certainly for an outage, please call the call center and report, hey, at this address we have an outage, and at least we can begin the work there. So, but we'll dig into that too to make sure.
And about the water too.
That's what I mean about the water or the electrical outage. They can certainly do that. Okay.
And I think it would be a great opportunity if you get with the council staff about taking the council over to system operations so that they can visually see it. When you're talking about all what's going on, it's very hard to visualize it. When you go there, you can see it, and then they can see the protection that's around it and why it's so important.
Well, thank you, Councilwoman. I appreciate that. We actually just talked about this. We would love to invite council to get a quick tour, just to see some of the things you're talking about. So here's what a pumping station looks like. Here's what some of the gas facilities look like. Here's what an electrical substation looks like. So that you can visualize in your mind these investments. And we do the same thing with our board. And so you can plan on that coming in the spring. It wasn't baked yet, but since you brought it up, we'd like to offer that to you, and we'll get that done. The other thing I'd like to mention is on the communication side, if you could please just help us communicate to your constituents. If everybody would sign up for the text alerts that we have, it's on the front page of the website. You end up going to your My account, and all you do is fill in your information and say, I would like to receive text alerts. About 86,000 customers got those alerts, but we have 441,000 electrical customers. And so if at least we could tell you that we're about to institute that, or we have a boil water advisory, and that way it comes directly to your phone. So that's helpful for us. It's not perfect, but it's helpful, I think. And we put out a bunch of text messages to folks about those rolling blackouts and the water advisory. So if you could help us get the word out, we would certainly appreciate that.
Okay. And I want to thank the staff. I know that you spent a lot of time, energy, and during the Christmas holidays, let's give them a hand. Gail, you did a phenomenal job. Thank you. Absolutely. There are no other questions. All minds clear. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Good morning. The hour is 11:06. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's Budget Committee. Chairman Carlisle isn't here, so I'm standing in his stead. We have one item on the agenda, and that's a presentation from the Works Incorporated on the Peachtree Senior Developments, District 7, Super District 8, and this is requested by Councilman Canale and Carlisle. Is there a representative here? Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. Roll call, please. Just jumping ahead.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Morgan. Here. Chair Jones.
Here. Good morning. Good morning. The floor is yours. If you would just state your name and address for the record, and you can begin your presentation.
Quincy Jones, Director of Programs for the Works.
Is that light on there? Okay.
Quincy Jones, Director of Programs for the Works Incorporated. Work address is 314 A.W. Willis Avenue.
Thanks.
Rashawn Austin, President of the Works Incorporated. And then we have Jasmine Bowden behind us. Okay, the floor is ours. Thank you for having us this morning, Councilman Jones. We wanted to talk about one of our affordable developments that's coming up, and we sent over the presentation to the staff, and I think the project summary is on the screen, but we'll give you a little update. In 2015, the Works, along with formerly Neighborhood Preservation, Inc., which we've merged with since that time, and ComCap Partners, our for-profit partner, led by Archie Willis, or A.W. Willis III. Along with our philanthropic partners, we're looking at their investment, the philanthropic partners, in neighborhoods, and particularly around charter schools. What they discovered is that they had put in millions and they were not seeing the results. Well, the research showed that over 80% of the factors that impact children in educational attainment happen outside of the school. And so the administration and classroom work accounts for less than 20% of the factors that impact them, with housing stability being key, one of the key factors. And so we looked at an area where there was a lot of investment in charter schools, particularly MLK, College Preparatory, formerly Fraser High School, Fraser Corning Elementary. Those schools were next door to MLK, and even the middle school around the corner. And we looked at about a 1 square mile radius around those schools and discovered that there was some pretty dilapidated multifamily directly across from 3 of those schools. Formerly, I guess it depends on how old you are, Overlook Apartments. They were Pleasant View by the time we got them in Fraser. And then the Peachtree South, because there is another apartment community north of Delwood that's called Peachtree also, that's still standing. And so we went about acquiring those properties, and I really should have let Quincy Jones talk about this because he's the project lead for the Fraser Neighborhood Initiative. We did several things, and I'll stop and let Quincy talk about the things that we did outside of acquiring the multifamily with the CDC in the area and the families that own homes.
Sure. Thank you, Rashawn. So as Ms. Austin mentioned, this is part of a larger development process that is long-term, a 6-year, what we call the Fraser Neighborhood Initiative. And so outside of the rehab of the apartment complexes, we also offered about 30 homeowners the opportunity to rehab their homes through a program with Habitat for Humanity, which began in 2016. So approximately $300,000 were spent on interior and exterior improvements through a forgivable loan. So essentially a forgivable loan at 20% for 5 years. So all of those families were able to get improvements to their interior and exterior homes. And so each of those homes are in and around the MLK, former Fraser High School. In addition to that, we also partnered with Mayor Jim Strickland's office on the demolition of a large vacant church due east along Delwood as well. And so this is a larger part of the long-term blight elimination strategy for what I like to call as a Fraser kid, this central Fraser area, but more preferably known as the Alta Vista community of Fraser, centering around the schools that Ms. Austin mentioned.
Okay, and so the Works was brought in being a nonprofit that had low-income housing tax credit experience. Because it made us competitive with the State Housing Finance Agency. And so Archie asked us to come into Fraser because historically our legacy neighborhoods were in South Memphis and we had begun work in North Memphis, particularly Klondike. But we were pulled into Fraser, not trying to do work across Fraser because there's a pretty robust CDC operating in Fraser called the Fraser CDC, which at the time was led by Steve Lockwood, who the foundation also partnered with as a part of the Fraser Neighborhood Initiative and providing them with some subsidy for affordable units in the 1 square mile area. And so it took us a while, affordable housing, and you look at the numbers, there's always a gap in affordable housing. And the reason there's a gap is because I say that sticks and bricks don't cost us anything different. They don't give us a discount for number 2 pine, bricks, plumbing, anything. We get the same cost as any for-profit developer. But our end users have very low incomes, and we cannot pass those costs on to them. And so we fix the rents based upon the submarket we're working in. And I say submarket, using Fraser as a submarket, because if you look at HUD's guidelines around rents for our metropolitan service area, rents may be, they may say a 1-bedroom can go for as much as $900. But in reality, the neighborhoods where we're working that have experienced a lot of disinvestment, where the lowest income people live, they can't really bear the burden of a $900 rent. And so we base our rents on the submarket we're working in. And just to give you an example, the development we did across the street from where we're proposing, this development, Renaissance, that still our rents today are 1-bedrooms at $500, 2-bedrooms at 1.5 bath at $600. And 3-bedrooms, 2 baths at $690. And it's very important to me, having been in this business for a long time, almost 30 years, we look at things beyond just the rent. So the cost that families experience with laundry, and so I insist that we have not facilities, but they have laundry in their own apartments because I like to wash towels if I drop them on the floor versus having to go to a laundromat. And I think that way around affordable housing, that my family should benefit from the same amenities as their families. And so we keep the rents pretty low for Fraser. We're proposing across the street. We decided to knock the Peachtree down because of a lot of it was infrastructure improvements. We spent hundreds of thousands burying our lines and replacing the transformers because it's the responsibility of the owners. And so we're developing 79 units of affordable housing for seniors that are 16 and above, who have very, very low incomes, often subsisting on SSI and not Social Security benefits if they didn't pay into the system. And so we're talking about families that make less than $15,000 annually. We've been able to get an allocation of tax credits through our state housing finance agency, the Tennessee Housing Development Agency. A commitment for debt of about $2.7 million from one of our bank partners, Pinnacle Financial Partners. And Pinnacle has also agreed to syndicate or bring in the investors to buy our tax credits. And for-profit businesses basically are benefiting on their business tax by buying our credits for something less than $1, so something between 86 cents or 87 cents on the dollar. And then we've already invested some subsidy with the acquisition of the property, so a little over $1 million, and then holding costs. And then we have the lien from the city because of the demolition. And we have a $4.8 million gap still. And so we're looking for sources so that we do not have to pass those burdens on to the tenant. And I forgot one more subsidy is we received not an allocation, but a HAP contract, which is a housing assistance program, usually operated by HUD. Most people think of it as project-based Section 8. And so the subsidy goes with the property, not the individual, which the difference is a housing choice voucher. The tenants can take that anywhere. This will stay with the property for 20 years. It's a contract with MHA, where the tenants, so a family breaks $300 a month, they can only pay $100 of that, a third of their gross, toward rent. And so if the rent is $500, the contract pays the additional $400 for 20 years. Assuming that those tenants, most of these tenants probably won't be there for 20 years because it's a senior development. And so I'll stop and see if there are any questions. And so we're seeking any amount of subsidy we can get to finish this project for the 79 families that we will serve.
Colleagues, is there anyone in the queue that has any questions? Okay. See none. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you for having us.
Is there any other business to come before the Budget Committee?
Good morning. Good morning. It is 11:19, and I call to order the Planning and Zoning Committee. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Covette, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilman Jones, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, present, Councilman Warren, present, and Chairwoman Johnson.
Present. Today we have 4 items listed, but I think we're only going to deal with 3 today. The first one is an ordinance renaming the South 2nd Street between Beale Street and G.E. Patterson Avenue as Representative Barbara Cooper Street. This affects District 6, Super District 8, and is sponsored by Councilman Ford Sr. Would you like to have comments, Mr. Ford?
Thank you, Chair. A lot of times we just do honorary streets. Barbara Cooper was a very special person. You know, if Barbara Cooper was known all over the state of Tennessee, the things that she involved herself in, not only with her district, she involved herself in the whole city of Memphis and all through the state. She was 93 years old when she passed. Hardest working woman I ever known in my life, to be 93 years old. And if she wouldn't have fell and probably hurt her hip, she'd probably still be here, still working. But those were the things that happened to her. And I want her legacy to kind of live on because she deserves it. She worked very, very hard. And nobody will ever be able to replace this woman, you know. And that's why I would like, and we were trying to get somewhere close because the state has kind of moved places all over, and this particular spot is one that was kind of pointed out to us to change that name of the street, and I'm asking everyone to be sponsors, and let's move it, and I'm gonna move it. Yeah. And that's all I got to say. But everybody know Barbara Cooper. Everybody knew her. Okay? Appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Before this was passed out, I was going to say my name not on here, but I think we all got on here.
Only name is not on there, and that's Dr. Warren.
Oh, wait, it's on the back.
Okay, your name on the back. Okay, you gone, better be all right now, because I'm looking for your name. There you go.
I will let you pass that, Councilman Warren. But also, just to colleagues, just a reminder, we are able to do this with the ease because of what was passed, what we passed a few years ago with the street renaming. So just, and I know you will, Councilman Ford, just make sure the staff goes and contacts the actual 4 or 5 folks who will be affected. This not parking lot or clear land, just so we all can be fine with what we're changing for folks on this street.
Yeah. And if we vote on it today, it's going to be a little while because I would like for her daughter to come back. She's out of town. Now, really, after meeting her daughter, I didn't know this one that was out of town. She's just like her mom. She's involved in almost the same different things. You know, and then if anybody really kind of read Barbara's resume, she was a minister. She was everything.
She really was.
You know, she had it all. Mm-hmm. You know, and I guess that's why the Lord kept her 93 years to make sure that she was able to help all of her constituents and the people in the city of Memphis and all through the state of Tennessee. Okay? Because one thing about it, Nashville, I was there at one time. I worked for legislative administration. You had to be kind of known in order, you know, Democrats and Republicans. You had to be able to deal with both parties in order to get things done. Very important. That's why there's a race going on today. People, I hope, realize you won't be able to do what Barbara did, but you want to make sure there's someone there that's going to be able to go on both sides to make things happen and bring things back to the city of Memphis. And that's what we kind of need right today. Because, you know, a lot of times, whatever the West won't, East don't.
Until they see it.
I mean, it's always just been that way. You know, I don't care. Hey, whatever we got that's good, you know it's good. Because West Tennessee want it, we don't. So that's why we got to make sure we got somebody that's going to represent up there in Nashville that can come back to West Tennessee to make sure we get everything that we deserve. Thank you. I'm through.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Those are definitely remarks that Mrs. Cooper is deserving of, and the street naming definitely is an opportunity for us to show her family and friends and everybody support her. We believed in Barbara Cooper and we appreciate her. And I think being downtown makes all this historical. I just think it's an ideal situation. Now, staff, I would strongly recommend that you contact everybody on this list, including vacant lots, because you don't know what their plans are. Yep. So make sure they know this is what's coming. Okay, can we get a vote on this ordinance? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any opposed, this ordinance has passed. The second item is being held for 2 weeks. So we're going to the third ordinance. ZTA 22-0-CC, joint ordinance amending the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code to revise regulations and regarding housing types allowed in certain zoning districts, include a new transit overlay district, revisions to the contextual infill standards, and other provisions of the zoning code. Now, I have asked planning and zoning to do this presentation on the front end rather than the back end because there are several changes out there. Some are pretty simple, just from grammar correction, misspelling. But there are some I think that you may need to be made aware of. Think about it and see if you want to make any changes. All of these can be changed prior to the third reading. So at this time, I'm asking planning and zoning to present their case and go forward. Do I need a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Warren, second? By Ford. Go.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. As Chair Johnson mentioned, this is the annual ZTA, which is amendments proposed to the UDC. We did submit this, and it was heard at the November 10th Land Use Control Board and approved unanimously. Of course, we were recommending approval, and Land Use Control Board recommended approval unanimously. I'll just go through some of as Chair Johnson mentioned, there are a lot of just like housekeeping items, but I want to hit the highlights, and then Director Zena will follow up at the end with some proposed changes that came out of the housing plan that we developed earlier this year. So with that, and if you have any questions during this, just let me know. So the first is the transit-oriented development plan, and this is coming after the new BRT, the bus rapid transit system that is being constructed in the near future. And it goes from the downtown bus station all the way out to the University of Memphis, through downtown, out Union, and then hits Poplar and goes to the University of Memphis. That whole area, the entire route is covered either by the Central Business District and the DMC, which has some regulations. Then also, then it hits the Medical Overlay District, which then turns into the Midtown Overlay District. And then there's a big skip to the University District. And that's what this is intended to address, is that really the area between the Viaduct and Highland Avenue. And so that strip of Poplar there. And so it also is going to allow us to implement this in other areas that we might want to have pedestrian-oriented development. So it's a new overlay district that for now will be in this location as shown on the map here. And one of the highlights that we are also doing in the other overlay districts is we are adding some frontages, which frontages allow us to provide for a more pedestrian-oriented design for any new developments. And so right now, if you look at the top map, that's the current Midtown overlay, and you can see there are colors on Madison and Cooper, but none on Union, and that's where the bus rapid transit is going. So the bottom map shows that we're picking those up on Union and adding those frontages, and then also on Monroe near the bus rapid transit route. And then the bottom one is Medical District, and those we have most of those covered, but we are picking up the Monroe section there that goes into the Medical District just to continue that. The next is we're adding mixed-use district. This is really just housekeeping, but the mixed-use district has been used in the Uptown district for quite some time, and we're now beginning to use it outside of the Uptown, and so we're just adding that to the list of mixed-use districts in the base zoning, just so that it's clear. That's really more of housekeeping. The next is contextual infill standards, and you can see on the map, and that is the area that we have currently to apply contextual infill standards, and those are intended to continue the context of neighborhoods with front porches, keeping homes in line with adjacent homes, and that pedestrian kind of feel and the character of those existing neighborhoods. Right now, there are a few requirements that allow things to be opted out of that, and so this is just to really clarify that, make it simpler for these to be applied across the board in those neighborhoods that really need that context. And it also clarifies a couple things on some of those setbacks where we can enforce aligning houses where we have maybe adjacent, where we're at a corner lot, or there aren't any existing homes directly adjacent. So just clarifying some of that and making it a little bit more simple to enforce. The next is really just clearing up some items for where we look at clear sight triangles at intersections, and that's for public safety and for traffic safety. And right now there are just some speed limits that are not really clear in the table, so we're just clearing that up for that change. The next is updates to sign renewal requirements. Right now in the building code, there is a requirement that that for a sign you have to have a renewal annually. It's not in the UDC, so we have some conflicts there where the building code says that it's required, the UDC does not. So we're just adding that to the UDC so that they are aligned. And then the final thing, and this has really come up a couple times this year, where we have rezonings that have come before for you to review and approve. And those rezonings currently in the UDC, it's only required to have a public meeting, a neighborhood meeting, if they're found to be inconsistent with Memphis 3.0. And that's caused a little bit of conflict when we're already past the land use control board. We didn't have a neighborhood meeting, but it was found inconsistent, so we had to go back. So we're just changing that to require that all rezonings will now require a neighborhood meeting. And so that's a fairly simple change, but we think it's really important just to kind of clear that up. So, and with that, that's all I have, and I will pass it over to Director Zena.
All right. Thank you, John Zena, Director of Division of Planning and Development. I'm going to go over the last set of items. These relate to recommendations that came from the Housing Policy Plan. Last May, Director Ashley Cash and I presented to this body the highlights of that Housing Policy Plan. There were a number of different recommendations that were part of that housing policy plan. Some of them had to do with zoning changes. And so this being the first zoning text amendment that we've done since that housing policy plan was complete and presented to you, this is our first opportunity to bring these forward. Just a reminder, there were four main objectives in the housing policy plan: improving housing quality, supporting homeownership, diversifying housing stock, and increasing quality low-income housing throughout the city and county. As a part of the housing policy plan, recommendations were divided into 5 different areas. Land use was one of those areas, and the principal recommendations from the land use section were to amend the UDC to provide more flexibility on accessory dwelling units, allowing cottage-style development on narrow lots, updating zoning for small-scale residential, specifically allowing more opportunities for 2 to 6 unit development in more areas, supporting multifamily transit-oriented development, which actually is more accomplished by the overlay that Mr. Ragsdale mentioned a moment ago, and then reforming the building code, which has already been done by both the City Council and County Commission. So I'm just going to concentrate on the first 3 things that were on that last table. First, related to accessory dwelling units. These are, of course, back house apartments, granny flats, whatever term you may be familiar with. that allows for an additional housing unit to be essentially behind the principal structure on a single-family residential lot. They are allowed today in the Unified Development Code. One of the primary regulations related to accessory dwelling units is that they are only allowed on lots of 10,000 square feet or higher. Many of our residential lots are under 10,000 square feet. What we are proposing is that we reduce the minimum lot size from 10,000 to 6,000 so that more lots in the city would be eligible to add an accessory dwelling unit. This would help to be able to add more of housing types within many of our neighborhoods. This also allows, this proposal allows an accessory dwelling unit to be greater than 700 square feet, where the principal structure is much larger. Right now, they are capped in terms of size, and so with this proposal, they would be able to be a little bit larger as a percentage of the size of the principal structure. So above 700 square feet, they could essentially be a maximum of 1/3 of the size of the principal structure. We've also created some flexibility to ensure that we're able to also meet parking requirements for accessory dwelling units. Why are we proposing this change in addition to the recommendation that came from the Housing Policy Plan about creating more of a diversity of housing types to be able to meet our housing needs in the city? Since 2018, we've had 33 proposals for accessory dwelling units come before our Board of Adjustment to seek variances. And for the most part, those have one of the sections that they've needed variances from have to do with the minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. 31 of the 33 of those were approved. The two that were not, one of them failed. We were recommending rejection on that one, incidentally, and then one of them withdrew. But both of these would have had to still get variances even if the 6,000 square foot minimum had been part of the code, and that's because there were other issues with those proposals beyond just simply lot size. So we have seen many of these proposals, and for the most part, they have not been an issue. And I'll say that that number of 33 since 2018, about half of those actually have been within the last 12 months. So we're seeing the trend move upward in terms of demand for these. The second set of proposals has to do with cottage-style development. And what is a cottage? Is essentially a smaller form single-family home that is, in many cases, not allowed within our single-family districts in the zoning code. What this will do is allow for a single-family home of smaller size to be on a smaller lot, minimum of 3,000 square foot lot, minimum width of 30 feet. We started this proposal at 2,500 square feet, total size, 25 feet width. We've increased that to 3,030 feet based on some conversations with one of the areas of town, Midtown, about concerns with that. And then also we've reinforced that cottage lots must be either corner lots or have alley access. Why are we proposing this? Again, we're looking to create an alternative to single-family, a single-family alternative within exclusively single-family districts where we have some flexibility on lot size. And why that's important not only for meeting our housing needs, but also today over 15% of the single-family lots in our R6 district are non-conforming because they are either too small based on total size or too narrow based on width. And so this is in part to help create an opportunity for redevelopment, but it's also about bringing existing lots in conformance. Many of these lots might be vacant today, but can't be built on because they're a non-conforming lot. And so we would be looking to create a window in which these lots can be redeveloped that today they may not. And so I wanted to show you where this is, and I'm going to zoom in a moment. I'm not going to make you peer in to see all of the fine details here, but just for some orientation, the color pink represents where the R6 single-family district is on our zoning map, and that is, again, not only within the city of Memphis, but unincorporated Shelby as well. The color green are going to be the parcels that are become essentially conforming based on this proposal at 30 feet width, 3,000 total size. The parcels in red would still remain non-conforming, and those are the ones that are at least 25 feet in width, 2,500 in total size. So I'm going to break this down into 3 sections so that we can see a little bit more detail. So we'll go to the north part of the city first. As you can see, the pattern that we see throughout the city is we have some large clusters of where these lots are. Here's a good example here in the north part of Fraser. And then we also have Hollywood Hyde Park is another great example. We also have a scattering of these lots as well. So it's not as if we can simply just rezone a part of the city and everything's fixed. The scattering of these lots also creates an issue that I think would be best addressed through the zoning text amendment as we've proposed. Okay, so let's now go to the southeast part of the city. As you see, there's a lot of concentration in, say, the Riverview, Kansas, and South Memphis areas. And then there's a good bit more scattering in, say, Southwest Memphis around Westwood, Walker Homes, West Junction. And so this proposal would allow these lots to become conforming with the base code. And then the eastern part of the city, not surprising, as the pattern of development, the era of development becomes more recent. We see fewer and fewer of these issues because these smaller lots are by and large in areas of our city that were subdivided, 100 years ago or so. And so in the eastern part of the city, we see less of this, but obviously there still are instances where this is an issue that we would like to see addressed. Last, the recommendation of the housing policy plan is allowing more small-scale residential development. We are taking a very just targeted approach here. Our RU1 district is essentially our duplex district or single-family attached. So we have 2 things that we're proposing here. The other single-family attached type that's described in the zoning code is the townhouse. But the townhouse is not allowed in RU1 by right. So we would propose that it is allowed so that RU1 is essentially our single-family attached district, duplex and townhouse, the 2 single-family attached types. The other thing that we would suggest is that stacked townhouses, which essentially are your units one above the other, and large homes, which is what the Unified Development Code describes as a single structure with 3 to 6 units. So triplex, quadplex, 5 units, 6 units. In one building, though, that those would be able to seek a conditional use permit to be located in RU1. Right now, they're not allowed at all, but this would allow an option for them to seek a conditional use permit to have a hearing, to ensure that what is being proposed fits with the character of that district on a project-by-project basis. So, again, that would be sort of discretionary for the large homes, whereas with the townhouse, what we're recommending is that it just be allowed in the RU1 as an allowed housing use in that district. All right, so finally, I just wanted to end on, I mentioned that we did work with the Midtown neighborhood who had some concerns, but we also got letters of support for this proposal, and largely it was around the housing policy recommendations that we've put into the ZTA. Groups like United Housing and Building Memphis and their membership of CDCs submitted letters of support. Building Memphis spoke in support at Land Use Control Board. Many of our local nonprofit developers, they have seen growing issues with being able to build in areas, certainly areas of our city where they work. I think one of the speakers in the last committee maybe said it best, where sticks and bricks are essentially the same cost. It's the area and the land and the market around it that starts to create issues in terms of what housing can be delivered in these areas. And so for that reason, these groups have put their support behind this because they see this as opportunities to be able to invest more in the neighborhoods where they work throughout the city. We also got a letter of support from a resident of Orange Mound as well, in stating her support for needing to diversify different housing types, especially as individuals of our community, experience different stages in life and needs from housing as they experience those stages of life. So with that, we are available for any questions.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Zena. A few questions of mine are with the ADUs, the accessory dwelling units. Two parts before the ADUs. How can we include in this policy, and I've told you that I was interested in before, something concerning Airbnb style rentals, because it is it should be a part of housing policy. And I know some thoughts have come across it from not this current council, but last council around it to really see how we can get a ham on it before it just is completely out of our grasp. It's about a handful now, but we don't need to go completely out of our grasp. And then also, with the ADUs, how will this proposed policy change not increase the likelihood that the folks who are building ADUs now are going to rent those out? Because a lot of those are in areas that are coveted for Airbnbs. And I do understand, folks are wanting to add whatever in their backyards and not buy additional land. How can we either restrict or put contingencies on those ADUs if they're not using them for Airbnb rentals, or if they are, make them register and then have that as a precedent for what we're trying to do in the future? I just don't want everybody in my district, which has exponentially grown since the last time we discussed this, start to have things in their backyards and neighbors are complaining about now they're not renting their house out, they're renting their backyard out. And having all of these people in and out the neighborhood who, it's not our neighborhood shouldn't be a hotel district. And I know we're kind of out of the ways from that now. We should have got a ham on it with COVID, but we were dealing with other more pertinent things. But really, how can we just really make sure that these ADUs just don't allow for a larger issue to keep persisting?
Those are great questions. I'm going to talk about Airbnb first, because I think that's kind of the locus of the concern here. So in, I believe it was 2015, but I could be wrong on the date, the city council passed an ordinance on regulating short-term rentals in Memphis. And one of the things that it did was essentially to bypass zoning. And so the short-term rentals in Memphis are regulated by that ordinance and not by the zoning code. But if I may comment on that ordinance, it is, I believe, one of the weaker ordinances relative to regulation of short-term rentals. And now, communities in Tennessee are preempted by state legislation on what is allowed to be done in terms of regulating Airbnbs. But the rules that we have in place on short-term rentals, in my opinion, are weaker than what the state allows. So we have an opportunity to update that ordinance to make it more stringent. Now, one of the downsides is we can't start to apply those new rules backwards, and that's based on the state law. So one of the things that we could do that we don't do now is require short-term rentals to register. That's not part of the ordinance. There are provisions in the state law that allow the city to be able to prohibit a property from being used as a short-term rental if there are 3 or more violations of local code. And that could be anything from noise ordinance or property maintenance code, as long as it's a generally applicable law. So those are things that could be done within the short-term rental ordinance to strengthen that, but that wouldn't be part of the zoning code. It would be separate. Now, to the question though of ADUs being rented, I would expect that in many cases ADUs would be rented, and those that we have now in the city, I assume many of them are rented. While, in theory, some of them could be used for a child living in a back house.
Not regular renting, not like you sign a lease month to month, like short-term Airbnb rentals.
Right.
Yeah. I wouldn't restrict anybody from doing that, because you sign a lease with the, that's held up in court, but back to the Airbnbs with it.
Yeah, I guess the one other point I was going to make about that, though, is if you have the owner-occupant in the principal structure, there is a little bit more oversight over the activities taking place than if someone were just Airbnb-ing out a home, for example, and nobody was living there. But ultimately, from a regulatory standpoint, I do think the short-term rental ordinance is probably the area we need to look next.
So if this is zoning that would allow for ADU structures to be built outright without neighborhood notice or request, how can that be put into the now short-term rental ordinance so that it matches and mirrors this new ADU requirement? Or not even new ADU requirement, even for the ones that are to be built going forward, that make a request to your office from 10,000 square foot, it's reduced to 6,000, the same thing. Either way it goes, owner occupant oversight, we all know how that really goes. Yeah, oversight by a camera, they're not really there. It's still going to be issues, and a lot of this stuff is happening in mine and probably Morgan's district, that Midtown area, whatever's closest to the river, is really what's getting at. Your crosstown area, your Midtown, whether it's owner occupancy or not, a lot of my constituents don't want you renting out the nice shed in your backyard, because it's still in our backyards.
Understood. And again, I think if the council wants to strengthen the regulation of short-term rentals, that getting that ordinance up to what the state allows, I believe is the best path.
Can that be done in tandem with this, or it still is too separate for?
It would be separate, but we certainly could bring them around the same time. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. I think Morgan did come after you, but it's similar to what Councilwoman Easter Thomas is talking about, so let's keep it together. If you don't
My question is to the Airbnb, just as a response, but if y'all were in the queue before me.
Go ahead.
Okay, all right, thank you. So great question, and there are examples coming up. So it is currently allowed if somebody buys a lot in Memphis, constructs a house, and the house is constructed for the purpose of being a Airbnb 365 days a year. That is currently allowed, correct? Is there any, if we were to take our, restrictions or limits up to what the state allows, would that still be permissible? Or could we restrict, somebody from constructing homes that are specifically to be an Airbnb in residential neighborhoods year round?
Councilman, that's a very good question. I would need to refer back to the state law before I answered you, but I can get you a response.
And if somebody had already done that, they would be grandfathered in if we did change it. At what point is that being grandfathered in? When is that triggered? Does the house have to have a permit of occupancy, or does it have to be under construction with the intent that they're going to do it, or when?
My understanding is the point begins when its use begins as a short-term rental, but there also there are triggers that are available in the state law where that grandfather status can terminate. I believe if the property changes hands, that's one. If it is discontinued as a short-term rental for, I believe it's 30 months, that's another trigger.
All right, let's get together this week because we might be racing an ordinance to the courthouse, so to speak. All right,
sure.
Thank you.
Councilman Warren, you recognize.
What is the average size of a midtown lot? And the width of a midtown home at this point?
So I would say that on average,
I thought they were like quarter acres. So what does that mean?
It's about 6,000 square feet, and the 45-foot width on average. Wouldn't you say, Brett?
Okay, so what we're doing is we're trying to make this to where someone could build this on a midtown lot.
Yes.
Okay.
For the accessory dwelling units.
For the accessory dwelling in the back.
That's right. Now, for any of these cottage lots, the ones that are smaller, they would not be eligible for the accessory dwelling unit because the minimum lot size that we're proposing is 6,000.
So I'm trying to understand if you've got on a cottage lot, that's a 3,000-foot lot, right?
Between 3,000 and 6,000.
Okay, so on that, where are they going to? Will they have a garage? Do they have automatic on-street parking with those? How does that work?
They would have to still meet the parking requirement, and because we don't want to encourage it's not that we don't want to encourage it, the code doesn't allow the front yard parking pad, they would have to have rear alley access or be a corner lot.
And the reason for corner lot is they can park on either side of the house?
They would be able to take access from the back of the house from the side street.
Okay, so that they're still going to have to park in the back of their house is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. What are the neighborhood associations saying about these changes? I saw people who were in favor of them. What did Evergreen and Central Gardens and those guys say? Did they speak against it?
We got letters of I'll say concern from the neighborhoods. MidtownMemphis.org organized a meeting that we participated in before the Land Use Control Board to talk about their concerns. I would say there was good participation across several neighborhoods. There was a representative from Evergreen who spoke at Land Use Control Board. He still had some concerns. And in fact, we're actually following up with the Midtown Memphis group in a couple of weeks to talk further with them.
It's interesting because I think that's a split sort of situation in that Midtown area where a lot of people do want the ability to rent their guest house out in the back or whatever to a college student or medical student or whatever in that area. It's highly sought after those back apartments for rental. It'd be nice to have more of them. It's definitely a way to get the population density up in the area with minimal change to the neighborhood. Right, thank you.
If I may, a note that I added on this slide was that in some of our overlay areas, the overlay in the code has a separate use chart from the main use chart in the code. We didn't propose to make any changes to those separate use charts. We're really just concerned about the main use chart. There are sections of the Midtown overlay that are part of that separate use chart where this would not apply. The cottage proposal would not apply.
The cottage proposal.
That's right.
But the back house proposal would.
That's right.
This would supersede anything that stopped that.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councilman Canale, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree wholeheartedly with Councilwoman Easter Thomas. It's not just, I think it's all over. I think she has issues in 7. I've had several issues that I've talked to the director about throughout 9. Even now, people renting out their swimming pools for the day, and
that's another thing coming down the pike. And by the way, there's a cleanup in here that would allow us to get a law on the books. That would, it all depends on what the state does, but I think it would allow us to be able to say that that those are not allowed.
We certainly don't want to lose our neighborhoods to these overnight rentals, and with the noise complaints, the parking concerns, and all the other issues that come with it, I think we do need to get a grasp on it before it gets out of hand across the city. So anything that I'm happy to work with you and try and get this under control. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Not seeing any others wanting to speak, let me bring up a couple issues I have. I too think parking is going to be a major issue too, with any type of additional housing on these lots. Now, I also want people to understand that if we will go with the proposal, any 25-foot wide lot is no longer available for building. A lot of these properties are out in North Memphis, and they only had 25-foot lots. That's how a subdivision was established. This will take the rights away from property owners to build on those lots. So I think you need to keep that in mind at anything that's non-conforming. Do you know how many lots those are?
May I just correct that? So what this is proposing to do is to give rights back to lots between 3,000 and 6,000 square feet. Our original proposal was to give those rights back for 2,500 to 6,000, but we've changed it from 2,500 to 3,000. Now, if you want to move it back to 2,500, we can absolutely do that.
That's what you said. That was said non-conforming. So that's what
I just wanted to make sure
okay.
that was. Now, in terms of the numbers, yes. So there are 106,000 lots in our R6 district. 15,551 of them would be our 3,000 feet or 30 feet and up to what's currently allowed, and would be affected positively by this proposal. The remaining number, between 25 and 30, is 1,082 lots, so 1% of those lots. So if you wanted to take the proposal back down to 25 feet wide and 2,500 square feet, where we originally had it, we would be effectively, as you said, giving back those rights to 1,282 more lots.
Okay. And it's still going back to 25, you can build on them. But even at your proposals, those lots become unbuildable lots as they are, unless they're combined with another lot.
That's correct.
So a house may be on it. Something may happen to the house, and no one will be able to build on those lots again. So I don't know if it's worth changing the ordinance and preventing these potential 1,200 people from not being able to build on those lots. Now, make sure I understand this. Duplexes, you want to be able to build townhouses in the same area of town where duplexes are currently being
where they're allowed,
used
correct.
or allowed, okay? I think those are my only questions after hearing the other comments that we may want to work on before the third reading.
Okay.
To see if we can get some clarity on what it takes. One other council person cares to be recognized. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing this part. If you're in a neighborhood and say someone passes and they have a lot, and will this change anything that's happening already in a neighborhood? Will it affect an already planned development neighborhood? Could someone come along and build a duplex if they have a lot in a neighborhood?
So our proposal does not change anyone's rights relative to duplexes. So where duplex came in is the RU1 district is the district where duplexes are allowed by right. It's kind of the base district where they're allowed by right. So the proposal is that we would also allow townhomes in the same district. So giving more of an opportunity to create a different housing type in that district that's of similar similar in nature to the duplex. I think,
but not in a neighborhood like the cottage, the townhome, the duplex, or the Airbnb. This won't affect existing neighborhoods, is what I'm asking. If there's a vacant lot that happens to come open in the neighborhood.
Yes, it could, absolutely, yes. And so what we're proposing is, so if there's a vacant lot today.
In an RU district.
Yes, in this district. And let me put this maybe in the context of the cottage, the proposal. In one of these neighborhoods where we've got a preponderance of these lots that are either too narrow or too small, if one of those lots goes vacant, let's say the home becomes blighted, it's demolished, and now it's vacant, it's a non-conforming lot. In other words, it's not a buildable lot unless, according to the zoning code, unless it goes through the process of getting a variance, for example. So simply the act of replacing a home on that lot now requires an additional step. In many of these neighborhoods, additional steps, additional fees, additional costs can potentially prohibit rebuilding on those lots. And so what we're trying to do is remove that barrier so that in many places where these lots do exist, we're not forcing the owner to go through another step, another process in order to build a house on a lot that was originally subdivided for a house. So that's really, I think, the key thing that we're trying to accomplish here with this proposal.
And I get that, but it also brings up other questions, or it allows for open doors for something else. But could it not be that is already a home and for some reason it burned down or something, and you're saying now you can't build unless you go through a lot of hoops? Could it be that if a house is already existing, they can come back and build? Could we put that into the existing ordinance?
And essentially that's what we're doing. Because, the non-conforming provisions of the code, essentially say that if a property is destroyed and it's non-conforming, it can't be built back. And so what we're doing is providing an opportunity by adding an alternative to the R6 district to the traditional the conventional single family where that house is allowed to rebuild on that lot. It essentially would no longer be non-conforming.
Okay. Let me ask for clarity on that statement, please. Are you talking about a 25-foot wide lot, or are you talking about a 30-foot wide lot?
Well, as of right now, I'm talking about a 30-foot wide lot.
That's what I'm saying. So if it was on a 25, it could not be built again.
Correct.
And you can definitely, I don't see why the law should be changed just to address 1,000 or 1,200 properties. Eventually, those people ideally will consolidate. But just to take away that opportunity, you just took away people's rights to property because it becomes non-buildable.
They don't have it now, right?
Right now, they can build on it.
No, they cannot.
Let's back up. We've been through this. If that foundation is still there, didn't we talk about this? That those homes can come back and be built again.
I do not believe that is correct.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Are you finished?
But again, so today a lot has in an R6 district, it has to be 45 feet wide and 6,000 square feet. So what we're doing is seeking to restore rights to these lots that have been developed smaller than that.
But they're limiting it to 30-foot wide.
That's correct.
And I'm saying
we're taking the minimum down to 30.
To 25, where they were set up and started with. That's my suggestion, but whatever. Was it anyone, Dr. Warren wants to speak?
One of the things that happened in Midtown, I guess in the 60s and 70s, is they took lots that were for homes and they put in 6-unit motel-like structures, 3 on top, 3 on bottom, and sort of parked down the side. And you're looking at this multi-family unit that you want to allow to come in on these lots. Is that what we're going to be allowing? If that's the case, how do we take that out? Because I don't think that needs to be there. Those things are not in character with the neighborhood.
No, those would not be. That's not part of the proposal.
Why is it not?
Well, particularly what you're talking about is a larger structure, and it's an apartment complex. This is the large home is a single structure that resembles a home. The difference is on the interior, there are 3 to 6 units. So if you think of in Evergreen, for example, there are a lot of structures that resemble some of the larger homes in the area, but the only difference is instead of having 1 unit, they have 4 units. But they're all,
and everyone there sort of parks in the back. So do all these have to have rear parking, and do they all have to have access to that somehow?
They do have to have rear parking. They do have to have access to parking. But I do want to comment on one thing. That proposal only deals with the RU1 area, and it's only what we're asking is that it only be allowed if they obtain a conditional use permit. So there is still,
So would that come to the council?
That goes to the Board of Adjustment. But today, they're not allowed at all in the RU1 district.
So how do we make this to where if something like that happens, it has to come to the council?
We can make it by special use permit.
But why don't we put that in? That would be my suggestion. If we're going to have a multifamily unit, let's have a special use permit. So that comes to the council, so that way we can respond to the neighborhood, make sure it's to their wishes.
Okay.
If that would be okay with my colleagues, could we have them move that without exception?
We could. Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Motion on the floor.
Would you second, Dr. Warren motion it, Patrice Robinson seconded. This motion, did y'all understand the discussion of what he's asking for?
I apologize. Could you restate the motion?
So what we're doing is on these 4 to 6 unit structures that are going to be placed, they're large house structures, instead of having them
RU1.
Yeah, in the RU1 district, instead of having them just go to, you say it went to land use, we're going to have them be a special use permit and come back to council for approval, as opposed to have them only go to the Board of Adjustment. Is that correct? So that gives us the ability as a council, because if it only goes to the Board of Adjustment, it's out of our hands once we pass this ordinance.
Just in terms of an estimate, how many a year would you expect to see?
Right now, there are only a handful a year that we see of these. We'd like to see more, but right now, just a handful.
No objection.
Okay. All in favor of this motion?
Aye.
Respond by aye. Aye. Any opposition? That item passed, and make those adjustments by next one. Yes. Councilwoman Robinson.
So as we just talked about that, we're having more rooming houses to pop up. How does that play into this, or do we have to look at that under a different ordinance? Or it is really becoming a problem in my community. They say that it's for one family, but we see 4 families going in and out. Then they change it because I'm putting so much pressure on them, and then all of a sudden they got a house for people who own drugs. We are not being friendly to homeowners in communities. How do we control that?
Okay, so first to the point about rooming houses, we're not proposing to make any changes relative to rooming houses as a part of this proposal.
Okay.
Now, in most cases, boarding houses and rooming houses are not allowed by right. There are,
but we allow them every day.
There are certain types of supportive living facilities that are licensed by the state and that are protected by federal fair housing laws that do get around our definitions of rooming houses and boarding houses. So, Councilwoman, I would like to maybe respond in writing with a detailed description of what the differences between those uses are. But suffice to say, our proposal doesn't propose to make any changes relative to those. But I think at least the instances that you've sent to me before where we have issues and then my response back to you is our hands may be tied here, in effect. It's because of that sort of classification of a supportive living facility that is licensed by the state and where there's fair housing issues that they're complicating matters, so to speak.
Okay, so is that something that we need to put on our agenda when we go to the state, our legislative agenda?
I think this actually would be even at the next level. I think this is a federal issue.
Okay, thank you. I have a question in regards to her comment. You said it's a license. Okay, should not these people have license then for the rooming houses?
If it does fall under this category, then it should. And that is something that we require. And in many cases, they do. I'm not recalling the last one that you and I.
Armwood.
But they did have a license.
Okay. Is it registered someplace for anyone to look up?
Yes, with the Tennessee agency that deals with. I'm assuming it's like a Health and Human Services.
Okay. All right.
But like I said, I can respond in writing with more details about that, and I can share that with the full council as well.
Repeat, please, Tennessee agency.
You just said a Tennessee agency.
Oh, I said it's likely a Health and Human Services, but when I respond in writing, I'll have the details clear for everyone.
Thank you. I just want to remind everybody, this is the first reading, and I think this is a subject matter that everybody needs to take serious because what we decide here will affect a lot of our communities. Take the time to go through the package. I know it's pretty thick, but let's talk about it, and we'll have a chance to make some of the changes. Made one this morning already. There may be others. I personally is trying to pursue it, go back to that 25-foot, and give those people an opportunity to build on that land. If that's the only land we have over there in Smoky City, you got some 25-foot lots, and you're going to knock those people out of building on those lots. And they could be cute little mini houses, as far as I'm concerned, but you shouldn't be told I can't build on a lot. My parents left me this land. I want to do something with it. Don't force me to sell it. So those are the questions I have.
You want to make that motion and go back and just put that in for a reading?
I think your motion is pretty good. That's a motion I'll make the next time I bring it back. But, I just think everybody needs to think about it. You probably didn't have opportunity to think about all these conditions. The only saving grace through all of this is a variance. If you have the 25-foot lot, and you want to use it, you can always get a variance, but I have no idea what those variances may cost in the future compared to today. So those are concerns I have, taken away people's property rights. Any other discussion on this subject? Thank you for your input. I think we're going to go continue with it. Maybe bring it up in another committee meeting to break it down some more to make sure people understand what we're voting on. Thank you. The next item.
Did you vote on that item?
I thought we did. We didn't take a vote on it.
Madam Chair.
I thought we did say all in favor.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I'm aware that this is up for third reading, but I think that, well, it's an ordinance, but we have to have 3 readings on this. I think that based upon the questions here, it may be helpful for us to still have it in committee at
That's
the
why I
next
said
meeting.
we'll bring it back next
Okay,
week.
because I didn't know whether we're going to send it down and then just let it go through its normal process. But I think that this warrants further discussion in committee. Okay.
Right, correct. Thank you. We did vote on it.
We voted on the amendment.
Right. That's the only thing we need to vote. Okay, now we need to vote to send it down this evening for first reading.
Right.
Move it.
I move the ordinance as amended.
Second by Ford. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that item for the ordinance first reading will go down today. Also, let it be noted that Sir J.B. Smiley has joined us.
I like the sir part.
Sir, okay. The next item is special use 22-29, 3016 Old Austin P Highway, a special use permit to allow a dormitory, District 1, Super District 9.
Dormitory. Right. Won't make that mistake again.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. Kendra Cobb, Division of Planning and Development. This is a request for a special use permit for a dormitory located at 3016 Old Austin P Highway. It is an application made by the North American Mission Board, and it is in Council District.
Thank you. Council District 1, Super District 9, that's much better. So looking at the map, this is located in the Raleigh area, and the vicinity map to the right, it shows the public notices that were sent out. 26 notices went out to the properties within the blue radius, and the subject property is outlined in yellow. And the zoning for this location is commercial mixed use 3, CMU 3, and zoning within that area consists of CMU 3. Also to the south, we have mixed use and single family residential 10. And also there's a R10 district to the east. There's a neighborhood that's just behind the property. As far as the land use is concerned, this is an institutional property. It is used as a church, religious institution. The properties to the north and the south are commercial. There's also vacant land, and as I already mentioned, there is residential property to the east. And looking at, we have a lag here, but okay, here we go. So looking at some properties of the site, this is a picture to the left of the property. The actual location of the dormitory, you can't really see it from the street, so it's located behind, it's actually located to the left. The picture to the left, there is a sanctuary that is on the left side, and then on the right side is a smaller building. So behind that is where the proposed dormitory would be located. And then the image to the right, you have looking north on Old Austin P Highway. And once again, we have site image on the left. You really would have to enter the site and drive down the driveway in order to see where the proposed dormitory would be located. And then we have Austin P Highway that's viewed from the subject property across the street. So this gives a better image of the proposed dorm. Looking at the image to the left, we have the orange arrow. So it is located in the rear of the lot.
It is a two-story building, just over 9,000 square feet. Oh, sure. And then this is a view of the plans that were submitted to the office. And it's kind of highlighted in yellow, light yellow, but that's the property towards the bottom of the screen that is proposed for the dormitory. This proposal is consistent with the Memphis 3.0 plan. It is future land use, anchor neighborhood mix. And so to conclude, this is an application by the North American Mission Board. They're seeking a special use permit to convert an existing educational building to a dormitory, and this is at 3016 Old Austin P Highway. This special use permit is required per our code because it is connected to a place of worship. And so when you have a place of worship that is proposing a dormitory, we require a special use permit within our code. And also with the zoning being CMU3, that is part of the requirement to apply for a special use permit. So this did go to the Land Use Control Board, and it received a recommendation of approval with the conditions. Also, Division of Planning and Development, we recommended approval with conditions. And the conditions are that any future modifications to the site plan will not have to be re-recorded as long as, there aren't any additional uses that haven't been approved previously. Also, the applicant would have to apply for administrative approval, administrative site plan approval. And that concludes that presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
So moved.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Okay, go back, number 2. I know we put a hold on it for 2 weeks. Okay, I know that's in my district. I would like for Councilman Corvette to meet with all parties and
1,500 potholes, which is a good year. It's about not a high number, but it's a good average number for us. And I think we're at 2,500 potholes right now that we've already filled as of just the few short weeks that we've been running operations.
I have a quick question. There's a particular person who seems to believe that the reason we have increase in potholes has something to do with, I guess, the type of material using to pave the streets. Did we ever switch? So I guess within the last 6 years, did we switch the type of material we use to pave the streets?
No.
Okay.
We still use the same state-approved mix we've used for decades.
Okay, so there's nothing different in terms of the quality?
No.
Okay. Any other questions, Councilwoman Johnson? I know you have something to say to me.
No, I'm just happy to see it's taking place because they are coming up everywhere, unfortunately. And I just hate it because I know how much money was spent on it previously, and now you got to go right back and do it again. So.
Well, that was a freestyle, yeah. We have a lot of rapid, and we got really cold, deep freezing, as you know. We talked about it. I heard it once you talked about it. I'll talk about other things in a minute. But yeah, that does have an effect on pavement condition, and so we will see a spike in potholes because of it.
Okay, let me ask you this.
There we go.
Hey. In regards to notification, what's the best way for the citizens to notify you of potholes?
311.
311. And looked like we were talking about at one time, the buses being able to go across the street and identify the potholes. Did we ever work that out?
Yes, ma'am. So we're going to have a conversation about that. I was going to demonstrate that at a future council. So the pothole detection model that we worked out with Google has been running now for a few months. We have a street sweeper outfitted, and we have one of our SUVs outfitted with the cameras. We are actively out driving city streets. The detection model picks it up, submits it through our system, and we verify it, and then it does get dispatched. It's about 95% accurate, which is so it's really great. The goal that I'm trying to get to is how to outfit more of our fleet. So we're talking about street sweepers. We may add another SUV and just dedicate staff to go out and just drive all of our city streets. Now, we also have another thing that I was going to talk about, so I guess I'll talk about it now. We hired a company called Roadway Assessment Systems, RAS. And they're getting ready to drive all 6,714 lane miles of city streets. And they're going to do a pavement condition assessment of every city street. So we've never done this before. Never have we done a system-wide assessment of all of our street pavements. And because imagine that's a big job and it's a major undertaking. So this company will, at that period of time, after they complete it, which will take several months, will give us a draft report. And once they're done, they're going to come, I'm going to bring them here to council, and they're going to walk you through what they did, show you the outcome of this, and what the benefits of this system-wide assessment. Because, what we do in public works now is one of my street maintenance engineers or the manager or somebody who's qualified goes out and assesses our streets. We go out and look at it, and we rate the street based on visual observation. They look at alligator cracking, potholes, cut and patch, other utility repairs, and they rate the condition of the street. That's somewhat subjective based on the experience of the individual doing the job. What this company does is drive a vehicle down, uses 3D lasers and other technology to really do a very not rudimentary, but technology-driven assessment, and it's consistent across every mile. So we get a very comprehensive and very detailed analysis of all of our streets that will give us a very good idea of what we really are dealing with in terms of our street pavement inventory, because that's what I call it. We have an inventory of streets and what the real condition of them is, and then what is the real budgetary need to ensure we're paving our streets the way we should do based on industry best practices.
How long is the process supposed to take?
They said it would take them months to drive all the streets, then to do the processing of the data.
What you call months?
It's going to take several months.
To drive 6,000 plus miles.
To drive all 6,714 miles.
What's several?
3 months. I'm thinking there's some, but the driving is not the bigger issue, because I think that can be done in about 40 to 45 days. It's the processing, the information that takes the other 45 days of time.
And I'm assuming, how much are we paying?
Exactly.
I knew that was coming. That's for Councilman Jones down there.
$500,000.
Wow, they better do a really good job.
Well, remember, it's based on we're 324 square miles. It's a lot of area. It's a lot of driving, and we have one of the larger street systems in the country. You know, even though we're number 25, 26 population wise, in terms of just street infrastructure, we're actually probably in the top 20 easily. We have more street miles than Nashville does.
Okay. Well, this is Councilman Canale's request. So, Councilman
We're equal to Los Angeles, if you wanted to know, almost 1 million miles. So that's a lot.
We're better than their basketball team, too. Go ahead, Councilman Canale.
Yes, sir.
How many lane miles will be paved this calendar year?
Well, we're trying to gauge that based on the most recent cost. Now, I wanted to come back in 2 weeks and kind of go over this. I'm really diving into what's really driving our cost. The cost of materials has gone up significantly in the last year. It is costing us about 25 to 30% more to pave because of the bituminous materials index, which is based on asphalt costs. So that's what we're trying to really gauge. It's been such a huge change in the last few months. So I was hoping to get a little more time and come back in 2 weeks with a lot more detail to give you that answer.
All right, and back to 311. I've had several complaints, especially lately, about people putting something in 311, tickets closed, and the problem was not remedied. How are we going to address that?
Well, Carolyn Maroon is not here. I know Chief Ryan and I have been in numerous conversations about this. We're looking at the options, but the one thing that should never happen is if the ticket is opened and let's say that it's not a repeat ticket, it's not a duplicate, we call it, then it should be routed and it should be addressed and then closed. If perchance there is, and this happens more in SeeClickFix, the mobile app, than anywhere, if it is a duplicate, then it is closed, but it's referencing the open ticket. Many times citizens don't see that language because it's kind of hard to always visually see it, or they may not go down to the notes and see that, okay, there's already an open service request for this location. So that's generally what we find is the main cause of the confusion. Closed because it's a duplicate. Now, there are times when it's just closed and it's not done. That's a different matter that we handle.
That's what I'm speaking of.
That's a disciplinary issue that we have to resolve.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Any other? Councilman Jones, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I know we're talking about potholes, but from a paving discussion, I want to see what our process is for that, and if there can be something built into it from a provisionary standpoint for council members, because there's only one Mr. Connect, but there are 13 council members. And so from the standpoint of driving around, and one time I brought up something as far as this discussion is concerned, Mr. Ford and I, we talked about South Parkway between Bellevue and 240. So when we have identified areas like that, for us to essentially say, if we allocate, and I don't know what mileage or feet or miles, a quarter mile, whatever the case may be, for the council to essentially say, look, I've identified in my district this particular area, as opposed to the administration solely coming up with the priority for this area. But if I've gotten, and somebody may call, Councilwoman Johnson may call Mrs. Smiley and me and say, well, if we get a dozen calls for that, to me, that should say from our allocation of what we can do, we can set that as a priority to pave that particular area. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think that it still responds to, if we just leave it in the rotation right now, what may be helpful too is a better understanding of how something gets moved up the list, even though it may have been paved 5 years ago, but it's in such a condition right now that it needs to be repaved again.
Well, South Parkway is going to be repaved again soon. We are working to get that done as part of either this fiscal year or next fiscal year because but it's going to require a major reconstruction. It's not going to be a repaving. We'll have to do like a full rebuilding of the road section. So it's going to be a lot more costly than what we would normally spend. To your point, Chairman, Every year when we come to the council, and I go through our plans for the $21 million that was budgeted for the capital budget for paving in that fiscal year 23, I give an overview of how we historically have tried to spend equal amounts of money in each council district based on the number of lane miles in that council district, because that was only a way to equitably do it. Because we didn't have this complete comprehensive assessment that I just mentioned ago that we are now going to do.
Okay.
So with this complete assessment of every, again, 6,714 lane miles of streets, that report comes back, and we're going to break it down by council district. We'll see what the average pavement rating is every one of your council districts. Okay. And if the rating is showing that one council district has a much lower rating, then there's a justification that maybe a council district should get more funding for paving versus another one. But that's a discussion that would be very good to have at that point in time once we have that whole assessment.
Okay. And so that's anticipated to take how long, and when should we have something? So you're saying September, we should have some type of, I don't know.
No, I hope to have something back here by March of this year and have the contractor come with me and explain everything. Because, obviously right in the middle of the budget cycle, as well as as we're getting ready for fiscal year 24. But, we can see and hope to achieve a better plan for the use of those funds that we hope to spend based on that overall rating.
Okay, thank you.
Question, should we anticipate any budget amendments coming soon due to the, I guess, weather increasing number of potholes throughout the city?
Not yet.
Yet?
No, I don't foresee.
There we go. That's
let me say it like this. We get $6.5 million. Street maintenance gets $6.5 million a year to fund its operations, both paving and cut and patch and potholes. So, that money that we get usually covers us every year. And this is not again an extraordinary year. I think it was 2000. Going to be a few years ago. We had like 75,000 potholes, 80,000 potholes in 1 year. We still were able to accomplish that with the $6.5 million that we had in budget. So we do it very economically in-house. So it's not a major cost driver, cost implication for our street maintenance budget.
Okay, Councilwoman Johnson. Mike.
I'm sorry. I have a question because I cannot recall. Did you come before us for that approval of that $500,000?
It was in the budget for the whole CIP budget. The approval for it was the 6.5 was of the 21 million, so much goes to in-house paving, and the rest goes towards the contracted paving. And what they do is they allocate and appropriate it at that time.
Okay.
So what you're saying is, for the funds that this body approved to do contract paid, and we use some of those funds to do the assessment so that we can better assess what parts of the roadways need to be paid.
Yes.
And you also stated that based on the money that this body has allocated, that we should be able to sufficiently address the potholes in the city.
Yes.
So what you're also saying that we are not going, you do not anticipate coming before this body asking for a budget increase because you have necessary fundings to address the potholes.
Yes.
So when I get a call from a constituent that says there's potholes that have not been addressed, it's safe to say that this council has dedicated enough funding to address those potholes.
Exactly. Just tell them it takes 3 to 5 days. It just takes us 3 days to fill a pothole on average. So if it hasn't been 3 days, if it's been more than 3 days, then that's an anomaly because we're like 95% efficient in getting potholes filled in 3 days. So it's now with an uptick, maybe reach the whole 5 days. But again, we have all of the available staff right now doing nothing but potholes and cut and patch. So there's nothing in terms of staffing that really should be an issue. The bigger challenge is sometimes that we're just affected by equipment shortages, which is affecting all of the city services.
Okay. Approximately how many potholes have we been notified of?
Hold on, I'll tell you right now. I'll get it. Just bear with me. I can tell you based on the report I get every day. But you got to remember, our crews actually fill like 85% more potholes than we actually get calls for. We only about 50% of the potholes we fill were calls from the citizens. Here it is. Okay, so far to date, as of yesterday, we have filled 2,428 potholes. We had only received 469 calls. So 469 calls, 2,428 potholes filled. So that means 2,000 were filled just by our crews driving around looking for potholes.
If at all possible, could you tell us how many potholes were filled after the weather event that we recently experienced?
Yeah, there was an uptick. You can see we were like 3 on January 1st, 16 on January 2nd, 70 on January 3rd. Then it went up to 107 on the 4th. And then it was at 98 on the 5th, 82 on the 6th. It's come down a little bit to 17 and 17 on the 7th and 8th, and then it's back up a little bit on the 9th to 59 calls.
How many employees do we have out addressing this issue?
It varies depending on staffing. We generally have 4 crews doing potholes year round. It's usually doubles to 8 to 10.
Crews, break it down.
That's crews.
Break that down, like crews, it mean 1 or 2 persons, 1 or
2 or 3. 2 or 3. Usually 2, but can be as many as 3, depending on how many trucks I have available to roll.
The reason these line of questions is coming from me, I hear frequently in the community that this body has not done enough to address, this particular issue. And what I want to hear from you is there's anything else this body could do to help you address, the pothole issue or the infrastructure issue, depending on who you speak with.
I mean, we were fortunate this year to get a lot of funding from the referendum for street maintenance, okay? And so we ordered a lot of fleet because we had underfunded fleet for a while. So that's underway. But the problem we're facing is just a backlog. It's taking us 12 months to get vehicles, so that's the biggest challenge we're facing. Our staffing levels are great. I mean, obviously we've done a lot of work to enhance our staffing. We've increased funding. We paid positions more money where we needed to. So we're trying to do all we can from a personnel standpoint. But it's just that material cost and the vehicle shortages are the biggest risk factors for us immediately. I mean, it's again cost-wise, it's dramatic. We're paying 40% more for asphalt materials than we paid in the past, and that's a huge implication to our budget. And you can see that at the pumps. Diesel fuel is still up. Look at the cost of fuel right now. It's still high. And that's because the asphalt and petroleum costs are high.
Okay. Any other questions on this issue, Councilman Canale? All right. Well, Councilwoman Logan.
The state roads, are you all filling those and then billing them, or are we still to call them for the state roads in terms of the potholes?
We're not doing anything on a state route. They're responsible for that too.
Okay. Well, at one time we were, but now you're saying we're not. Okay.
Yeah, we did that we quit 5 years ago because they weren't funding us at the right amount. We were basically supplementing the state routes, and they refused to increase the funding. So we said, well, have fun dealing with the infrastructure because we're not going to use our funds to maintain state routes.
And I totally get that. Just don't know what to tell constituents who are having to repair tires and things like that because, in my district, in one community in my district, you're talking about Austin P, you're talking about Covington Pike, and, and a couple of others. So I was just wondering what should they do if they're not coming to fill them?
Well, the state has different guidelines than we do. Our SLA is 5 days. I forget what their SLA is. They prioritize the interstates first over state routes, so that's another issue that you face. They're going to, have to deal with what the bigger priority is, from their perspective. I can ask them to give me an update if you want and try to bring something to you. I can ask them to come and they can talk to you about how they manage the routes.
Yeah, if the chairman allows, we will do that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll contact Mr. Welch and Mr. Baker and ask them if they would be willing to come talk about that.
All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Also, just want to put on your radar, inquiring minds want to know, for you to come back next council meeting and talk about, where we are with the, sewer drainage problems, sewer drainage issues. Stormwater drainage issues. Particularly, Lamar, South Parkways, I think it's Lamar and Willette. And I think their police officers were parked out in front of it to keep people from driving into that flood area. So, looking for an update on that.
Yes, sir.
All right, it appears all hearts and minds clear. All right, thank you so much. All right, we're gonna go to item number 1. No, we just skipped everything and went to 6 because our media partners said that was important to them. Shout out to ABC 24. All right, item number 1. Resolution appropriating funds in the amount of $9,131,466 for construction of the TE Maxim Wastewater Treatment Facility, WWTF, belt filter press replacement sludge disposal earth complex, project number SW02006. District 6 to be straight, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Johnson, seconded by Warren. You know the role.
Yes, sir. Robert Connect, Public Works Director. So, we operate 2 of the largest wastewater treatment plants in the region. Our sewer utility is a very comprehensive one in terms of what it serves. I mean, obviously we serve the city of Memphis, but we serve other customers in jurisdictions. So what we have to do is obviously upgrade and modernize our systems. In this case, we're talking about TE Maxim, which is our South Wastewater Treatment Plant. And one of the processes that we deal with is once we have treated wastewater, we have return activated sludge. We have sludge material that's left over, biosolids it becomes. But in order to route it, has to go through multiple processes. And where it goes to our sludge processing areas, it goes through belt filter presses where they basically dewater it. So you're going through conveyor systems. They're adding polymers, and then they're basically reducing the amount of water content down to about 18% solids. And then we can then utilize that material then for land storage or for further biological or anaerobic digestion. So this is just to fund the cost of these belt filter presses replacements. We've replaced approximately, I think there's 11 of them. We replaced 5, and this is to replace the last 6. The goal for this was, 26%. It was met by using Infinity Supply LLC. And then the WB goal, so it was 1%, and that'll be met by using A&B Construction. So you're talking about $9.1 million funded by Sewer Capital Paygo.
The MWB goal was 26%?
Yeah, the total goal is 27. There's 26% MBE and 1% WBE for this.
Okay, so we met the goal, meaning we got exactly 26%.
I think we exceeded. I think it was 25.
That's what I was trying to
think it was 25. We exceeded it by 2%.
Okay. All right, and you said it was 1. You said something about 1% W.
Yeah, for WBE.
Okay, and we met the goal, obviously.
Well, I think the 25% is just the general goal, and they can meet it either MBE or WBE.
Combination.
Yeah, it's a combination of those.
All right, any questions? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And being the chair, the ayes have it. Thank you.
I do want to, just real quick, I talk about the fact that, we are a major water and electrical user at the treatment plants. I think, as you heard Mr. McGowan talk about earlier, we did our part to reduce energy use and water use because obviously there was a lot of challenges. So we were able to, reduce our water demand and, we tweaked our electrical demand as much as we can to ensure we meet our permit. But that's something that we obviously do a lot of. We are, like I said, we're in the top 5 water and probably top 5 energy users. So moving forward, we have a great project coming that I want to talk to you about that's going to help really be a benefit to our system in terms of energy use too.
See, you're teasing us. So next council meeting, you're gonna be ready, right?
Possibly. If you I think dominate the meetings though with the conversations.
All right, Councilwoman Johnson. Then we're gonna go on to item number 2.
Out of curiosity, what division of the city is the greatest user of the water?
Public Works. Not even close. Not even close, Councilman. Our wastewater treatment plants they use a lot of potable water because we have to cool our pumps and our facilities, and so they use a lot of water. Now, we are trying to reutilize recirculate our treated wastewater and then reduce our water use. I have a project underway for that because I want to become more sustainably driven. So our water that is, once it's treated and disinfected, we're looking at ways to reuse that and repurpose that versus just before we discharge it to the river, and then reduce that potable water use. We spend $1.2 million a month to MLGW and our wastewater treatment plants alone.
Maybe give us some money back. All right, item number 2. Resolution approving the sale of city-owned property now. Well, first of all, thank you, Director Connect. Resolution approving the sale of city-owned property known as 0 Castelia Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38114, parcel ID number 3109400031, containing 0.2 acre parcel, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren. Seconded by Councilman Ford. The floor is yours, Mr. Osborne.
All right. Good afternoon, Council. Carlton Osborne, manager of real estate. This particular property is the purchaser is a adjoining property owner who's looking to purchase this piece of property in order to get them in line with a zoning variance, in which when they purchased their property in a bundle, they bought multiple properties, they realized that one of their properties that they purchased was not being used in the proper manner per zoning. And they approached DPD to get a zoning variance, and DPD made them aware that they were encroaching on city-owned property when they built the driveway onto the property. So once they built DPD gave them two options. They could either get an encroachment or they could purchase the parcel. This was a city-owned parcel that contained a drainage culvert, and what they have decided to do is, what we asked them to do in the purchasing of this particular parcel is to grant the easement to give the city the ability to continue to maintain that culvert on that property. So they agreed to do that. They also financed the surveys for the drainage culvert easement, as well as the survey for the property. The property is being sold to them for $300. We gave it to them at a lower value because they were supplying the easements.
What was the original value?
$1,000.
Okay, and they supplied the easements, and they also paid for, I guess, the survey, you said?
They paid for the surveys, yes.
Okay, and do we know anything about Mr. Whitaker?
Mr. Whitaker is well, actually, we have Corbin Smith, who's a representative for Mr. Whitaker here, but he is
Mr. Whitaker a resident of the city? Or he just owned property?
He's
okay. Yeah, Ms. Smith, could you come forward? You sit beside Director. I don't know, he's kind of shifty, but be careful. You state your name, address, and then your business affiliation with Mr. Whitaker.
So my name is Corwin Smith, and I live at 951 West Tree Drive in Collierville.
Okay. And your, I guess, your business relationship, Mr. Whitaker, you're familiar with the property?
Yeah, I'm an agent for him.
Okay.
RJ Property Management.
Okay. All right. And is what you heard today accurate?
It is.
Okay. Any other, well, Councilwoman Janice Swearingen Washington has a question. This is her district, and she doesn't live too far.
I just wondered, did you have
Mike, talk to me.
Did you have a meeting with the constituents in that area to let them know what was going on with this property?
Well, we noticed them for the variance meeting, and anyone was invited to come to the variance meeting, but didn't have a separate meeting other than that.
So they did?
Yes. And they also, this culvert property is along 6 other properties that they're purchasing, and they actually went door to door to knock on their doors to let them make a decision as to whether they would rather take portions of that parcel or not, and none of them agreed to participate in.
What are they going to do with the property?
Well, the property that they're using has the driveway on it for the properties that are adjacent to it. So instead of getting an encroachment agreement which would cost them $2,000 a year, they decided to purchase the entire parcel. The rest of it is right as of now. The parcel is not being used for anything except for the culvert that the city has across it. And we'll still have the access and use of that culvert.
Councilwoman Jones, I know you had a
question. What is
the property adjacent to the lands, the subject property you want to purchase, what type of residence is this?
So we're in a single-family residence, and there's multifamily. We're in a single-family, and there's multifamily on the other side of the drainage ditch and on the other side of Castalia. So we're kind of right in the corner.
I thought this was a duplex that you were.
It is a duplex.
How did a duplex get into a single-family residence situation?
That's a good question.
Okay.
It was built in 1950. Yeah, it lost its legal non-conforming use, so we're trying to reestablish that by doing all this.
It does.
Executive Director Adams is very anxious to share some updates with us.
Well, no, it just I was just trying to kind of clarify what we were trying to do. This has gone and could continue to go through the DPD process, through the variances in nature. What we're trying to do is just unify what was once a duplex that now shouldn't be. They're going to retain the easement in which the city will have access to, allow the property owner to unify the property and have use of the driveway. And as opposed to going through the variance process, because at this particular point, to your point, it should not have been a duplex, but when the property owner bought it at the time, they bought it as such without that access to that other side. And so now we're just having that property owner buy the adjacent property, grant the easement back at a reduced price.
Mayor, but it will still remain as a duplex. You're not going to make it a single family. How many more duplexes over there?
Several right in that neighborhood.
Across the street.
This is the only one.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what the Board of Adjustments variance meeting was for. This was a condition of approving that variance was to buy this parcel of land.
Okay. And if you didn't have that land, would that issue have been brought before the city council to grant that variance?
No. Oh, sorry.
Probably not. If it was if it remained in the, I think Mr. Whitaker purchased the property not knowing that it had that it was non-compliant. So it probably would not have been addressed otherwise.
Okay, so my question is, how did the driveway get there? Didn't you have a survey of the property to know not to pour a driveway on somebody else's property?
No, we didn't. When we bought it, there was a fence right over next to the canal that went all the way down. And so not only had we encroached 10 feet onto city property, but all of the homes have encroached up to that fence and just considered it part of our yard and didn't know until the city looked at it a little closer for the variance and said, hey, the property line's right here.
Okay.
Satisfied. Any other questions from this body? All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. I'll take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Item number 3, resolution requesting the city of Memphis to transfer its ownership rights and interests of the parcel located at 268 Bethel Avenue, parcel ID number 02202900011 in Uptown TIF Zone to the Community Redevelopment Agency, District 7, Super District, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Don't sound so enthused. Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Jones. Administration, you know what to do.
All right. 268 Bethel is being requested for purchase by the CRA, Community Redevelopment Agency. They're going to be using this property to build affordable housing in the Uptown area. Their purchasing price is $8,500, which has been determined by a market value appraisal. That those fundings will go back to HCD to refund HUD, and we're asking for your approval.
Any questions? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it appears the chair that the ayes have it. We'll note that item number 4 is being held. I'm assuming coming back in 2 weeks, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, item number 5, discussion. Oh, yeah, let's skip that one. That's gonna take too long. All right, let's go. Yeah, might as well. Discussion on the bipartisan infrastructure plan. All council districts requested by Chairman Jones.
All right.
Chairman Jones?
Thank
you know what to do.
Chairman. Colleagues, I asked to have this discussion after attending the National League of Cities Conference. Councilman Vice Chair Smiley and I, we sat in on a presentation, and this particular presentation at the beginning of the discussions, it talked about the fact, I think leading up to that last year at some point, we had instances where we may have had 2, maybe 3 pedestrians struck by vehicles during that short period of time. And so when we attended this particular session, it talked about there are grants available for municipalities where one of the, I think it's called Safe Streets or something along those lines, but it talked about the fact that there are grants available for municipalities based upon what their fatality rate is for pedestrians. And so during that discussion, it just opened up, there were further discussions that talked about the bipartisan infrastructure plan and how, this is a $1 trillion package. And I just wanted us, and so there were some discussions that had taken place about the city being funds being available for it, and we hadn't even applied for them. So I wanted us to have this particular discussion to get a better understanding, and have this discussion, particularly, this one may have fallen only in Mr. Connect's wheelhouse, but I would offer that there are probably other departments within the city where we could be looking at this whole bipartisan infrastructure plan, and if there are ways in which we can have federal funding, are we doing enough from a federal funding, from an application standpoint, to go after some of this money. So what I had Ms. Owens to do is just take a look at some of the provisions under the bipartisan infrastructure plan. And I thought I saw Chief Ryan here a second ago, because as it came from this, colleagues, one of the things that I thought about, I don't know how robust or how big our grant department, I don't know whether there's somebody who's applying for available grants in every department. So this is for discussion purposes, talking about what we can be doing differently, because it may be one of those things. We might need to fund a grant writer in each division to go after stuff like this, if we don't currently have it right now. So I don't know what we have. This is just to bring this to the forefront and to have the discussion about this. This is just about one thing, the bipartisan infrastructure plan. It's $1 trillion. And as Ms. Owens indicated in your packet, $185 billion has already hit the streets. So that's 18.5% of these funds. And so this talks about some of those monies that have been expended. But if you're talking about $1 trillion, I would say that we would want to make sure that we're getting a proportionate, or if not a disproportionate share, more. But, I just want to have this discussion. If we don't have grant writers in every department whose job is to go after federal funding like this is a discussion that we should have. So I just provide that commentary to have this discussion amongst ourselves, and then have members from the administration to talk about it.
To offer some context to Councilman Jones' statement, I think when we were in the NLC conference in Kansas City, the young lady who works for, the Biden administration, I think she stated specifically.
She works for NLC.
NLC. Yeah. Then she stated specifically as it relates to the city of Memphis, as it relates to this particular dedicated funding, Memphis is prime. Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to choose my words carefully. And understanding that Memphis is prime, it became readily apparent that we have not exercised our due diligence in seeking funding from the federal government. I understand that where we are is a state as relates to receiving money from the state, but I think we're primed to essentially usurp the state and go straight to the federal government to receive funding from the federal government that comes directly to our municipality without going to Big Brother and Big Brother taking the money and sending it elsewhere. We are primed. So I do want us to be diligent as we think about how we can get money from this bipartisan infrastructure plan.
Just to edit that too, but that's the key part that I left out. A lot of times we have stuff like this, we have to go through the state. The state has to allocate it. But what she said about the bipartisan infrastructure plan, a significant part of it, cities can apply directly to bypass the state. So thank you for that.
And we have a lot of directors in here, Director Connect, Director Adams, Director Davis. So y'all in the right place. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I think I have a couple of questions. On this sheet, why are these highlighted? I didn't catch that.
That's Memphis. So what we're looking at, those that are not highlighted, those are our peer cities.
Okay.
But those that are highlighted, those are now. If you notice, MATA is a part of this, so that means that Memphis Area Transit Authority applied for it.
And they're straight to the. They don't go through the state.
Right. So the significant part of this, and just historically, there's been a lot of times when federal funds come down, they send them to the states, and then the state is responsible for doing so. However, with this, a large part of it is that cities themselves can directly apply, bypassing the state. Mm-hmm. And so I guess in some instances, the airport authority, if you look at the first two, they would have been responsible for making the application to that, not the city. If you look at the same thing can be said for MATA. But to look at this list, and perhaps there are applications that have been made, grants that we've received that we don't know about. But, the administration would be privy to that, but it would appear that would have made this list. It could be out there, but I don't know.
I too think that I don't know about having an employee for each department, but I do believe we need one person or two people to go search for these particular grants that's available, notify the departments, and let them apply for it and monitor it in that process. It's my understanding that no such person exists. But once they get a grant, they send it to the grant department in order to make sure all the guidelines are followed in order to get the funds. But I don't know of a grant writing department in this administration.
So I'm going to, I guess, defer to Director Adams. I think he has another title at some point for it. I don't want to speak it into existence, but I do. Okay. Director Adams.
All right. Antonio Adams. I also serve as the Deputy Chief Operating Officer.
That's the other title I didn't remember. Yeah.
Sorry for looking at you, sir. I was looking at you.
No, not a problem. So I appreciate this conversation, and I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. I do know that in our divisions, specifically, and I'll talk to the gentleman to my left, Directors Connect and Balin. They do apply and receive some grants, federal grants as well, and quite honestly, they operate quite frequently off of federal grants. And then I think Director Zena has come in, and his department has helped us, quite tremendously, state and federal, as far as applying directly for grants. Now, can we do a better job? Yes. Will we do a better job? Yes. Do we have dedicated individuals? We do in certain divisions. We do in the division of fire, police. I know that we share roles in various divisions, and we do in finance as well. And the mayor has a dedicated person on his team. Now, can we enhance our coverage and our efforts? Yes, and we will. I like for us to collaboratively work because, again, what you bring to us in scope, a lot of this is new. I will tell you with regard to MATA, I know that this administration, along with MATA, jointly applied for those grants. And so we were intimately involved in MATA's application. Okay. So we knew about that and worked in that direction. But the other things that we take in consideration when we weigh grants is what you have to do in return. So there are grants that we have applied, for instance, on the vehicle maintenance side. Sometimes you have to disable a vehicle in order to receive a vehicle. And so if we're not ready to disable a vehicle because you need it for a reserve, why would you purchase or receive that new vehicle? So you have to be ready to receive the grant receipt before you disengage. So those are things that we have weighed as well. So I think there needs to be a larger conversation when we start talking about grants, because there's always something else on the other side of it. So this is a great start to a conversation, well needed. I think we can collaborate and we can move forward.
Director? Yeah, so, we have a lot of partnerships. A lot of our consultants are actively engaged in this for us, and program managers as well, like All World came to talk to you about our stormwater program. They are actively engaged. Black and Beach, our program manager for our consent decree, actively engaged in this. And then we're part of the American Public Works Association. I get a report every week on every grant, and this is all IAJA, bipartisan bill activities. So we are constantly monitoring what is coming down, what's going on. We are supporting things that ask that we go to legislation, especially at the federal legislation, and asking and advocating for local direct contributions you're talking about, because the majority of it goes to the state. The majority of it will be funded through the state. But they did incorporate, yes, local contribution capabilities. Those are still being worked out because that's a new process. And all these rulemaking processes go through that, so that the federal government has to kind of outline what that looks like and how that would be allocated into what programs. So that is a big discussion that we've had.
Let me just interrupt you for 1 second and push back on that. How this came about was the fact that you said that these things were being worked on, but that representative said some money's already out the door. So I just don't buy that. For us, I know we have to do things differently to move forward with this, but we can have a consultant after consultant. This money is already heading out the door. And NLC, Mr. Smiley called you. And that's what you told him, that the money's headed out that they're still working on it. They're not. The money's headed out the door right now.
Well, parts of it are, yes, sir.
Right, but what I'm saying is that for us to, this is for that discussion, but I just want us to be on top of things. I accept Mr. Adams' response to this, but if we're relying upon our consultants to go after this, we can't do that. We need to be operating on parallel paths here, sir.
Yes, sir.
So that's all I wanted to add. I just had to interrupt you there because that was the assertion you made to Mr. Smiley, and the representative there said, no, that's not the case. Now, one of the things that I would encourage the administration to do, y'all need to be attending some of these functions with us, because the purpose of going to these things is learning about best practices that take place. If we're just operating here in Memphis, we can't rely upon a consultant to bring us that information when we can be directly engaged. And so we were sitting at dinner with the mayor of Jackson, Mississippi, because he was on the ground, his chief of staff. And so a criticism that I'll have for the Strickland administration, y'all don't participate. So that's how you get these ideas. We can't say, well, we're going to rely upon our consultant to do that. We have to be engaged. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I was going to say that, as these notice of funding opportunities come available, obviously we're always looking at these. When these applications become available, we are applying for ones that are. We've applied for one already. So we are constantly looking at these, because nothing is available till it's available. I mean, it's all planned, but until that notice of funding opportunity hits the public notice, then there's no way to apply for it. And as I said before, I mean, we as an entity, Public Works is an entity, because we're going to be the major entity in getting these, if we're going to get direct ones, because most of the transportation, they're infrastructure based. So obviously, like I mentioned, us as a collaboration of entities within Public Works, we are trying our best to ensure that the most money that can be allocated directly to cities is going to be allocated. And that's why I was trying to hit on. It's not about the fact that there is money hitting the street. Now, yes, there is a lot. It's going to continue to do so as they make these rulemaking. But we're very targetedly working to ensure that nothing hits the street that we're not ready to, or we're going to do everything we can to apply for it to ensure we leverage as much funding as possible.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, and then I'm going to wrap it up because we got to take one more issue.
If I could put a point to this, I'll get with Chief Ryan and the mayor, and we will reconvene and develop a plan of action to work collaboratively with you all and continue the efforts that are going on in the divisions. I do appreciate the efforts definitely of Directors Connect and Balin and the other directors, but I definitely understand your concerns and what you brought to us, and we will take a plan of action.
All right, so, I think Councilman Jones, has a really valid point here. Particularly when we were at the conference, it may be, Director Connect this time, but, it's a very broad perspective. Councilman Jones's point is we need to do everything in our power to make sure the money that is available for municipalities such as Memphis, that we're getting it. It is not about, whether a particular division is dropping the ball. It's about what can we do to serve the people of the city. And, you expressed a good point. You're going to get with the chief, you're going to get with the mayor to figure out how we can work collaboratively going forward. But may not necessarily be collaboratively. I think Councilman Jones brought up another good point. When we were there at the conference, we heard it firsthand. Firsthand, money was going out that we were not aware of. It's different when a council member hears this. A council member has to pick up the phone and say, hold on, let me get on the phone with someone from the administration to address these missteps, these shortcomings, or these issues. It's another thing when someone in administration is there firsthand, hears it, already knows how to address it immediately, and can potentially set up a meeting on the spot. If we're spending money in our budget to go to these particular conferences to learn, to adopt the best practices, it shouldn't just be the council who's in a legislative role. It should be also the administration who has the ability to execute. So I think, if we talk about how we move the city forward in the best fashion, the best light, what we need to be doing is making sure the administration is also at the table. Whether it's Director Davis, whether it's Director Blinn, whether it's Director Nick, whether it's the new Deputy Director, we have to be there. We have to be present. And it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Oh, Councilman Morgan's been waving his hand at me the whole time. Charge it to Meredith, not me. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'll be quick because I know we're trying to wrap up. If you look at item number 610, that was something that the City Council directly intervened on, where we wrote a resolution. It was a grant that was submitted, and then we did a resolution to our congressional representatives asking for that funds, and drove by it this weekend, and work is being done that needs to be done there. But to the administration and to the directors, I think obviously what you're hearing from us is we want assurances that everything is being done that can possibly be done to bring every dollar to the city that are possible. And then, it may be to the individual director, it may be something, maybe a broader response from the mayor's office and Chief Ryan about that. But then the second part of that is, as we're the oversight body, show us your work. I think in the next couple meetings, like a math test, we need to see the work that has been done and where do we stand in terms of grants, maybe broken down by department, maybe all wrapped up together. And that might, rather than simply public works infrastructure, I think that's a good thread to pull on a broader conversation. It might be budget, it might be executive, maybe something for the audit committee to do. We'll see. But it's really important. And if there is, look, it's a new year. Let us know if things are going right, if things are going wrong, and if something needs to be remediated. I wouldn't want to wait until budget season. Like we said, dollars are out the door already. Let's take a look at this and make sure we get it done, because a good grant writer is absolutely worth their weight in gold. And we know there are asterisk marks with the different grants, and there might have to be a 20% match or this or that. We can understand that, but let's take a look at the work that we've gotten done and try to imagine what else is out there and see how we can pursue it.
What he said. All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear on this particular item. So I'm assuming we're going to see something from each department in the next month or two about, grants we've applied for, funding secured, and what's out there. I think that's an appropriate step, going forward. And Jones,
I would say specifically under the bipartisan infrastructure plan.
Okay,
now, I know that there are other ones out there, but to have a $1 trillion plan where such a significant part we can bypass the state to do so, we don't see those all the time. So, I would appreciate a report on what we've applied for have received from. It's sort of almost like a scorecard, if you would, of the bipartisan infrastructure plan, what we've applied for, what we received.
Chairman, I think it'd be good to have an overview of the bipartisan bill, overview of the buckets. There's buckets of money. It's not just $1 trillion in one bucket. It's broken out by EPA, transportation. There's a laundry list basically of opportunities.
Absolutely agree. But that's in your wheelhouse. Y'all figure out how y'all going to present it to this particular body, and if it's in my committee, great, or if it's in executive, great. I'm open to either. All right. We're going to go on to thank you all for, patiently going through this with us. Item number 7. I know there's another committee that's supposed to start 7 minutes ago. You can blame me for that. All right. Update on the bridge repair along Sam Cooper Boulevard, District 5, Super District 9, requested by Councilman Canale. You on the road today, sir? Councilman Canale? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Specifically, I was going to ask Director Belen to give us an update on the projected completion dates. I know they've been on the bridge over Holmes and Highland for quite some time, and from my understanding, they moved to Graham next, then Perkins, and then further east. So I was going to see if we get a progress report and expected completion date for each one. Thank you.
So that's specific. I love it. Directors.
Yes, thank you very much. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So I appreciate the invitation to present the project that's currently occurring along Sam Cooper. Since we're talking about grants, this is a grant project that we applied for several years ago. Actually, I think it started in 2009 when we first applied for the funding. I did bring our consultant to do a presentation. We do have like a 12-slide presentation to kind of talk through about the project and where we stand with the project, the funding associated with the project, and the schedule. So with that said, I do have Les Huffman with Fisher and Arnold here, and Director Connect is going to be controlling his slides.
I'm sorry. My name is Les. I'm with Fisher and Arnold. We are the CEI organization that is taking care of this current project on Sam Cooper, which is we're responsible for all the construction, engineering, and inspection on the job. What I'd like to do is run through quickly where we are on the project. Next slide, please. This is an overview of Sam Cooper that contains all 11 bridges. They run from the west end at Holmes Road. The bridge goes over Holmes Road all the way to the east end, which is Mendenhall. There are a few bridges in between, but they're not part of the project. Each one of these locations, there's 6 that have 2 bridges each, and that goes all the way down to the last bridge, which is, I'm sorry, it's not 6, 5 locations has 2 bridges each. That's 10, and then the 11th one is Mendenhall. Right now, currently, as you see the circle, that's the bridges that have been under construction since the beginning of the project. That's the Holmes Road, there's 2 bridges, and Highland Avenue, there's 2 bridges. Next slide, please. This is our general scope, and you know these when you deal with this many basically locations of construction within a project, they all can't be the same. So what I did was I put down most all of the activities that need to take place when these get repaired, and they vary in nature, everything from painting all the way to fixing the concrete to repaving the deck. So it's pretty expansive when it comes to all the different ones, and they're not all the same. So we can go on to the next slide. Now this is a sample scope sheet for each individual bridge. Each one has its own number and its own location, and it has its own scope on the bottom. You can see all those those oval points are all, they're individual to that particular bridge. And without boring any further with this, I could show you some parts of it, but so you'd know what I was talking about. But when it comes to the specific parts of the bridge, but I don't think that's really necessary. Jameson Construction out of McEwen, Tennessee, was low bidder on the project. They were at $7,875,000 for $14,995. With contingency, that gave a total of $8,272,773 overall. Right now, currently as of the end of November, we're at $3,849,690.87, and that's 47% of the cost of the project at this time. Next slide, please. The start date on this when Jameson mobilized was March 5th of 2021, and at that time it was a 910-day contract, taking it to the end at September 1st of this year. Since then, we've had a revised end date due to change orders and things that have been added to the project, a total of 142 days that now carries it to January 20th of 2024, and that is the completion time. So currently at the end of November, we're at 62% of the project time has passed, but only 48% of the work has been done. The contractor's scheduled completion date concurs with the revised end date that we have of January 20th of 24. And of course, if it goes over that date, there will be liquidated damages by the contractor on a daily rate. Some of the problems that we've had on this project was in the beginning, because of COVID and the workforce reduced, they were kind of slow getting started. They had a hard time getting their people together. There were economic problems that hindered the start of the project, and mostly involved manpower and equipment that they were having trouble getting. Any construction problems that came into play were the deck pours. They had some issues with their equipment on the original deck pours, which were still in the first 4 bridges, and those 2 decks in particular were the westbound side of Highland and the westbound side of Holmes. Those 2 decks did not pass inspection, and they had issues, so we had TDOT come out, get involved with it, and that took about 3 months or so to get a resolution to that, which the resolution is to epoxy coat, and the contractor's bearing the load of that cost. There won't be any additional cost of the project on it. Next slide, please. I'm sure all of you that have traveled Sam Cooper have seen similar issues like this. That's the overpass at westbound Highland, and right now that particular bridge was scheduled to be paved today, but they've had some delays from Vulcan Materials on some rock getting in to mix the concrete with, so it's going to be tomorrow. But we should still finish those 4 bridges tomorrow on the decks themselves. But that one was a little excessive. There were a couple of places on these 4 bridges where rebar has been exposed. And I don't know if anybody's ever heard the phrase rotten concrete, but there is such a thing. Concrete does decay much like wood does. It just depends on a lot of things, the way it was placed, how old it is, and what kind of, in this case, traffic has been across it and beat it down. And it begins to break down. And that's what caused most of the potholes on those bridges was a typical surface failure of the concrete. Now, all the asphalt that you see in that photo is the city's attempts in the past to try to cover that up and to save it until this, until it can get resurfaced. And what we finally wound up doing, and one of the additional costs on this project that run it up a little bit, was the cost of asphalting that bridge. We had it was basically the contractor was unable to keep it patched fast enough. So what they did was we come in and mill that asphalt off and just resurfaced the bridge. And that was early in the project. And anybody that travels westbound Sam Cooper in the beginning of this project, they one day they just woke up coming down the road and noticed that they had a really nice bridge to go across, and it was because they decided to go ahead and pave it. That paving has since been removed. You can go to the next slide. And what you see there is a hole in Highland, in westbound Highland, that was about where those men were standing, patching the concrete. And that's why I emphasize the word rotten concrete, because that's kind of what happened. One of the processes of resurfacing these roadways is what they call hydroblasting, and it's basically a 10 to 20,000 psi pressure washer that it breaks down the concrete and makes it look like a moon surface, and it gives the concrete a nice adhesion to the resurfacing that's going over. Well, what happened here was that the rotten concrete just blew through. So we had a giant hole, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing it did, because it tells you where your bad concrete is. If there's any bad concrete on a deck, that hydroblaster will find it, and you'll end up with something like this. If you go to the next slide, please. Now, this is the top of that very deck you were just looking at. If you'll notice, almost in the center to the left, it looks like a different color under the rebar. That's wood form. So they come in under the bridge and form that up. That's where the hole was. But everything else is what you see from when we hydroblasted. And normally, if you see the area that looks like you don't see steel in it, that's what the whole deck should look like. Because of the decayed concrete, that's why you get all your rebar showing like it is, because the concrete couldn't hold on and it just blew away from it. So all that will be repaired by the overlay that on the next slide, if you want to go to that. This is the polymer modified concrete that was chosen for the deck surface on these bridges, and it's just what it says it is. It's modified with a polymer that strengthens and holds it together and gives it a nice, it not only has abrasion resistance, but it also has a strong resistance to traffic. So it's a very good surface, and it gets down in those crevices and down under the rebar, and it holds everything in place really well and restores the deck to a nice surface that everybody loves to drive on. Next slide, please. That's the eastbound Holmes Bridge, one side of it, and that's after the overlay has been completed. And that's the way all of them look when we get the overlay done. What this is right here is the paint crew. They are prepping all the steel, and most of the steel on this job, even beyond these 4 bridges we're working on now, has already been cleaned and painted. Due to scheduling issues, we're allowed to let the painter move ahead on the job. So they basically just pressure wash with a high pressure washer to clean all the steel off and get all the rust off, and then they coat it with a primer and put a final coat on it. The white that you see in this picture here is all epoxy primer, and then the picture on the right is the final coat of green color that goes over it. So, and that's where we are on the project right now. If anybody has any questions, I'll do my best.
So I would just have one thing to, so the first 2 locations where the map indicates the work that's currently occurring, we do anticipate to complete that by the end of this month, and the contractor moving to the next phase of the project.
Thank you, Chairman. So the January date, the date was moved back from September of this year to January of next year, is the completion of the entire project.
Yes,
so about a year.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the current phase, as he just stated, the current phase we're on now, we will be moving to the next set of bridges at Vaughn Road and Waring Road at the end of this month.
All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. We're looking at a year completion date. I'm always at church. Delivering the message.
Thank you.
Insurance Committee.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
It's now 2:26. We're running about 26 minutes late. I'd like to call the Parks and Environmental Committee meeting to order. We have one item on the agenda. We'll get to that after roll call.
Councilmembers present, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Jones, Councilman Morgan, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Chair Warren.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda. This was requested by Councilman Ford Sr. I'll turn the mic over to him after I read the title. A discussion with the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, about the health risks from ethylene oxide. All council districts, and you know we've all been receiving a number of emails about this. I think it's good that you brought this up, Councilman Ford. The mic is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. This goes back to, 2 or 3 months ago, I've been trying to get the EPA to come and see us, okay? I really need to know an update on, there's a place on Florida Street, and I think all of the council members last year was invited to this particular meeting. When they had the meeting, it was on council day. It was kind of late when all of us got out. But when we finished, I decided to go by Monumental Church. That's where it was. Yeah, I think we got out about 10:30, 11 o'clock that night, and all. But there's a place on Florida Street, and I don't know how many other places there are. There are 8 employees, but it's giving all of these oxides out in the air. And they were supposed to have been giving us an update a long time ago. So I'm glad they finally decided to come and tell us something what's going on, because actually the neighborhood and everything is so upset, and we like to try to close this place down if they don't want to do anything about it. And they knew about it and never said anything to the public about it. Okay? So who we got here?
Thank you, Councilman. I believe we have someone online. If we could possibly get an introduction with name and title, and we'll turn the floor over to you for the presentation. We do have a hard copy of your presentation here. Thank you for joining us today.
The neighborhood would like to probably have another meeting with EPA.
Thank you. If y'all could, I believe you're live on mic. If you could introduce yourselves and then lead us through your presentation, and I think council members will have some questions for you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us here to speak with you this afternoon. Councilman Ford, thank you for the invitation. My name is Brandy Jenkins. I'm the Public Affairs Director for EPA Region 4. And as the councilman referenced, we did have a meeting in October regarding the sterilization services of Tennessee facility on Florida Street. We presented a number of a lot of information to residents regarding some background about the facility, as well as some steps that EPA is taking to address emissions coming from the facility. The emissions are ethylene oxide, and I have my colleague, Caroline Freeman, on the line. She is our Director of the Air and Radiation Division. She's going to walk you through the presentation that we provided to the residents. This gives you a lot of information of EPA's process, how we came to understand the level of emissions that are coming from this facility and what we intend to do about it. And as the councilman referenced, we committed to coming back in front of residents as well as you all to give you an update. And, things are moving within the agency, and we are hopeful that we'll be able to have more of an update in the coming months. But we wanted to give you some information regarding the facility and the steps that EPA has taken. And we are coordinating with the Memphis Shelby County Health Department. They are well aware. We're working with them on what's going on around the facility, as well as the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation. In addition to that, we also work closely with the Tennessee Department of Public Health. So we brought all these parties together to make sure that everybody's aware of the emissions and how it's impacting residents, how close residents are, and how close those residents are depends on how it's impacting them. And of course, we know that when you say that to the public, we want to make sure that they understand and that we're able to answer any questions. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Caroline Freeman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brandy, and good afternoon, Councilman Ford. It's definitely a pleasure to see you again, as well as the other members of the chamber. I am going to ask my special assistant, Mr. Terry Johnson, to go ahead and put the slides up, because I want to make sure that we get through as much of this information as possible to ensure that we get all of your questions answered. Okay. Just to start, first, let me say that I'm going to share some of the same information that we shared with the community back in October about the chemical ethylene oxide. I'm also going to talk about the health risk associated with this chemical. It is a lot of information, like my colleague just said, for one meeting, including some technical aspects. Because of this, I want to make sure that your questions help drive the conversation. Over half of our agenda today is set aside for time to just take questions from you. So a big part of my job, so that you will know, here at EPA is to help explain the risk to community members impacted by that risk. I have the job that I have because I believe strongly that this communication is important. For EPA to protect health, we need to share the information we have with the public, with communities, with you, and we need to do that in a way that is understandable and that helps inform decisions you might make about your own families and the community's health. If I say things today that are hard for you to follow, or I speak with too much technical language, please let me know when we get to the Q&A session, and I will take the time to take a step back and explain things to you in a different way. Also, you see on the screen there is, Terry went a little bit further, but you see on the screen some contact information, how you can reach out to us. We do have a website with all of the ethylene oxide information on it, and we are updating that website as questions come to us, with the responses to those questions, as well as any additional information that we are learning about the facility. Let's move on to the next slide, Terry. I want to first share from my perspective what the three main takeaways are for today. First, the risk in Memphis near the Sterilization Services of Tennessee facility is too high. EPA is concerned about this risk. Second, we are committed to protecting the health of this community, and we are working to reduce this risk, and we will continue to work on this issue until the risk levels are reduced. This includes using tools that we have available to us, such as regulations and on-the-ground partnerships with our states, communities, facilities, and anyone who can work with us to help reduce the risk. Third, the citizens of Memphis deserve to be a part of this process, to have their voices heard, their concerns shared, and their needs met. So now I want to transition a little bit and talk about what ethylene oxide actually is. You've heard us talk about air pollution from a chemical called ethylene oxide, which we often refer to as ETO. Occasionally people call this EO as well. So if you see ETO, EO, or ethylene oxide, it's all talking about the same exact chemical. ETO, or ethylene oxide, is a gas. You usually can't smell or see ethylene oxide in the amounts we find in the air near facilities or in communities. Ethylene oxide is used to kill bacteria or germs. Specifically, it is used to sterilize medical equipment and spices, whereas with Sterilization Services of Tennessee, ethylene oxide is used to sterilize surgical supplies for the dental and medical industry. Next slide. Ethylene oxide comes out of this facility as air pollution only. Therefore, we have no information to suggest that ethylene oxide is coming out into the water or onto the ground in any way that would cause a risk. When it comes to short-term health benchmarks, we haven't seen any evidence that ethylene oxide near these facilities causes urgent or acute health issues like nausea, dizziness, and breathing problems. This is an important point, and the science that we have done only points to risk from a long-term exposure based on our best current knowledge of what is happening at this particular facility and facilities like it. Generally, consumers don't need to be concerned about risk from ethylene oxide that may be left over on products that were sterilized with ethylene oxide. Again, the risk we are concerned about is to people who live near and work at these facilities. So if these are the things that we aren't worried about, then what are we truly worried about? It's that lifetime exposure risk. We've learned that ethylene oxide can cause cancer when people are exposed over long periods of time. Specifically, it can cause breast or lymph or blood cancers. By long periods, we mean when people who live near one of these facilities breathe ethylene oxide every single day from birth until age 70. As far as some special considerations, certain people are more at risk from ethylene oxide than others. And this can happen either because they spend more time in areas where there's a lot of ethylene oxide, like might occur in workers who are working at these facilities, or it can happen because for some reason their bodies are more susceptible. Children and babies are more vulnerable to ethylene oxide exposure. Because we know that children are more vulnerable, we explicitly considered that in our analysis. From a national context, okay, I want to provide a little bit more information. There are right now about 100 of these commercial sterilizers in the country. You can see where they're located here on the map. The blue dots show the locations of the 23 sterilizers where we anticipate risk to be the highest for people who live nearby. Sterilization Services of Tennessee is one of those 23 facilities with the highest level of risk. And we are focusing the conversation today with you, just like we did in October, with the community on this facility because we believe there is a higher risk to people who live nearby, but I want to be clear that there is also potential risk for people who work in these types of facilities or who work or go to school nearby them. We are considering all of the 100 sterilizers when we think about these issues and propose solutions in our regulations. Even though there are 23 that we have identified with high risk levels, we are looking at all 100 across the nation as we move forward with the development of our regulations, stricter regulations to govern these facilities. So with that, the information that we're sharing and that we have posted on the web is all based on information that we have collected from these facilities about their use of ethylene oxide. If EPA receives new data, we will probably be updating that information. It's normally not real time, but within 3 to 4 days. We're continuing to collect and verify information about these facilities, and if we, are able to learn more information that they have made changes to their process, we will update that information as well. But at the same time, we are going to continue to communicate with all of the communities across Region 4. That includes the Memphis, Shelby County area community. As far as individual risk consideration, a better way of understanding risk, well, I want to, just end this conversation today on a few thoughts. One thing you will want to think about if you're trying to understand what our conversation about risk might mean to you or your family. When you think about risk at when we think about risk at EPA, we think about those risks at a population level, first of all. And we make a lot of assumptions about the ways in which people might be exposed. That way, EPA, is looking at risk to translate it in a way that might, help an individual better understand. So the three things that you may be looking at when you're talking about an individual risk or to better understand risk is, number one, how close you actually live near the facility. The second will be how much ethylene oxide is actually coming out of that facility, and how long have you been exposed, both in terms of in your neighborhood and hours each day that you are near that facility. EPA is working on the second bullet to reduce ethylene oxide coming out of the facility, because we think this is the best way to reduce risk as we move forward and to make your community safer. But all three of these issues are important to think about on an individual level. Then I'll be sharing some information about the risk posed by ethylene oxide from Sterilization Services of Tennessee in the community, and the actions that are already underway or planned by EPA to reduce risk from this facility. I am going to share a little more detail about the analysis we have completed and what it tells us about the community as well. So between 2021 and 2022, EPA scientists collected and analyzed the best information and data available from Sterilization Services of Tennessee. The EPA then combined that data with our other local information, such as weather patterns and the location of the homes. With those factors, EPA was able to model the risk from ethylene oxide. I want to note that EPA's analysis only reflects your potential exposure risk related to ethylene oxide from Sterilization Services of Tennessee. Therefore, the risk I'm going to share information on today is an additional or incremental long-term risk for getting certain types of cancers from ethylene oxide that we have modeled. I want to repeat something that I said earlier, that to estimate risk from a given chemical, we need to know three things. That is, how toxic that chemical is, how much of it is in the air, and how long throughout a person's life someone might be exposed to that chemical. Because EPA's analysis must be protective of human health, these estimates are very conservative and they are on the high end, meaning we assume that people spend all of their time in the area where there is risk. Specifically, we assume exposure for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week from birth to age 70, where the individual is breathing in ethylene oxide in the area where the risk exists. Those might not be realistic assumptions because almost everyone leaves their home at some point in time, but these assumptions help us ensure that going forward we protect the most vulnerable, even in that most extreme situation. Next, I want to show you some boundary maps just so that you can get a better feel for where Sterilization Services is located. The impacted area that we are going to be focused on in this discussion is to the east of Peoples Road, north of South Parkway East. It's about 250 feet west of the intersection of I-55 and River Point Road, and east to South Lauderdale Street. Okay, I'm going to give you a few minutes to look at that map. Okay, now we're going to transition to a gradient map. Okay, the gradient map displayed on this slide is used to show the ethylene oxide risk from Sterilization Services of Tennessee. I would also preference that we believe that there is elevated risk to people who live closest to Sterilization Services of Tennessee. But I also want to be clear that there is also potential risk to people who work in or near this facility and to those that go to school nearby this facility as well. Then I want to point out just a few features on this map. The dark orange box in the middle of the plume is, I hope that everybody can see it. Okay, that dark orange box is the facility itself. I guess I should say rectangular figure. The lighter orange area is a non-residential area near the facility where risks are high. And the blue area includes residential areas where risks are at or above 100 in a million. In the blue area, the darker shading, which is closer to the facility, reflects the risk, the higher risk, and the lighter shading, the lower risk, albeit still at or above 100 in 1 million. Note that as you move away from the facility, the blue shading gets lighter, meaning that the risk associated with ethylene oxide exposure gets lower. There is some uncertainty in these estimates as both operations at the facility and weather can change, but these are the best health protective estimates that we have available to us right now. Also at the EPA, we are concerned about all risk, but we use 100 in a million as our benchmark for identifying whether risk levels are considered high. When we say 100 in a million, we're saying that we estimate ethylene oxide exposure could contribute to an increase of 100 cancer cases if 1 million people were exposed at the concentrated levels that are identified here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, from birth until someone reaches the age of 70. We start our calculations at birth because we want to make sure that we are protective of children. Under the Clean Air Act, we focus on risk where people live. And as I said, this is a population-based risk based on modeling. And we're also concerned about risk to workers or others who might spend part of their time in the light orange or non-residential areas and in the facility itself. But this analysis was focused only on residential areas. The information that we are sharing and have posted on the web is all based on information that EPA collected from Sterilization Services as late as July of 2022. At the EPA, we are very concerned about this risk in your community. Let's move to the next slide, please. Okay, now I'm going to share with you some of the steps that the EPA has taken to reduce risk from commercial sterilizers thus far and how you can get involved in this process. We have only fully really understood the risk here in Memphis since we completed our work at the end of July of this year. We have been working on this issue now for some time. The EPA has had regulations in place on ethylene oxide emissions for 30 years, stemming back to the National Emission Standard for Hazardous Air Pollutants, Subpart O for commercial sterilizers since 1996. In 2016, because of updated science, we learned that ethylene oxide was more dangerous when you breathe it in. In 2018, a national level analysis provided an initial indication of which areas might have higher risk, but it wasn't detailed enough either to inform our regulations or to really help communities. We needed to collect additional data to learn more about exactly where these risks are located and what solutions are available to prevent these risks. That work took about 2 years, and that brings us up to where we are today. I also want to note that while the EPA is very recently came to know the exact details of potential risk here in Memphis, we understand now that the risk has potentially been occurring in this community for as long as the facility has been using ethylene oxide. To be clear, our risk estimate presents current and not historical conditions because that is the best and in some cases the only information that we have. It is also the information that we need in order to set regulations going forward. I want to take a step back just for a minute and explain where the pollution is coming from within the facility, because this information is important to understand how solutions can be put into place to reduce risk. There are two types of ways that ethylene oxide can leave a facility. The first is that after ethylene oxide is used to sterilize things, it is sucked into a control system. These systems actually clean ethylene oxide out of the air and capture it or break it down before releasing a much, much smaller amount. This type of ethylene oxide coming out of a facility is called controlled emissions, and that's reflected in the picture to the left. Okay, the second type of ethylene oxide that doesn't get sucked into the control system is ethylene oxide that escapes through other places. And when I talk about other places, I'm talking about leaks, I'm talking about gaps, open windows, open doors. This escaping of ethylene oxide is sometimes called fugitive emissions. Okay, fugitive emissions, unfortunately, are not covered. I need to say that again. Fugitive emissions, unfortunately, are not covered under the current regulations because when that regulation was written, we did not realize the importance of fugitive emissions. So at Sterilization Services of Tennessee, the majority of risk is coming from these emissions that are escaping from the facility, or in other words, fugitive emissions. Okay? Right now, 14% of the emissions are controlled stack emissions, but there's another 86% that is uncontrolled or fugitive emissions at Sterilization Services of Tennessee that is escaping from the windows, the doors, leaks, or openings in this facility. So when you talk about reducing risk, let's move to the next slide. The best solution to reducing this risk is to reduce the amount of currently not regulated ethylene oxide fugitive emission that is coming out of this facility. Unfortunately, there are not many actions that you personally can take to reduce risk, because this isn't a chemical that you can easily remove with a home air filter or completely reduce your risk by staying inside. However, spending less time near the facility would reduce your risk. But again, the best solution is to reduce the amount of ethylene that is coming out of this facility. We have also learned that ethylene oxide is not a chemical that lasts for a long time in the environment. This means that reducing the amount of ethylene oxide coming out of this facility will certainly reduce risk to the neighboring community right away. As far as next steps and what you can expect to see from EPA, the EPA has taken actions to reduce the amount of ethylene oxide that is coming out of facilities such as this one and others like it. At the EPA, we are updating the air pollution regulation that limits how much of this commercial sterilizers, commercial sterilizers like Sterilization Services of Tennessee can put into the air. The EPA expect to propose the updated air pollution regulation in the coming month, and that at that time there will be a public comment period, and at least one virtual public meeting will be scheduled as well. The public comment period for major air pollution regulations like this normally lasts for about 60 to 90 days. And the regulations take about a year thereafter to become final once the public comment period closes. Once the regulation is final under the Clean Air Act, new facilities, that meaning brand new facilities that are being constructed now and are getting ready to come online, will have to comply with those regulations upon startup. But existing facilities like Sterilization Services of Tennessee will typically have up to about 3 years to comply with the new regulations. However, I want to reiterate that EPA plans to solicit comments on a shorter compliance period. So that is why we are reaching out to community groups across Region 4 and across this nation where these facilities are located that have been identified with the higher risk levels, to inform those communities, elected officials as well, and our state partners about these exposure risks, so that they will know about the comment period to actively be able to participate in it. In the interim, we're also working with our federal, state, and local government partners, the facilities with the highest risk, and anyone who will help us reduce the amount of ethylene oxide that is coming out of these facilities as soon as possible. As I mentioned before, we're also concerned about risk to workers in this facility and the people who work or go to school near it. That is why the EPA is also working on a worker exposure rule under another federal law, and intends to take that action along with our updated air rule for commercial sterilizers. The Tennessee Occupation and Safety and Health Administration can also respond to occupational risk from exposures to ethylene oxide. As you know, the Tennessee OSHA is also responsible for regulating worker protection and occupational exposures in the workplace. So let's talk about some key points. EPA has learned that ethylene oxide is causing health risk in your community. We are working to reduce this risk by working across government with our co-regulators, specifically Shelby County Health Department, to reduce ethylene oxide coming from Sterilization Services of Tennessee. We are strengthening 2 sets of federal regulations to be more protective of public health. And we are also sharing this risk result with you so that you will have the same information that we have. As I prepare to close, I must speak on accountability. As several of us, have mentioned earlier at the start, we have a responsibility to protect human health and the environment. And, when Brandy, my colleague on the communications end, opened up, she stressed very openly and clearly that we are concerned about the risk in this community. And I, again, am standing in and saying that I, as the air director for the Southeast region, to take this risk seriously. And I commit to you today that I will take the necessary steps to make sure that the website for this community remains up to date to inform you of the regulatory developments and of any known actions that are taken by Sterilization Services of Tennessee to reduce ethylene oxide in this community. On behalf of my regional administrator, he too is truly committed to continuing to work on this issue until the risk levels are in fact reduced. Not only at the regional level, but at the national level, our Administrator Regan, is fully committed to working across this country to ensure that these levels are reduced as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We may need some time for questions. I'm sure people are working very hard. I guess coming out of our council, what we'd like to know is what can be done now by that company to reduce fugitive gas loss, and do they know steps they can be taking from your suggestions, and do you know if they're doing it?
Based on the latest information that we have available to us, we have not been made aware of the company taking action unless they most recently have communicated with Shelby County to express an interest in moving forward with reducing their ethylene oxide emissions that are being released to the environment. So at this point,
they're aware that they're aware of your report, the company is, and they know that their issue is fugitive gas loss, and you've told them things they could do that would reduce that, and they haven't done that. Is that correct?
We have not communicated directly EPA with that company to tell them what they could do. However, this company does have sister agencies and other locations that have taken steps to reduce their emissions. So they do have, those agencies that they can communicate with.
So they have other organizations in their company that have already done the fugitive gas reduction plan.
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's what we need to know as a council, that this company does have the ability to have the information to be able to reduce those gases if they so chose. And on the timeline here, it seems like we're moving ahead, but it almost seems like it's at a snail's pace if we know that we've got a problem. And I know some of this has got to do with how federal regulations are written and things that occur. Are there things that we can do here other than just protest outside of their plant to make them do something?
Well, the one thing that I will say is this, because we have not proposed a rule as of yet, the rule will be proposed in the coming months. The company may push back and say, well, we don't know what that proposed rule will look like, and therefore we don't want to move forward until we know. But, at the same time, they have taken actions at other facilities that are, a part of their corporate structure. So they can be working with the overall corporate structure to take steps to address their emissions prior to.
So I think maybe what we can do is come up with some sort of resolution requesting that they talk with their other corporate entities to figure out how they can initiate whether their steps have been taken at their other facilities as they're waiting on the rules. Because, decreasing the amount of gas let out at this point, if they know how to do it, they should be doing it. They don't need to wait on a regulation. I have Councilman Jones with the question, and if anyone else, let me know. Councilman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Freeman, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions here. So just based upon your presentation, the added risk of cancer or the exposure is that 100 to 2,000 per million. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yes. Right now, we have a risk reading for that facility of 2,000 in a million. And so for EPA, our baseline trigger is 100 in a million.
Okay.
And so anything at or above that level, it raises a concern for us, and we, feel the need as our mission stands to protect human health and the environment to inform the public of that exposure risk, and then take action to address it, which we are through regulatory development.
Is there a way for us to determine what the expected health and economic cost that Memphians that Memphis as well as Memphians should expect due to these releases of ETO?
That is a question that I do not have the answer to, but that's something that we can look into. I don't know that we would be able to derive that answer, but it's something that we can definitely look into. And I'm going to ask that my colleagues please document that question for us.
Okay. And then are there any other regulatory authorities that are involved in any type of enforcement actions besides the EPA?
As it stands right now, let me be clear. This company has not violated any current regulations.
Okay.
Okay. The issue is here. We have learned at the EPA through, our scientific work that ethylene oxide is more toxic than we initially thought it was.
Okay.
And so as a result of that, even though this facility is in full compliance, according to the most recent inspection that was done by Shelby County, we must take a look at the fact that these new regulations are to put stricter requirements in place for facilities such as this to reduce the amount of fugitive emissions that are being released into the environment.
And then, do you know if there are any other chemicals that can be used to sterilize medical equipment? I would have to think that there would be others, and would those others impose the same type of health risk that ETO does?
As you know, you can sterilize by the use of steam, but for medical equipment such as these that we're talking about in medical supplies, these are prepackaged supplies, and if you put them through a device that utilizes steam to sterilize it, it could very well alter the medical device or the dental devices or supplies, and potentially even create mold growth. Not only that, but the other sterilization method is through radiation. And we don't, for medical supplies such as these, you don't want to utilize gamma particles to sterilize them. I do know that the sterilization process is governed through the FDA, and they are looking at other alternatives to ethylene oxide. And I would encourage you to possibly look at the FDA website and just Google, steps that are being taken to address sterilization of medical supplies outside of ethylene oxide.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We really appreciate this presentation. I see no other questions at this time, but we would like to, if you don't mind, have the opportunity to come back to you with any further questions in the future and have another meeting. This has been very educational. Councilman Ford, any questions to end us up, or should we just wait for us to bring this back? He wanted to know when you have your next community meeting, so we can make sure some of us can be there for that. We really appreciate you taking your time to bring this to us. It was very informative, and we really appreciate the presentation.
And then not only that, make sure if you do set that meeting up, do not set it on a council night.
Yeah, the last meeting was done on a Tuesday when we were meeting, so we couldn't be there.
What happened, the meeting was over with real late. But we had our council meeting, and it was quite a few people there, and they were very upset because nobody at the council was there. But we had our meeting, and after the meeting, I just went by there thinking that, oh, it's almost over. No, it was not over.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be over, so we didn't make it.
Because it was a council day, so make sure it's not with some of the other council. I mean, they got upset with the council, saying we didn't care, but yeah, we cared. It's just that it was on the wrong time.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much.
Councilman, okay, what I would like to say is that we will definitely, we heard you loud and clear, we will definitely take all of those things into consideration. And we also want to inform you that as soon as the regulations are proposed here at EPA, we will be doing a cross-reference between the existing regulations and what's being proposed, and doing preparing an outline of what the new requirements or the updated requirements are in the proposed rule. And we will be coming back before the community to explain what the changes in the regulations are that are requiring additional stringencies on facilities such as sterilization services of Tennessee.
And
that will better inform the community as to what they are actually commenting on.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further business, we will now adjourn this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now have a great evening.
You too.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It is 3:13. We're running just a tad bit behind. I'd like to call to order the meeting of our executive session. Ms. Owens, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Canali, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, present. Councilwoman Logan, present. Councilman Ford, Chair Jones.
Present. Colleagues, I was informed by Mr. Canali that the first item that we were going to have and discuss during executive, it's on the agenda for tonight, so we can just have that full discussion downstairs as opposed to discussing it downstairs. So if there's no objection, we'll move that. That's already, well, like I said, we'll take that off executive. It's already on the agenda. We'll just discuss that downstairs. Item number 6 for this evening will be held. That's on our regular agenda. And then we have just one add-on. That add-on will be item number 34. And that's a joint resolution of the Memphis City Council and the Board of Shelby County Commissioners authorizing the City of Memphis and Shelby County Community Redevelopment Agency to incur indebtedness and issue obligations in connection with the implementation of the Community Redevelopment Plan for the Uptown area as amended. This is District 7, Super District 8, and is sponsored by Council Members Easter Thomas and Johnson. So there's a request for same night minutes on that item. So that means that our same night minute items will be numbers 10 and 24, 10 and 34. I'm sorry, and then number 6 will be held. Is there any other business to come before this committee? Seeing none, we'll see. I'm sorry? Oh, we're going to try it, because when I looked at the agenda and look at the committee agenda, I only saw one thing with same night minutes. I was like, hey.